Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba, and I'm with my good brother Kala Genesis. And family, welcome to the late night shift with Bomani and Kala. And tonight, we're here to talk about serious business. As you know, we're two serious brothers about our people. So tonight's topic is tribalism and individualism, or Pan-Africanism and nationhood. Right. So family, it's kind of like we're just laying out the options to you as far as what we see out there in the world. We see people being tribalistic and individuals, and then we also see an energy of people pushing for Pan-Africanism and pushing, for us to build a nation. So we have to really decide what do we really want, you know, and then we also have to be realistic and look at the world. I'm always talking about the models out there, brother. When I talk about the models, most of what we talk about is Asia, because and make sure I'm pronouncing the word right. Van, come on, help me finish it. Dumb conference.
Bang Dung,
Van Dung conference.
Bandung, Bang Dung Conference, Indonesia, Jakarta, Indonesia, and in Jakarta, Indonesia, 1955. Right, that set the whole world geopolitical. They had that not conference not been successful, Asia will look like Africa right now. Still.
All right, perfect, brother. As you mentioned that right there, what I'm gonna do so people can see the word itself. There you go, right there. So that's it right there. Bang Dung Conference, Asian African Conference, 1955. So the reason why I brought that up, brother, because definitely want us to talk more about that tonight and in the future. And what we're going to be talking about, really, or what I want us to focus on, is is the fact that the Asian countries that you see of today that are dominant, they weren't that way in that time in the 50s, right? The 50s
Right.
and the 40s. And this conference was a game changer. Um, and that's what we're talking about today. So let me switch over from that. So the reason why I pull that up is because we look at the rest of the world. When you think about China, let's put them in the category that we're looking at right now: tribalism or nationhood. Nationhood, right? You know,
Nature one.
they operate a nation in China, and then they operate this diaspora China operation, and the same thing as India,
Mm-hmm.
the same thing as Japan, and the same thing as many other nations. And what we also talk about the Lebanese, but what we always tell people is that Lebanon is a failed country.
War torn country.
So how can a failed war-torn country, then they have families all over Africa dominating different countries. So my point to people is, you can just pick your poison, you know. Yes, Pan-Africanism and nationhood is serious work. Me and Kala up working a late night shift up here, and after our full day of work and business, coming to talk, educate, connect, and just build a connection with our brothers and sisters about what we can build. And then going, traveling, you're moving around, that's serious work. Individuals are a little more simpler, but how much are you going to really accomplish as a tribal or individual person? So because we've done a bunch of different conference calls, and we have a few people. I'm gonna cut back from mentioning certain names. I don't want certain people to feel special, but we have a few people who have literally, when they gotten on the panel or in the chat, I really push the fact that they feel like being a tribal person or an individual focused person is gonna get the job done. Like, you do your thing and I do my thing. You know. Is that what the Asians was talking about when they had the conference? What
Nope.
they're saying? No,
Nope.
they build it.
It was Team Asia. Team Asia. We have to. We may hate each other. I understand parts of Indonesia hate each other. It was divided, but they looked at say our division was the reason why the Dutch was able to come in and colonize us and take all our wealth and everything like that and exploit us, right? But pitting us against each other. And so it's the same thing that goes on right now in Africa. Just that the Indonesians had leaders like Jakarta, And these guys basically like who are Western educated and everything, they say, look, you know, the bottom line is we don't need the Dutch. And what did it for the Dutch was, the Indonesians was when they saw the Dutch people being removed from Indonesia by the Japanese, right? Seeing yellow people removing white people with their hands up, surrendering, and seeing the British surrendering all over Asia. You see the white man laying down his arms to the Japanese. That did something, that sparked something in the Asian mind. That these people are not gods, they're not invisible. You know, the black race has never had that. We've never seen that victory over the white man. We never had that sea battle. We never had that war, that race war with the white man. You know, so we can do all the talking, we can do all the shouting and everything like that until I really believe until that happens, right? Where you have that conference. Right now, let me give you an example. We've been bluffed by the white race so much to the fact that we think that peace and love is a way to go and everything like that. And if we fight the white man, we can have this. Why is it that the white man fought the Japanese? They had a bitter war, millions died, but the United States and Japan are best friends right now. Why? Sometimes, just like in the streets, sometimes you got to get there and you got to fight your enemy. You got to see, you know, war is inevitable. You know, and if you don't, right, what's going to happen is that person is never going to respect you. And that's what's happening with the black race. You know, the black race is basically saying that, oh, no matter what, we got to compromise, we got to concede to the white man, we got to do all this stuff. And the whole thing is, we thought the white man was going to love us, but he never respected us. How is it? How can you have a respect for somebody that you control everything that goes on the continent? There's no less than a few thousand Western bases on the continent. You know, or say, oh, the U.S. got a base in Japan. It's not the same thing. I don't want to hear it. It's not the same thing. You know, it's not the same thing. You know, they have U.S. bases for strategic, geopolitical reasons, right? But the U.S. Africa is relying on the West for security. There's French troops in the Ivory Coast. There's French troops in Mali. There's French troops in Guinea. You know, there's French troops all over the continent. There's white paramilitary groups operating with impunity in Southern Africa. You know, AFRICOM operating out of which is a part of NATO, not even part of the United States. It's an arm of NATO, is operating out of Qatar and throughout the African continent. You know, and so say, well, what's the big deal? I say the big deal is anytime an African leader gets out of line, right? You know, suddenly he's a dictator because of the media propaganda. He's a dictator. He's a problem. They did that with Gbagbo in Ivory Coast, and they put the Ulada back into power, right? Why? Because Gbagbo was making deals with the Chinese, right? He was cutting the French out. He was talking about building his country, and suddenly next, you know, there's an uprising and all this stuff like this, and next thing you know, the French troops come in there and they arrest Gbagbo and put him in trial on the ICC, the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Now get this. Only African countries are signature to that. That means basically like this. We're going to talk about nationhood. Or do we really have nations, right, in Africa, right? How can you have a nation, right, and you basically don't trust your own system to deliver justice? If somebody does something wrong or tries something wrong, how come your courts don't have the credibility with the people? A nation means your institutions have credibility. You don't have to outsource your legal system to a foreign power. You know, the Liberians handed over Charles Taylor to The Hague, and he's now in London, a head of state. Handed over, stepped down, right? Said, okay, I'm gonna do this, step down to avoid war. And then next, you know, he was kidnapped by the Nigerians, right? The Nigerians handed him over to the U.S., and the U.S. flowed him to The Hague. The United States is not even a signature to The Hague. Matter of fact, there was some people that wanted George Bush and Dick Cheney indicted in The Hague. But the United States will never hand over any officials over to The Hague for prosecution, like in the Iraq War, because the United States, like, no, we're a sovereign country. You know, only countries that do this are countries that are not real actual nations. So in other words, an actual nation, right? You recognize that the courts and everything can handle the legal adjudication of its people, right? When a country is not a nation, right? It's just a bunch of people put together. And there's always minority groups in that country who are not in power or always go to the UN. They always go to other places and protest their government and sit in government. It's a never-ending cycle. If you don't like who gets elected in your so-called country, right, you go to the international community, you raise hell, and people have been doing this in Liberia for years. Sirleaf, she went around the world. You got this guy, Henry Costa, right now, who's trying to do that with George Weah, you know? So in other words, if you don't get your way, you go to the West, right? And the West says, you know something, we like George Weah, he's not doing that good. But as soon as, let's say Weah decides he wants to side with Putin, suddenly Henry Costa's name is going to be on the front page of the New York Times as this dissident, you know? As this dissident who's been persecuted by the Weah, it's not an administration anymore, it's called a regime, you know, and he's being oppressed and everything. So the reason why this happens is because we have not achieved real nationhood in the Black world. We have not. And so I'm not going to sit here and play games and act like we got nations. We have not did the hard work of nationhood, you know, of educating ourselves and reconciling ourselves, right? To basically, if a government gets elected, if you don't like the person in power, you wait it out. If you think that's it, then you write the Constitution where it's fair. So, okay, you know, or you get your ideas. If you can't get public office, then you just can't get public office. The most dangerous thing is when you have somebody who may be right. There's a lot of people in our cultures, right? They're 100% right, but they're not popular. And what usually happens when somebody is right, he knows he's right, and he's not popular? Well, do you remember Pol Pot in Cambodia? Millions died. You know, Pol Pot was educated in the West, right? He came back and tried a socialist form of government, right? The people rejected it, and as a result, millions of people died. The road to hell is often paved with good intentions. You think you have the right intentions, right? But you have to convey that to your people. The people have to believe in what you're saying. The people have to believe in your idea that we're one people. If people are holding on to their sacred cows and their tribalism and their superstitions and everything, right? You can't just thrust a modern republic on them and say, yo, this is the rule of law. You know, this is the rule of law. We're the government now, right? And you have to build the credibility and the trust. And that's another thing about nations built on public trust. In other words, basically, we trust you, we elect you to do the right thing for us. Can we say that about our countries in Africa? No. The only thing in Africa has to do is make sure their foreign interests are protected. And that's what it is. That's not a real nation. A nation exists for its people, not foreign interests, not foreign entanglement, not to satisfy Western donors, not to satisfy Western NGOs. And that's what a nation is, you know? And so when we talk about this idea of the perfect Black nation, we have the idea of what we call Afrikstan, you know, a country with its own institutions, you know, where people understand why that the state is a supreme body of law. The state is the final authority on everything, foreign policy, domestic policy, everything, right? Not the church, not your sect, not your religious cult, okay? The state, right? And so what I'm seeing now is throughout Africa, right? There's always this idea of undermining the state, you know, undermining the state, talking bad about the state, you know, and the state is a reflection of the people, okay? If the people don't want to be educated, the people don't want to modernize, the people don't want to pull themselves up out of mediocrity, then bottom line, the state is a reflection of that. And so how can you do that? Now, how do you basically do that? First of all, the general welfare. Everybody has to believe that they have a stake in the society. Their basic needs are met. The basic infrastructure. You always have to give people the basics. I'm going to give you a perfect example who does this right. Poor countries in South America, right? I was watching a thing on Bolivia, right? How all the Bolivians pretty much got a good standard of living. And they said like this, they do a thing where electricity, right? Instead of having half the country with no power, no nothing generators, everyone has electricity. Why? Because that's basically building credibility with the people. Everyone has access to a basic education, okay? Everyone has access to basic things and amenities in life. And also the protection of private property, your privacy, and all these things right here, you know, and also the way you are handled in the courts. If you have rich people who are walking around doing getting away with crimes, and the poor people are getting arrested, what's going to happen is the state is going to lose its credibility with the people. People have to always realize that the state is operating impartially. Okay, if you get to a place where the state says, "I don't care about the people," like our brother Amara, oh, the people don't need nothing. You know, they're satisfied. How do you know that? The most dangerous thing in the world is a country of idle young men who have nothing to gain and nothing to lose. You know, if you think having millions of young men in Africa with no future, no like that, is not a recipe for death, you think the white man is a problem, that's your problem. Why? Because that's where your mass genocides came in Rwanda. Young men with no direction or nothing, they fall to thing. You look what's going on in Congo right now. All these young men in there who are rebels and everything like that. They don't want to do that. But when the state does not exist for the people, like under Mobutu and then under Kabila, what do you leave the people with? People join gangs. They join crime. Same thing happened in Black America right now, where people feel like they're not part of the system. Right? They go into antisocial and sociopathic behaviors because they're not part of anything. They don't feel like the society represents them. So they get involved with activities that are antisocial, what we call antisocial. Before you could talk about building economics, you have to build the social structure of people. People have to feel like they're part of something. People have to feel loved and basically that what they believe, what you're telling them they're believing in is real and it really operates in their best interest, in their best behalf. If you don't do that right, then what you're doing is you're setting us up for some another cult by which the people come in and they serve the guru or the leader, whatever, and the people they live their whole life as a slave, basically. You saw that in the Nation of Islam. I asked the person, well, what do you get out of the Nation of Islam? Oh, I'm serving the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his message. But what does that do for you? You know, what does that do for you? What do you gain from this? You know, what do you gain from this? Oh, we don't gain nothing but sacrifice. Then what happens is when that person gets older, he's like 40, 45. He's like, man, I spent all my years doing this and I have nothing to show for it. You know, I have nothing to show for it. So therefore, like I said, the BAO, we took a different approach. You know, we said, look, you know, let's build an organization where people could bring their skills in and they benefit from what we're doing. While we're talking about nation building and building a community and everything, we tell people, get your education, get your skills, you know, get in where you fit in, right? Because we'll all benefit. There's nothing wrong with benefiting your life, enhancing your life. And that's what it's all about. When someone comes to you with any organization or anything, right, and you can't see where you're going to benefit from it, where your kids could benefit, or you can't enhance your life, run from them. Because they're not interested in what you're doing. That's not nationhood. Nationhood is like a social contract, right? There's people up on the top, there's people on the bottom, but they form in the middle. Nationhood is basically a middle class. You know, there's like a middle class. There's people that say, we're the elite and we're the educated and everything, but we got to get these people on board, the mass on board. We have to give them something. The perfect example was with the Bill of Rights. Because let me give you an example. When the American Revolution happened, most people in America, it's like split 50-50. The American Revolution was fought between the elites in America and the elites in the British Crown. And so therefore, how do you basically get people in here who are British subjects and everything on your side? Well, you have a Declaration of Independence, right? That still wasn't enough, right? And then what you have is a constitution. A constitution gives you what? A Bill of Rights. The general welfare of the people. People say, okay, well, I know that I'm not going to have habeas corpus. I know that my rights are protected. I could own property. I could own this. Okay, it says I could bear arms. I could no reasonable search or seizure. I don't have to have British troops in my house and everything. No quartering of troops and all stuff like this. My property and my rights are protected. I have liberty. Okay, it's enshrined in the Constitution. And then I have access to courts to make sure that my rights and everything that I have are protected, right? That's what's called nationhood. Nationhood, the nation, the state. The republic basically protects the nation. The nation are people. Who are the people? The people are individuals who decide to come and become one. Instead of you becoming an Irishman or Englishman and everything, you are now a U.S. citizen. You're Americans, and you're Americanized. You're basically calling yourself one people. Now, and when America first started, it was basically about white people, white men. You know, all these people, e pluribus unum, out of many, we are one. Now, in other words, you cannot have a nation of many. You know, you can't have people doing their own thing. Why? Because eventually those people are fractionalized, and it happened in the Civil War. People start seeing themselves as Louisianans. People start seeing themselves as Georgians. People start seeing themselves as Massachusetts, Bostonians. People start seeing themselves as New Yorkers, you know. After the Civil War, there was a concerted effort, right, to unify the country. People stopped looking at themselves by sectionalism. Why? What made that possible? Well, infrastructure. Well, there was railways being built, right? There was wire transfers being built. There was mass media being built. People started identifying with an American nation, I think, instead of being a Texan, being a Arizonian, or being a Mississippian. You know, you see that in the old movies. I'm a proud Mississippian. I'm a proud Virginian. You know, and people don't realize the implications of that. You know, when people say I'm a Virginian, they really mean I'm a Virginian. You know, I'm not a Marylander. I'm not anything. Okay, I'm in the United States, they tell me, but I'm a Virginian. Why? Because that's the culture that I'm around. So nation has to be the amalgamation, the higher level of people. So in other words, basically, if somebody from New York comes to Virginia, and basically, although he's not a Virginian, he's still, you basically bond on the fact that you are an American. And how do you do that? You always basically focus on outside enemies or other people. Okay, those aren't Americans, right? You know, see the shining sea. You're an American. I'm an American. You know, the Japs aren't Americans. The Germans aren't Americans. You know, if they want to come and be American, they got to give up their German identity. They got to give up their Irish identity. There was a book out called How the Irish Became White. The Irish were Irish Catholics. They couldn't assimilate. Then after a while, by the turn of the century, you know, they became American. They became white. They became part of the American nation. And as a matter of fact, the Irish became more the most patriotic, the most pro-American people you could find. You find that with a lot of Italians too. You know, they became more Americans than the Anglo-Saxons. You know, and the Anglo-Saxons like, okay, these people are on our side. We're one nation. You know, and so this is what you have in America. And to this day, they have never been able to break that. You know, because the majority of white people are like, hey, look, you know, we're white, we're American, and we're Americans. Now, there's some black people who say they're Americans, but we weren't invited to the party. We just assume we're Americans because we were born here. Okay. Now, what we're talking about is it's time for Black America to really seriously think about nationhood. All the problems we see in America, Black America, has to do with nationhood. You know, all the problems that we face politically, economically, socially, relationship wise, everything, all it has to do with nationhood. All it has to do with us not being a people. We're not a people yet. You know, you're a people when you're together and you could enforce your will on other people. You can protect yourselves. Can we, Black people in America, say that we can protect ourselves? No. You know, we're at the whim and the mercy of other races of people. You know, everybody comes over here. Everyone's the first thing people are taught. These are people you don't have to respect. These are people you can walk on. These are people that don't matter. You know, and so therefore everybody comes over here, and we always brag that, oh, we fought in every war and everything. But yet you got Indians who never fought a war in this country, and they're freaking owning businesses, taking advantage of everything in America and everything, and they're unapologetic about it. Why? Because their nation is not America. Their nation is in India. So they could come in America, take everything, right? And let's say it all breaks down, they got a place to go back to. We do not have that. So therefore, we have to play the role, the safe role of not making waves, of not doing this. Because when we did try to do these things, like we tried to build this Black nation in America, what happened? They burned them down. They burned down our towns, villages, and everything like that we built in America. Why? Because you cannot have, they said, we cannot have two nations in one. Abraham Lincoln said that. You cannot build your nation inside of another nation. Abraham Lincoln said that. You're a Black nation, and some people said, well, the solution is, why don't we all mix together? And the white people are like, no, we want to preserve America for white people and the white man's posterity. That's one thing in history. All our scholars and everything, they can never really answer for. If America really believes that, that being America being white, then what does that mean for us? And then we just go on the whole thing. Oh, we could be colorblind and all stuff like that, and it hasn't worked. Now, 2022, the die is cast now, and we ask the black people, like, okay, now what are we going to do? We're living in a global world. Now, if you want nationhood, then you're gonna have to build something on your ancestral homeland. Now, this idea of building a homeland on the African continent is not new. The idea is old as the first black people who were brought to this continent who thought about it. As more and more whites moved in, they really feel like the black community felt like they were isolated, and they didn't feel. We never had really peace and happiness. And when we did have peace and happiness, right, all it took for us, some white person to kill one of us, or whatever, or kidnap us, or send us into slavery, to send that thing. We've always been a people that's been insecure in this country. We've never had peace. We've always been hunted. We've always been persecuted. And so therefore, when you have nationhood, you don't have to worry about being persecuted, right? Because if you are being persecuted, then something is wrong. You don't have a real nation. And then you hold the people that's supposed to be protecting you accountable. We can't hold anybody accountable for the Klan. We can't hold anybody accountable for the Bloods and the Crips. We can't do that. There's nobody we can go to. Why? Because we're not in our state of nationhood. If we were in our state of nationhood, do you think we'd have Blood and Crip problems? No, of course not. Do you think we have white supremacy problems? No, of course not. Because we have the power and the means to make that happen. Do you think we have all these problems that we face in Black America? No, of course not. What we have in Black America is what white people decide to give us. They said we could stay here, but us having power is not part of the deal. I always wonder why that, okay, you got a city like Chicago, you got a black mayor and everything, but the black people live like shit in the same city that they claim as a black city. Every time somebody says, oh, it's a black city, you better run in an opposite direction, because nothing but hell, chaos, and anarchy is reigning in that black city. And that's the truth. Gary, Indiana, we thought we were going to have a chocolate city, Gary, Indiana. White people pulled all that capital and everything out of that city, and Gary, Indiana completely died. It's dead right now, completely abandoned. How did that happen? It happened because you cannot build something inside somebody else's house. You got to basically build something on your own from top to bottom. You got to make those hard choices. We decided that we didn't want to make those hard choices. And we sit here and complain about NAFTA. Yeah, see, when they took NAFTA away, yeah, but the whole thing is, the problem is black people in America are too Americanized, and we're trying to, everything tells me black people want nationhood. We want black business. Every time you hear black people talk about black enterprise, black economics, everything, that's all nationhood, right? So if you basically want all that, wouldn't you want your own land, your own state, where you can have all that, where all the businesses for the most part are owned by you? You don't want that, right? So you want all those things that nationhood provides, right? We want a black studies space. You got black people on white colleges, Berkeley, talk about this is a black area. We don't want no white people in here. White people in our space. We want safe spaces from white people. If you say you want a safe space from white people and everything, wouldn't a safe space be your own nation? That's what I'm saying. If you say you want a safe space from white people, why can't we build something on the African continent, right? Where you can have all the safe space from white people you want. So people want all the trappings of nationhood, right? But they don't want the responsibility. They still want white people to provide stuff like that. We want this, we want that, we want this, and white people are like, yo, look, we didn't tell you that you're gonna have all that. We let you. We pass laws that you can come into our spaces, right? Well, sometimes I feel microaggressions. Yeah, that's part of the game. White people and me and my brothers talk about that the other day, man. Yesterday, the other day I was over his house, right? I said, yeah, don't you hate that when going Kroger, right? And these white ladies, you try to avoid them, right? You go down and say aisles them, right? I tell you about this boy, right? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Like, I feel like saying, bitch, what the fuck you saying sorry for? Don't say nothing to me. These microaggressions. Oh, I'm just so sorry, black man. Don't kill me. So this is what we got to go through. This is what you got to go through when you live in their spaces. You got to go through microaggressions and all stuff like this. You're online at the checkout counter or whatnot, no matter how you dress or whatnot. This nigga's credit card gonna get declined. He gonna start flipping out and shooting us off. This is what you signed up for. 2022, man. All of a sudden you go into a store. Oh man, black man pull up, man. I better get out of here, man, before he robs the place.
Wow.
This is what you go through. Yeah, this is what you go through.
It's unfortunate. And let me break in on that point. Brother Kala, always appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you going through it. So family, let's give you a quick recap. What Kala Genesis has basically been analyzing for the last 15 minutes plus is showing you that tribalism and individualism is getting us nowhere. And he explains this, all of the great benefits of building a nation. So the vehicle, the energy is Pan-Africanism. So we're reaching out to our brothers and sisters around the world and looking to this build more connections. We're already in that world and that business based on our Africa tours and investment. 7 countries on our Africa tour schedule, and then 1 country for investment. That's Ghana with our Black Star Pan-African Community Land Project, which we'll share some details on. But Kala, literally, brother.
I got navigate freely in here talking about, according to Kala, Western is good, correct, everything after night. Shut up, man. This guy.
I was trying to keep away from the comments and the distraction for the comments and keep you and I in the flow.
Yeah, let's keep on flow, man.
But literally, that's just the actual recap. And a lot of the benefits, as Kala was talking about, as far as this building a nation, is just we're able to this. You're able to govern yourself as a people, but beyond that, you just have to just flow with the nation that you're in. So it's a simple concept, and that's why I want people to really just look at it. Where is tribalism and individualism getting you, and what's so bad about Pan-Africanism and working towards nationhood? And there's been a lot of debates and a lot of just bad talking about Pan-Africanism, and I'm always telling people that people like myself represent that Pan-African world, and it's work out here. So it's not just something that you just talk and you just sit there on theory and philosophy. It's something that you actually have to get into, and getting into it means that you are out here connecting, networking, and doing business with your brothers and sisters all over the planet, and trying to get more of us in that world. And I'm always telling people that instead of just watching people like ourselves and judging what we're doing, because it's something that that's a vehicle to get you in the direction you need to get to. No one has been able to tell us any other vehicle that's going to get us towards nationhood. And so from the individual, from everyone that's been listening to what we've been talking about literally the last several months, or just talking about all this year, is literally just putting things in place to where we can build that future. And how we're going to build that future without planning it out. And it's kind of like, and then we're using other nations to talk about, and that's what I was talking about in the beginning, talking about China, India, and other nations around the world. And as we put in, and we talk about the Arab nations that are looking to just take things to another level, and we should let everyone know that this is what all other nations are doing, based on them practicing group economics and really just practicing the whole world of this nationhood. And then us as a people literally just arguing whether we should just be, whether we should just be FBA ADOS, or we should just say we should be down with Pan-Africanism. And I'm always telling people, why can't the people that's about America, instead of them just talking all this stuff and on these long live streams debating with people, if you're so pro America or so pro Black America, what are you really building in America? I mean, why is your focus on energy so much on trying to stop other people money and business flow? Like myself, I do business here in America, and show my professional websites that we do technology service and then Africa tours, and that's what I'm here doing. But also, we all realize, or people like myself realize, that the future is Africa, and the future is also what you need to build. The future is land, and where you're going to build your land, and also our historical connection. So that's where Ghana became a relative and a relevant place, for what we're looking to build in the future. And in order to build that, you need the best of your people, and so you're trying to get people mindset into, let's that well, I can't speak for everyone, and people sometimes put words in, my brother Kala mouth, but like we don't have this war against us and them kind of situation. What we are trying to explain to people, educate people, this is what other people are doing, and it's progressing and getting nowhere. And that's why we choose Pan-Africanism and nationhood, and that's what we're always been talking about and defending, and also explain to people the world that we're in. We may run business and operate out of America, but we're there in Africa, and we have connections moving in Africa. And it's not the you have to look at where you're going to be impactful. Some people like, well, if you so much about this about Africa, why don't you pack up and leave? I was like, I have 7 schedules on for tourism and things like that. Well, am I supposed to just pick a random country and just live there, or do I need to just do my business in America, and myself just give up all my business customers and clients and everything and all the things I do in America and just make a move? So sometimes people just talk a bunch of stuff, and for the most part, what I'm doing is my business, and it's nothing to do with them, because what we're looking to do ultimately, that community that we have in Ghana, it's a headquarters of operation. It's a full-fledged, self-contained operation. So your goal is to build the investment money and make it work there. And so you're exercising true Pan-Africanism. And then for the people who consider themselves these different titles that's relevant to America, and so much worried about immigrants from Africa or immigrants from other places, and just worry about everybody else, the best thing that they can do, honestly, is the people that they have the same mindset with, put your money together. And we have a lot of our children here in this country that's going to need opportunities. So let us know what you're going to build for the future of our children. Because sometimes people question me, like, "Wait, what you talking about sounds real good. Why don't you build it in America or Jamaica?" It's like, why are you so focused on where I want to build my business and expand my business operation? Things like that. Or you go to all these beautiful countries in Africa and do tourism. Why don't you do tourism in this country, that country? As a business person, you kind of have the flow of what you need to do. And the thing of it is, you can only tackle so much. But when you're looking at your business operation, you're looking at where you're gonna win and where you're gonna stand out and where you can make the moves you need to make to expand. And that's why we're doing our business as far as tourism in Africa, because we need to connect our people. Then we're doing our investment projects, and we're getting learning about stocks, bonds, treasury bills. I got a whole bunch of this investment tips for people based on those things that we've learned. But real estate investment is going to be the ultimate, and the reason why it's going to be the ultimate is because we need to build. We need to build we need to build nationhood. We need to build some level of this operation to where we own real operation. So when we talk about we have to industrialize, we're dead serious. No longer can we just continue this to where we feel like we're going to be a people of power, and then literally just everything that we need, other people produce. So those are the things that we're getting into, and what we're explaining to you, family. If more of us put our money together, literally, and you don't have to always just make a move and invest in Africa. Put your money together and get into business. And we're talking about from real estate investment to straight manufacturing. I mean, it's out there. We have to just take it to that next level, and that's what I'm encouraging our people to do. Because what I've been doing is summing up all the foolishness that's been going on about Pan-Africanism and FBA and ADOS, and it's just I understand that some of these clowns out here that that's what they do. They're trying to get YouTube views, and they're trying to just spark foolishness, and they actually literally bored, and that's why, Kala, you and I work in a late night shift, because we don't work our other business earlier today all day.
Yeah, I got
Now
business
it's
to
quiet,
do.
so now we're doing a late night shift of educating our people. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I'm a businessman. Also, a comment was that tribalism is Pan African. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. Let me break down what is tribalism. Right, tribalism is basically on your survival mode. Right, people have tribes. Right, tribes formed after war. So a village was raided. A bunch of people who are seek refuge form a band, and they become a tribe. That's how tribes start. Usually out of conflict and everything. And the bottom line, those people basically stick together and everything. They don't commingle with other groups of people and everything, and that's their tribe. They have customs and also they have a lot of sacred cows, things they hold on to. And what are sacred cows? Sacred cows are beliefs, ideologies that people hold on to their own detriment. The Hindus have, when they came from the Hindus, where the Hindus are starving, right? But they will let the rats run around, eat their food. They'll let the cows, they'll feed the cows because they believe the cow is sacred. That's what I mean by sacred cows, right? People hold on to something out of necessity because they want to hold on to some past. It could be some traumatic thing. Oh, I remember the battle of such and such. We got to hold on to that. Well, the whole thing in Japan, right? A sacred cow was the samurai, right? The modern Republic of Japan said, look, we thought about this for the last 200 years during the Tokugawa period, right? The samurai, if we're going to modernize and move forward, right? The samurai has to go. His service is no longer, the shogun is no longer needed. We need a modern army. We need modern police. We need all the stuff like this. And a lot of Japanese, right, resisted. They had this sacred cows, the sacred shrines, everything. They didn't want to give all that up. But had they not given that up, right, they would have been conquered. And Colin, Japan, as we know, it wouldn't exist right now. So you have to make those things. A tribalist basically does not want to merge with other things. Somebody who's a Pan-Africanist says that we know we're different, but given the world situation we're in right now, right, we're both black. We both share the same racial heritage. So that should come first before our tribal affiliation and ethnic group, and you do that through what? Through socialization. And how is that done? Through cities, building cities, through education, through social commingling, through marriage, through trade. And when that happens, then those tribal lines break down because people see themselves as the same. It happened in France, in Europe, right? In places like Vienna, places like Paris. These are all Roman cities, London, all these other places like this, right? Where all these tribes, Europe was very tribal at one time, right? But when they got conquered by Rome, they realized the reason why we were conquered is because while we're fighting against each other, Rome was a unified force. It came and took us over. The Thracians in Greece, well, why was the Romans able to take Greece over? Because the Spartans and Athenians and all these other people, the Thracians didn't like each other, So Rome played on that, the Trojans, all these other people, the Cretians, all these people came under the Roman Empire. Why? Because they pitted people against each other, And then when people look at it, I say, something? Had we been united, right, we would have basically fought. Now, why did the Greeks fight against the Persians? Why? The Spartans couldn't get the Greek states to unite. So King Leonidas took 300 men and did it. Why? Because the Greek states were fighting and quarreling among each other. They didn't like each other. And he saw a greater threat, the Persians, and so he had to do the job himself. Because the Greek states had these things. And then Greeks was a bunch of city states and everything. Gradually, they became see themselves as Greeks and everything. But at the time when the Persians came, they didn't see. They saw themselves as Athenians, as Thracians, as Spartans, and all these other groups of people. You understand? So when we say Pan, so that was sort of Pan-Greekism. So bottom line, when I use examples, right, what I'm doing basically is giving people education. Now, this guy Navigate Freely, and I really don't want to hear his mouth tonight, right? He's 65 years old. He should be more educated than this, right? How you know 65 years and you don't fucking have any knowledge? Bottom line is this. What we're talking about tonight is nationhood, right? And I made the point, right, that we don't have true African nations because no African nation could stand on its own by itself. Militarily, economically, each country in Africa is tethered to Western powers for aid, military aid, assistance, education. Why do we send tens of thousands of Africans to Europe and Ukraine? What the hell? I didn't even know there was that many Africans in Ukraine. What the hell y'all doing up in Ukraine? What the hell? You should be on the continent. We got to get education. You could build. What about building your own schools, your own libraries, and staying in the continent, building your own country? Why are you going to Dubai? Why are you going to these places building somebody else's stuff up, right? Educating them. You got people, I'm a German now and everything, I said, why don't you go back to Cameroon and build something in the Cameroon? Why are you here? Why are you in there? That's what it's called. That's because there's no sense of nationhood. Nationhood is about duty, and my nation comes first. And you rarely ever see that, Tribalism is mediocrity. It's basically sit back, okay, and it's also ethno fascism. Some people they have no loyalty to their nation because they don't see the concept of nation. They can't point to their country on a map. They don't see themselves on a map. So, okay, this is my country right here. This is the lands right here. Other people do that. You see somebody from Chile, they'll show you the map of Chile. This is where I'm from. This is that. You know, I'm Chilean. You know, and this is what country I'm from. You know, they really proud of where they come from, and this is their land. And they identify with their land. They don't identify with their tribe. They identify with the land they come from, because the land that they represents them on the world stage really represents them. And so that's the tribe. Now, a good country that has a sense of nationhood is Botswana. Now, the question why Botswana is, one, because it has a small population, and two is because they had good leaders that really stoked the idea of nation. You listen to the Botswanans, right? They're very, very nationalistic. They're very nationalistic. They care about their people. They love their country. They love their flag, and they see themselves as one people. They see themselves as Botswanans. You know, they don't call themselves Tswana and all these other Bushmen and everything like that, or San. They call themselves Botswanans. You know, Paul Kagame is building nationhood out of Rwanda, right? It's illegal to even mention Hutu and Tutsi. You know, you're Rwandans. Kids are taught in school that you're Rwandan. This is the Rwandan flag. This is our land. This is where you live at. This is the borders. You're Rwandans, right? And the people who don't want to do that, they're in the Congo right now trying to say we're going to bum rush Rwanda and burn it down and all stuff like this. They're in the Congo with their nonsense. You know, all the Rwandans that didn't like all that, they're killing, raping, and pillaging in the Congo right now. You know, waiting for their big day to enact revenge on Paul Kagame and all stuff like this. Where Rwandans, the new generation of Rwandans, don't have forgotten about the war, and they're trying to build what we call a nation. You know, Rwanda, that's a nation, that's a people. Okay, and the bottom line is this: when you are a people, you can stand up against the outside forces, because the outside forces can't come in and divide you. You know, you're one people. If you come and go to Rwanda and start talking about Hutu and Tutsis, you're going to be looked side-eyed, if not arrested. You know, but trying to incite people. They're very sensitive about that. But we in the West right here, particularly West Africa, it's every tribe for himself. You know, I'm an individual. I don't care about what's going on here. You know, my kingdom, my tribe, my village, my this, you know. And same thing with this stupid ADOS FBA nonsense and everything. You know, if somebody lived here for generations, they're living in Black America and everything, suddenly, instead of him saying, yo, look, we're Black in America, one people, we're all African descent, right? Why don't we just all call ourselves African Americans or Black Americans? No. I'm a foundational Negro, you know. You know, all this kind of stupid nonsense and everything. I'm a foundational Black Negro and everything. And I'm like, yo, that's dumb. That's dumb. We have to, and nationhood starts in the heart. It can't, you know, before you even get the land, you got to see yourself as a people first. You know, you got to see yourself as one culture, one people first. And the people that you came up with, right? Black America, African American, that's my people. That's my nation. You know, that's who I roll with. Now, the Pan-African part is, you know, other people who agree that they're Black Africans and everything. Let's get together and let's build. You know, I'm an American. I'm African American. I'm a Black American, and we're over here and everything. You're over there. Let's see how we could work together on certain things, on certain high level things, and see how we could build our mother continent. You know, that's what that is. You know, but if you basically are like, oh, I'm just off the FBA, you know, forget Africa and all like that, you know, off FBA is not a damn lineage. It's a freaking cult. You know, it's nonsense. You know, it's a lineage. You know, what lineage? You know, lineage to what? You know, when did it start? You know, Adolf said these people that talk Adolf's FBA. And I saw a video where they're all talking about the truth is out. Black Americans are native or true American Indians. These guys don't even know if they don't even want to identify as Africans. You know, how can you have an FBA and you cut yourself off from the continent? A lot of Black people in America, my ancestors were here for 400 years, but most majority of African Americans came in the 1800s. You only been here 200 years. And suddenly you were foundational Black America. Get out of here, Negro. You know?
Yeah, absolutely, Kala. This is what we're explaining. I mean, I appreciate you breaking it down and adding all the groups, and that's what they're doing. They're literally pushing towards what we're talking about here: the tribalism and individualism. But then, what is the end goal of that? You know, and then at the same time, too, I'm sure some people are native people that came from here, but it's like, I mean, it's like people are like starting to get to the point where they're trying to make it seem like this all Black folks from here is just native people.
And slavery didn't happen.
there's no place, or they're trying to basically say great scholars like Dr. John Henry Clark is incorrect. You know what I mean? Where these people come from. I've never been out there doing a world of research. I've taken people to all over different parts of Africa and connect the dots, and even went to Brazil and connect the dots. People have to get out there and do the research, but I'm not here to debate how much percentage and things like that. I'm saying to people that we have a common energy and a common situation. If we're all Black people in the Americas or America, and then you look at other Black people as Black people other place, where can we find a commonality to build some kind of energy? People are quick to say, oh, this won't work, that won't work, and that won't work. What we're talking about is beyond your little, small way to just really think and look at information. We're looking at a whole scale of operation. No one is saying that, oh, all these Black people that's gonna just connect and they're gonna be this perfect nation or race of people. No one is ever saying that. What we're saying is, what is your options? This is your options right there. Unless somebody else can tell me some other option, that's your option. Is to either remain the way you've been remaining, as far as tribalistic and individualistic, and getting nowhere and getting nothing, and seeing other nations. We talk about the Bangdam Conference, and those nations, they got rid of their tribal and individual operation, and now you have South Korea. That's one nation of people.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have individuals that belong to certain group and speak to certain language, but when you go there and when you see the operation, that's not how it's pushed. And everyone else is doing the same. So we tell them, Black people, we're the last ones on this entire planet that have not got the memo to push
Marcus
nationhood.
Garvey said nationhood is the highest ideal among people. That means basically when you say you're a nation, right? That means you have your own land, infrastructure, and nationhood, right? That means you're saying to the world that you're ready to take on the ultimate responsibility for your success, achievements, and your failures. No one's going to look. There's like when you have a land nation, there's not going to be. You're going to go through trials and tribulations. You're going to be tested, right? A lot of stuff that we discuss, and everything. When like the Bible said, the devil said in the Bible about Job. You're quoting the Bible, calling out. Well, listen for a second, you freaking heathen. The devil said it's only because your protective hedge around him is with him. But if you take that hedge away, I'll make him curse his maker. God took the hedge, and Job still saved face. In other words, basically, people believe that Black America, right? We couldn't do anything without the protection of white America or anything like that. I really don't. After studying Black history and studying all the things we was able to accomplish, right, and studying Liberia, right, we have it in us to build something of our own. That's what it is. And once I really believe that, I believe that, right? And I wrote my novel Journey to the Promised Land, right? It's about the exodus of 1878 to from South Africa to Liberia, right? On Amazon, buy it. The Compromise of 1877. Let me talk about that, right? It was Rutherford Hayes and Tillman, right? The southern states wanted to end Reconstruction, right? And they basically kept filibustering. They couldn't get nothing done because Union troops were occupying the South, right? And Black people were making these pseudo advances and strides and everything like that, right? And then in 1877, they said, look, we'll end the filibuster and seat Rutherford B. Hayes as president, right? Because it was like a tie, a draw, something like that in electoral college or something like that. And if you basically end Reconstruction and draw troops from the South. When that happened, right, people overlook this part of history. Black people, all the Black leaders and everything have basically given up on America. In other words, basically the rationale was if we basically keep going on with this, the South was like basically, even though the South was so-called defeated, they weren't defeated, And there was this thing called the lost cause. And the South even has support in the North, right, for the Southern Confederates, right? And Black people in America became public enemy number one. These Black people are the reason why we're still divided. These Black people here. And so Black people say, you know something? It's time for us to part ways with America. That's before we had Black people wearing the American flag, Captain American Negroes running around. everything. Black people said, look, we had enough of America. We had enough of this white supremacy and everything. And so therefore they formed what we call the Liberia Exodus Association, right? They said we're going to spend the next 100 years colonizing, I don't like that word, but building Africa. We're going to drive the white man out of the Congo. We're going to, this guy, George Washington Williams, he was an African American explorer from Pennsylvania, from Philadelphia. He went to the Congo and reported how the atrocity of the Congo. You had Liberia, you had people going to South Africa, and they said, we're going to basically spend the next 100 years bringing our people and building Africa and everything like that and getting ready for the 20th century. Had that happened, right? Black America right now, the black race would probably be on top right now because we had a head start over the Asians. We had a head start over the Asians. And now this is before the State of Israel. This is before all this stuff that happened. This is before the Bangdun Conference and everything. We had decided that, we're going to end white supremacy by building Africa and having a nation of our own on the African continent. We're going to unite Africa under one government, one nation, and we're going to build the whole entire continent, And because, like I said, this maiden voyage was just one voyage, right? It was sabotaged from over here. The ships were seized and all this kind of stuff like that by U.S. officials and everything, because the South still needed black labor. So black people leaving America was not in their blueprints. But 40 years later, this movement sparked the Marcus Garvey movement. From this Exodus of 1878 was famous among black people in America. They said, "Wow, man, that's what we ought to do." And among intellectual circles, there was a growing number of black people who thought that it's futile trying to push for equality in America. We should go back to our own people and build Africa, At the same time, the Europeans had the Berlin, to stop that, the Europeans had the Berlin Conference. The Berlin Conference wasn't about white people against other white people. It was about to stop the black people in the West from returning and colonizing and building Africa and driving the white man out. That's what the Berlin Conference was all about, right? Because what happened was when the Berlin Conference happened, right, they banned all black nationalists or what they call radicals throughout the whole entire continent. Anybody talking African nationalism, black nationalism was basically destroyed. So that's what they did, and they also in Southern Africa, they pitted groups of people against each other. And they pitted the Xhosas against the Zulus. They played this game all over the continent of pitting Africans against Africans and everything, divide and conquer rule, and the biggest thing they pitted was educated black people from the masses. We still have that to this day. Well, the educated people who were educated Zulus, right, was seen as outcasts among the Zulus. This guy who's a lawyer, who got his law degree in London, he comes back, he wants to help the Zulu people. He was made to look like an alien to his own people. And that's why the white people founded the Inkatha movement. The Inkatha movement was a tribalist group. Basically the ANC was a Pan-Africanist, a nationalist group, a group that believed in the black nationhood and the black people all together. Inkatha was a group based on Zulu nationalism, Zulu tribalism. So when people say something like tribalism and Pan-Africanism, no, the antithesis of each other. A Pan-African sees himself as black, African, black. We could be different, right? We can have different, but we're still black first. A tribalist doesn't see himself as part of the black race. He sees his tribe is no different than being Japanese, or I'm a Yoruba, but, I see myself as a Yoruba. I don't see myself as black. I just see myself as a Yoruba. So if a white man comes there, he's just another human being. That basically what that does is the reason why they think like that, because they're not educated. Okay. The Europeans understood, they were on code on one thing. When it came to black people, even during the slave trade, right, they made sure they never sold Africans certain weapons. That was a policy among the Dutch, the Portuguese, all the people who dealt with Africa, right? They made sure Africans, whatever weapons they gave Africans, right, to hunt each other, right, it was weapons that basically could be neutralized by the weapons they had. Okay, so it was on code with that. And also Europeans basically would make sure that if there was any conflict between them and other people who tried to control the slave trade, it would never get to the point where Africans got the upper hand. That's Pan-Europeanism. That's Pan-Euroism. Okay, the black man has never done that. You know, we basically let the Europeans come and divide us based on tribal affiliation and tribal this. You know, and so therefore we lost in that regard, and it's still like that to this day. You know, still like that today, where people see themselves as part of their tribal group or their region or their section, but they don't see the importance of building an African continent. You know, everybody, and now Europe, Africa is identified with these man-made borders that the Europeans created. You know, Europeans created these borders to facilitate the division. For example, in Eastern Europe, right, uh, Poland and Czech and all these countries were fake countries, right? The reason why they created these countries, they propped up these countries, right, was to stop German advance into Eastern Europe, right? Germany wanted to build a rail line from Baghdad to Berlin, right? And how do you stop that? And if German did that, right, that means Germany could bring troops and stuff like this to to Western Asia, and it would control the Middle East. Okay, Kaiser Wilhelm said, "If you build that railway, we will go to war." Now, in history, we always seem like the Germans were the aggressors. You know, Germans were the aggressors. You know, and people don't realize what the French and everybody else was doing. They was basically provocating Germany by basically trying to stop expanding eastward. Germany was trying to expand east. It was not trying to expand westward. It was only after with France in World War II, when France and England attacked Germany first, that Germany went to war against these states and invaded the Netherlands, invaded Belgium, bombed, invaded France, and bombed London and all this stuff like this. You know, and the why? Because if you take out these countries, then they could put the ultimate goal was to push east, which was going to build conflict with Russia. So the West basically saw Russia as an enemy, but they saw Germany as a bigger enemy. That's why the war powers was Russia, the United States, England, France, and all these other countries, right, came together against Germany. And you ask yourself the question: I thought Russia was this big Soviet enemy and everything like that. But the whole thing is the West used Russia, right, to stop the German advance in the East. You know, because if Germany advances to the East and joins with Japan, right, they would have never won the World War II. You know, World War II would never ended. You know, so therefore, these are the stuff we're talking about as far as like geopolitically. Navigate Freeze says on code is tribalism. Man, this is what I'm talking about. I think Navigate Freeze is not educated. He's an idiot. You know, on code is tribalism. You know, how's tribalism on code? If you're weak and you, I think, let me ask you a question and Navigate. You know, and I don't want you on here tonight because I don't feel like hearing your mouth. You know, how's tribalism doing for infrastructure? You know, how's tribalism doing against the Lebanese who dominate the commerce in West Africa? How's tribalism doing when the Indians are operating throughout the continent, but yet Nigeria and Ghana can't get together and build anything together? How's tribalism working out for you? You know, tribalism is the antithesis of nationhood. Nationhood is the evolution of man, you know, the highest ideal. And throughout the 20th century, people were trying to become better nations. They basically do hard work, do educating people, giving people skills, giving them a common purpose. That's a nation. In the Philippines, they got thousands of different ethnic groups and tribes and everything, but they came together and became Filipinos. You know, you get rid of tribalism to become a nation. Those who talk about tribalism, they don't know what to talk about. They're simple, you know, they're ignorant, you know. You know, so the bottom line is this: the people who talk all this nonsense, everything. I think some people just come on here just to troll. They don't know what they're talking about. They're poorly educated. You know, they don't know anything about tribalism is acting on code. How's tribalism done for us? You know, nothing.
Who said tribalism is on code?
Navigate,
I'm trying to
navigate.
find the exact comment.
He said that. You know, he said tribalism is on code is tribalism. Navigate.
Yeah.
You know, our code is tribalism. You know, all the stuff you see, tribalism is the reason why we had the tribalism.
Uncode is tribalism. Yeah, I've seen it. And looking back at it, yeah, some comments you ignore. That's why I haven't posted a bunch of comments. If anybody want a comment posted, send a nice super chat. We'll post your comment. But right now, beyond that, we don't have time to mess with a bunch of comments. We're trying to go through a bunch of things, but definitely looking forward to the people who want to get something important post. So put it in a super chat if it's important, and we'll post it. We'll discuss it, and we'll keep it moving.
Yeah.
So brother, appreciate it. We have both explained basically, and I wish we had someone here that would come on and defend tribalism and individualism and literally tell it to our face that it's better for us to be that way. You know,
I don't even think understand what they're talking about. You know,
because where's it gonna get you? You mentioned a great point. Okay, how does that build? Does that build infrastructure? Does that build anything as far as just on a power level?
No.
No, you're limited. Can you get somewhere? You can get somewhere individual. It's like in America. We're talking about the wealth and rich people and successful people, but it's a certain percentage. It's not like you just live in a whole country and everybody just got it going on.
Right. A tribalist basically is the person, if his tribe making a benefit, like when Nigeria got its independence, right? And the Yorubas got elected, they started appointing a lawyer. It caused war, you know? People like, well, you're hiring somebody just because they're your ethnic group, you know, and it causes conflict. You know, the smaller tribes in Nigeria don't have any representation, you know? All the
that's ultimately the disadvantage, because now you have bigger tribe, smaller tribe, and then can you really just get the best of the people to really build a nation? So I'm not.
You know what they say? You know what they said? Those people.
I'm not saying it's easy, because you and I didn't grow up. You didn't grow up in a tribe. You grew up as an American, right? And I grew up as someone from Jamaica, or and I don't know anyone in the country that consider themselves different tribes and things, and neither neither do you. But somehow you're telling people that, which and maybe we're seeing things different. That's why I want someone to educate us, if they dare to educate us. But it's like, our point is always going to be, you're limited by pushing towards nationhood and just giving up individualism, literally putting yourself in a power situation to where you can compete with the likes of the people that eventually and will dominate the African continent if we don't break from tribalism, individualism. That's why we're pushing Pan-Africanism, but it seemed to be this kind of hatred for Pan-Africanism, like, oh, Pan-Africanism let me down. I went to Africa and I was trying to do business with people in Africa and it didn't work. And sometimes you just want to tell people, it's like, that was it. I mean, you think this is just going to be something easy to get done?
No.
I've been traveling to Africa for the last 18 years, and I've had 16 great years of business, but everything is carefully planned out, and it's a different move. It's not an aggressive move. It's not like I'm trying to come in like, hey, I want to come in, I want to build this, I want to do this. And people start looking at you like, first of all, who is you, where you come from? And you just think that we just, you come in, you just some big giant coming and talking to us. So I feel, honestly, a lot of times that people try to do business in Africa, it's carried with the wrong approach, and it's carried with over aggression, unnecessary. This I am coming from this great nation, and you are the little guy. And
and they rub people the wrong way.
Yeah, so we do have to be diplomatic, and even if you do feel that way, that's just not gonna get the job done. We do have to be diplomatic and be more respectful, and we're telling everybody to step their game up, because what happens now is that deals that could be made, they're not made anymore, because now people have emotional feeling about, oh, you talking bad about my tribe and my country, and you think you all, and it becomes to be something petty like that, while other nations of people are acquiring more land and they're setting a military base. They're China's acquiring all these different ports all over the different world, and they're setting up different infrastructure so they can get in the game of doing business with people. We have to understand this goes bigger than our individual mindset, and that's what you've been talking about, and that's what we've been talking about, over the last hour. So this one, as we carry on, this one, see if anyone can actually tell us something that that it actually makes sense, that we can actually get somewhere by being
We have
tribalistic.
we have to basically agree on what we're talking about. People go, oh, tribe. People think when they say tribe, they basically think they're clicking up, right? We're gonna click up like a tribe. That's not reality. Reality. That's not gonna build a country. That's not gonna build infrastructure. That's not gonna have public trust. You have to be, like I said. We in our culture, right? We do not like the educated. We don't like the educated. We don't like being told what to do. Black people, particularly in America, are hard headed. They're stubborn. They think they know everything, and everything's based on emotion. Emotion. And when you go to Africa, it's like based on emotion. Oh, I'm an African now and everything like that. I'm part of the tribe. No, you're not. No, you're not. When you basically go to a country, you got to expect their customs and their laws and everything like that. And say, look, okay, we have to explain to them what we mean by Pan-Africanism, okay? Because we say, look, you guys, do you also ask the question, do you guys really want to build a nation? And a lot of times, like I said, people have countries, but they don't have nations. I explained earlier what a nation is. A nation exists, right? A nation exists for the people, right? I see too many incidents, right? When I'm looking at comments on countries, I thought it was just Nigeria, right? But I go to Ghana's social media sites, right? Oh, they're nothing but thieves. This country, that. I mean, almost negativity about the people. They're idiots, they're thieves. They're robbing us blind. I look at the people where they're coming from. They're all people living outside the country and people living inside the country who are calling their countries useless. And that hurts me. And people like they can't do this, they can't do basic this and everything. They don't care. The president, Otto, flies. He has a jet. He said, while the country is talking about budget for it all, this guy's going or traveling around on these expensive jets and trips and everything. Not considered. I'm saying, wow, And so, therefore, in a lot of countries, like, let me give you an example. Equatorial Guinea. Do you know the story about Equatorial Guinea, brother?
What story specifically?
Okay, the president is nothing but a criminal, and he was installed there by the oil companies. The oil companies basically had a coup, right, and they put him into power, right, and he's been in power since. His son jet sets around the world. He must have no less than 50 Lamborghinis around the world, and all stuff like that. The people are living in absolute squalor and whatnot, while they take all the money and they use the treasury of the country, the oil money, as their personal bank account. Can you call Equatorial Guinea a real nation? Some Negroes will. And I got Negroes who tell, oh, why are you worried about this like that? So that's what I'm saying. We got people who invade our Pan-African spaces, right, with their nonsense, their foolishness and everything. The president of Equatorial Guinea, right, his son, right, in Malibu or whatever, I think Orange County, California, seized some of his properties and everything, And they're trying to, it's a shame, right, that governments like Sweden and everything like that are cracking down on African despots who rob their countries, It's a shame that the U.S. government has to sanction 3 Liberian government officials. You call that nationhood? Where people in Liberia have to protest their own government inside at the U.S. embassy for results to get stuff done. They got to threaten their own government with the United States and everything because they something's not done. Instead, the government explains that we don't have the money to do this, whatever. This is what I'm talking about. The first thing they do is get on the air and start complaining to the embassy. And the United States is like, okay, basically, we're running Liberia. And the people there, just had a protest last week, or hundreds of people showed up at the U.S. embassy protesting the George Weah government, protesting something, And I'm saying to myself, this happens throughout Africa. The people have no confidence in the people that elected them, or they elect or lead them. And they elect people and they do the opposite. Why? Because you don't have real nations. Real nations, when you elect people and everything, they're going to provide the basics for the people. They're not going to be beholden to a foreign power. Foreign power. Anytime you got to go to a foreign power to repress, to aggrieve your country, if you don't have a real nation, you have you're not a citizen. You're a subject. You're just basically a citizen in name only. And I don't think Black people, our race, right, we really educated and prepared our people globally for the reality of nationhood or whatever it is. We never did. We never prepared the Black race internationally for nationhood. It just doesn't exist. Because if we have nationhood, that means basically from the top to the bottom, right? The country will say, okay, you know something, we're gonna make sacrifices. Sacrifices. Why? Because we understand that this road's not going to always get built. We may not have a 4-lane highway. We may have a 2-lane highway. You know, we're going to go without whatever like that to make sure that what we want is our own sovereignty. We don't want other people looking down on us. We don't want other people thinking that they got the upper hand on us, right? That's worth anything more than any people. People tell you, man, when you have a country and you have people inside your country that you don't like you like African countries. Man, I'm sick and tired of the Lebanese, and you can't do nothing about them. Why? Because the Lebanese is giving money to your government. You know, the Indians are giving money to your government. The Indian just donated all this stuff to your government, right? Your government's in the pocket of all these foreign interests, right? You don't have a country. You're not a nation. You know, and not only that, and it's not even that. It's the fact that you don't even have the right to even protest that. Why? Because if you do, they'll shoot you down the street. That's not a nation. A nation exists for the protection of the people. We the people. You know, it's best. India was poor for generations. China was poor for generations. You know what China did right after World War when the West fell? It told all these white people in Shanghai, "Get the fuck out." Mao Zedong said, "All y'all, get the fuck. You're not Chinese. You got 24 hours to get the fuck out of here." They cleared Shanghai out of all these white people. Just got the hell out of there. Do you know to this day there's white people in Europe trying to sue China for the property they had in Shanghai and stuff like that? You know, the Chinese said everybody out. We don't care about your properties, anything. We taking everything. Y'all get the hell out. That's in Indonesia after World War II. You know, when World War II, they grabbed the Dutch. The Dutch, all y'all get the fuck out. You know, South Africa. Can we call South Africa a black nation? No. You got the whites in South Africa owning 80% of the land, 80% of the wealth. You know, you got Indians over there who don't even bother speaking any of the local language and everything, own businesses. They're connected with the Indians in Tanzania and Kenya. You know, can we call these countries real nations? When you look at Tanzania and all these countries, it's mostly Arabs and Indians, everything that control all the modern major businesses. All you tell me we can't run friggin' what's it called game reserves and national parks and all that. The tourist business in Tanzania, Indians. You know, can you call yourself a nation when basically somebody other than you run everything or control or got the final say so, or you got to go to somebody else approval to build anything? Can you go build a nation where you want to build a factory, but yet you sign some agreement with the climate change people talk about, you know, we can't build that and everything, you know, so therefore, therefore, that's what I'm talking about by nationhood. Nationhood means we're a nation. The land is ours. The wealth of the land is ours. We benefit from everything. Now, if you want to be an investor or partner in this, that's fine. But we're going to benefit mostly from whichever you're doing. And if we can't find nobody to partner with you and benefit, then it's not going to be done. We just won't build it. That's what you have to do. A nation basically says, okay, like the Chinese tell the Africans all the time, consume what you produce what you consume. A nation basically don't build factories, right? Because somebody wants to save some money in England, right? Build your factory, your country. You have no use for what you're doing, right? And they're taking the stuff offshore, selling it all part of their global net supply chain and everything. And anytime they could pull it and say, hey, you know something, we're gonna move it someplace else. That's not a nation. A nation builds factories, puts its priority in building factory and training its workers to build goods and services that it needs. That's what a nation is. Now, people say, Kala, we're living in a global world and globalism and everything. Okay, I get that, you know, but I would like to be in a globalist world from a position of strength. You know, people thrust this globalist nonsense on the black race, and a lot of black people. I realize a lot of black brothers and sisters of the continent have bought into the idea of globalism. Globalism means that okay, well, let's not build nation states anymore. A lot of Africans have given up on the idea of nation states. They like that visa H-1 visas. They like those student visas. You know, They like this travel abroad for greener pastures and everything. You know, no one cares about building a nation for themselves, you know. And be honest with you, a lot of situations in their home countries are hopeless. You know, there's a lot of people. I remember listening to this one guy from Eritrea. He was like, "Man, it's just hopeless." You know, it's just hopeless. That's why we're leaving. You know, and people, I couldn't understand why there's so many Eritrean Ethiopians going across the desert, going into Israel. You know, and they're like calling themselves Jews and they're black Jews, whatever. You know, going across, going to Israel. Why? It said it's hopeless. It's hopeless here. You know, there's nothing here. You know, we have nothing. We have no build. We have no industries. And the bottom line, like I told you, it's dangerous having young men with nothing to do. If you have young men sitting around idling and everything, you know, young men that could be building their country. Look at all these brothers that are drowning in the Mediterranean right now trying to get to Italy. You know, every time you look around, there's Italian Coast Guard and everything like that are rescuing people at sea trying to get across the Mediterranean and raft to Europe. You know, can we really say we have real nations? No. Real nations will provide for their people. They'll make sure that people are in harm's way. You know, you know, uh, uh, in Dubai, there's like 300 Africans were told you have to leave. They said, you show yourself in the morning. We'll discuss your thing. And when they got there, they said, no, you guys are all leaving tomorrow. You know, no matter what they did, Dubai just said, you know something? That's because the Nigerian government is not strong. It's not respected. They know the Nigerian government does not care about its people around the world because Nigeria is a country and nation in name only. That's the reality. I know people don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. If you have a nation, then your country will basically come to your aid. It was I remember during the Ukraine situation, those certain countries like we can't afford to evacuate our citizens from Ukraine. You know, we just don't have the means. You're just on your own. Wow, how do you if you have people living in a country, you have to make allowance for that. Those people don't get. We have all set up that we can evacuate our people. That's what other people do. When that was going on in Ukraine, you saw people, all these other countries of Asia and everything landing in there, evacuating their citizens orderly and everything. Who was stuck in Ukraine? The Africans. You know, that's because not only is there no nations, there's no Pan-African front that basically that could confront this situation. Say, hey, look, we as black people, instead of being on code with our brothers that were stuck in Ukraine, we had these ADOS FBA people mocking them. Oh man, look at y'all thought y'all was this or that. I mean, look, we go back and forth with Nigerian brothers, but when it comes down to it, right? And that's what this is all about. When it comes down to it, you know, then we see what you're made of, right? In that situation, right, all black people around the world should have got on code. You know, make sure our people over there are safe. But instead, we're on TikTok and everything, mocking those Africans who are getting humiliated and beaten in Ukraine and everything like that. That's not Pan-Africanism. And that's what Pan-Africanism is all. Let me say, we'll put it like this. That's what Pan-Africanism is all about. We know we got beef. We know that you guys piss us off online and we go back and forth and everything. But in your time of need, right? You know, you're black, you're part of the black African family. We used to be like that. And that's why I talked to my brother Bomani. I said, we're going to bring that back. Yeah, we're always going to have our squabble and I'm going to joke dudes like Amara and Mike and everything because they're clowns and everything. But when it comes down to it, that's the thing about the African American man. You know, when it comes down to it, right? You know, I'm on record like, yo, look, what's going on with our people over in Ukraine? You know, they became our people, you know, when they're in that situation. That's what Pan-Africanism is all about.
Yeah, people have jokes, man. Like, this is what Pan-African is. People just use these terminologies. I don't see a whole lot of interest in comments. Most of them is just from haters and trolls.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know how Pan-Africanism helped ADOS and FBA Mississippi.
Well, let me say this, right? Black people in America, right? Look, if you go down to ADOS, I hate that ADOS. I say African Americans, right? You got all kinds of African American associations, right? Mr. Rosenthal's from Vicksburg, Mississippi. You know, there's black banks down there. You know, there's black homeowners over there. Do you know how much black people own? How much land black people own in the Mississippi Delta region? Some of the biggest landowners. I know you meet people from Mississippi Delta. That, oh, Mississippi must be poor. No, man, we got land like crazy. Black people got a lot of land down there. And a lot of times black people own lands that white people build their trailer parks on. So this idea that black people always help us and everything, why don't you talk about the black people who are successful in America, who are working together, building business networks and everything? Isn't that Pan-Africanism? Black people working together. Black people building their own buy black apps. That's Pan-Africanism, black unity. Pan rooted in black unity. You know, we basically support each other all the time. That's Pan-Africanism, you know, it's black unity, you know. For the most part, Marcus Garvey, he was born in Jamaica. Did we care? No, he became the #1 leader in black history. That's Pan-Africanism, you know. It doesn't always have to be kumbaya, love and stuff. That we need to be on code for ourselves. Yeah. Look, let me take leave Nakamiji's comment up there, right? Yeah, we Black America, we are on code with each other. But I asked the question, right? When we asked black people to be on code in America, right? Where are Black America in this outrage over these rappers that are getting killed? There is none. Where's black people on code when you look at the images that Hollywood puts out, the racist images, stereotypes that Hollywood put out there for us? Nowhere to be found. Where are black people on code when we come down to supporting black businesses? Black businesses don't get no support. A black business can't get a crumb from Negroes, right? But yeah, we got to be on code. When I start seeing black people supporting black businesses, supporting each other, supporting black schools, and we got black people, I post on Facebook all the time. Every time this black kid that's aerospace engineer, everything, I put that up there, no comments, no likes, no nothing. Black people do something great and spectacular, nobody says anything. Black people try to build something, everything. You got a lot of black people in the community. The alphas, the kappas, they're in the community every day building. They got churches in the black community that go into people's homes, helping people that can't afford HVAC and everything. We got HVAC. I see it all the time, but that doesn't get praised and everything. We're pretty much on code. The black people that are on code are on social media because I work with them every day. I work in the community, you know. So this idea, we got to get on code. We are on code with things. And I'm saying like this, the Nigerians, right? They're on code with each other for the most part. I wish they were more nationalistic. But I'm saying on a higher level, when it really comes down to it, right? I'm going to side with the Nigerian before I side with somebody, a white person from the UK or France, everything. Nigeria, I remember back in the 90s, right? Nigeria was under a serious assault by Bill Clinton administration and everything. And I thought they was going to invade Nigeria. Really, I really thought the Clinton administration was going to invade Nigeria. Every day, Nigeria was in the American media, all this corrupt black country and everything, you know. And after the execution of Ken Saro-Wiwa of the Ogoni revolutionaries in the Ogoni State Delta. And I remember Minister Farrakhan got on Mike Wallace at that time. So I said, look, how dare you talk about Nigeria? Now, Nigeria may have been corrupt at the time. But Minister Farrakhan got there and said, yo, look, that's our people. You know, those are our people. We're going to like that. That's just the way we are. That's how Black America is. You know, that's just who we are as a culture. That doesn't see that saying that we're going to stop. Most of the people I care about are African Americans, you know.
So that's the next comment right there.
You know, I want to support people. Of course, I had nothing in common. Or I don't know. How we ignoring our own people, you know? I have a business. I train people to be insurance agents, you know, and I pay for their education. How like that? Everybody's doing that. So in other words, basically, we're saying that we should only be concerned with what's going on in America. How's that working out for you? If you're really concerned with what's going on in America, then why is it that Black people have not formed a political party? Why are we doing all those things that basically other people are doing? Why is it that we look at our community when we elect the same people year after year? John Conyers was in Congress when my parents were dating in high school, and he died in office 60-something years. Charlie Rangel, same thing. John Lewis died in office, you know, and their districts look like shit.
So does Navigate Freely have a point in reference to that comment?
What do you say? He's saying Black people in the U.S. has zero control over education, law, sex. Not really, not necessarily. We got Black institutions. We got Black, and also now that you got libraries. I used to go to the library all the time.
Remember, this was
Black
the
people
original
got
comment.
internet, they got everything like that. We're not stupid like Navigate Freely says. We got people, we got no control over it. Black people, a lot of black people don't go to church. Some people it's Muslims, some people 7-day Adventists, some of every kind of religion Black America represents. What do you mean we don't have control over religion? When people say stupid stuff like that, oh, we have no control over religion and whatnot. Nobody forced you. Anybody put a gun to your head? Anybody said say go to church? No. People go to church. They don't go to church. So the old black people are just so stupid and ignorant and whatnot. We have no control over nothing. Black people have control over their families. You go to any man's house or whatnot and say, you know something, you ain't got no control. I'm gonna tell you how to rearrange out. He's gonna tell you, get the fuck out of my house. My house is my castle. I listen to what I want to. I whatever car. So his idea that black people have no control over that, stuff like that. Black people, you make your own money and everything like that. You got money in the bank and everything. You spend it the way you want to spend it. How to tell black people have no control? It could have fooled me. You look who basically is who's buying everything, and wearing everything that's the latest fashion and everything. Black people set the trends and everything.
Perfect. Great point on that. And now Nizi is saying, I guess I'm going back to his comment from here. He's basically saying that you didn't address all of it. So I want to know if it's this one or it was.
He says you want to support people across you have nothing in common. We're all Black Africans. We're all catching hell across the world. Let's Nizi doesn't believe that that black people around the world are catching hell because we're black, unless he don't believe that thing. And I strongly disagree with that. So,
and this is the other comment that he had. So
we need to be on code with ourselves, and I don't see black people on code with each other. We need to be on code with ourselves. I'm on code. People believe like I am on code. I got friends and everything like that I'm on code with. But every time you look around, we say on code, right? But you go to any one of these black YouTube channels, these niggas are always fighting with each other. They're always beefing with each other. How you gonna be on code? How you cannot talk about be on code, right? When black people can't even simply socialize with each other. When black people start socializing with each other, right? But we ain't trying to kill each other. We ain't trying to murder. Look at his brother just got killed in California yesterday, right? Every time you look around, somebody's getting shot and killed for no reason. We gotta be on code with each other. But they don't say nothing about the dudes that are tearing the community up, shooting the community up, robbing, killing, and murdering, everything like that. No, say nothing about those people. But yet when somebody says, okay, we're doing what we're doing right here in America and we're connecting overseas, oh, you gotta stop, you gotta be on code. Please kill me with that shit,
Kala, this person love you, man. Kala, you're so loved, man. People got there's a whole lot of hate in comments. So people ask me, like, why don't I just remove these people and things like that?
Let them talk, man.
The thing for me, I operate different. I don't, I just feel like the haters and the trolls are necessary evil. And sometimes they're the only ones that make comments. So hey, at least you have something to discuss.
Need water. Okay, I don't know the situation about Mississippi, right? But just like Flint, Michigan, right? Flint, Michigan was controlled by black folks for generations. And when people tell you that, okay, you need like we said, smart city. Do you know part of smart city technology, right? Is like they saying, okay, man, you got to dig up a pipe water main, right? And smart city technology will say, okay, this water main got to be replaced, right, on a timely basis, right? While you're under there, they're like, okay, those wires right there got 7 more years. Either you're going to put this back together and come back 7 years, or you can replace them now. That's what smart city technology right now. The problem is we got dumb people running governments and everything in Black America, right? They run the city to the ground. They're not putting the money in infrastructure, maintenance, and everything. Let me tell you what the 5 core elements of logistics and infrastructure is, right? It's called EPCOM, right? EPCOM. E, engineering. P, procurements. That's all the procurements, supply chain, all the stuff you need. C, construction. O, operations. And the last part, and the most important part, M, maintenance. That means that basically there's a timetable and maintenance schedule that you got to maintain, right? If the stuff is like that and things because you weren't following EPCOM protocols, you weren't following proper maintenance and stuff like that over the years. You had a black government in all those years and everything, and you guys weren't doing the proper stuff to maintain the water system, right? And so therefore, what I'm talking about is this. That's because you had a black community, but you did not care. You were not thinking about the people. You were just thinking about getting elected. It's more important for you to get elected to show white people, oh, look all nice and everything, instead of basically saying, you know something, I'm elected, but my duty is to the people. My duty is to pass. When I retire as a superintendent, whatever I'm doing, I'm passing something on to the next guy. Say, this is what you're gonna have to do in the next couple of years. You know, but in a lot of these cities, our people are fighting with each other. It's nepotism, all this kind of nonsense. And then when it all falls down, you want to blame the white man and say, oh man, like that. You know, we had a city, Jackson, Mississippi. Black people run that stuff, right? But we didn't do the proper maintenance on it. We didn't basically say if it was taxes, right? Then you basically make the tax base so that you could bring the right sort of investors in, so people could basically like this, you know. Is it no trolling here? Legit questions. Yeah. I don't know about legit, but you know, there were questions. You know, but the bottom line is this, you know. And I asked a question, right? If we say on code, let's be honest about something, Bomani. Do the majority of black people who got power in America, who ran Gary, Indiana in the ground, Detroit in the ground, do they think they care about what we fucking think? You know, no.
No, not at all. And just like if you disagree with Kala, you are a hater or a troll.
No, I'm not saying, no, but yeah, that's most of the time though.
But what I was saying also with people is that because someone was mentioning a comment, why don't I just get rid of some of these people? And I was telling them that the haters and the trolls are necessary. It's a balance. It's kind of like, Kala, you and I like dynamic duos. I mean, we're like superheroes.
Yeah, they come. They come. They come. They come with their nonsense and everything.
In order for it to be,
but they never answered my point, right? And to answer a point, I said like this, right? I said at the top of the show, I explained what is nation building, right? Nation building ultimately is people coming together for a responsibility, right? You know, is EPCOM Liberia? No. I'll be honest with you, no. You know, I said there's no EPCOM in Nigeria. There's no EPCOM in friggin' thing. This is what we're talking about. If I don't say it, nobody else will. The only country that got a good EPCOM pretty much is probably Rwanda and Botswana. The infrastructure is really good, you know, and Mauritius. South Africa too, you know. But yes, these things are needed. And we're going to talk about EPCOM and stuff like this. EPCOM, you practice EPCOM, you can maintain a nation state. You can build infrastructure. You know, you can live anywhere. You could build a city and state in Antarctica, you know, if you do all those things, you know, maintenance, engineering, procurement, and stuff like this. Those things are held together by what? Laws, right? Why is it that somebody won't renege on the procurement? Let's say you got the procurement arm, right? You might have somebody say, you know something, right? We need these supplied right here. We can't make them right here, but you got a supply chain lined up from Pakistan. It's going to supply you with fiber optics, you know. Now the person who makes that decision, right? If he's a nationalist, right? He's going to look for the best deal for his what? Nation, because he has a sense of nationhood, right? If the person is a bumbling buffoon and a crook, right? He's going to take a payoff, get a cheaper supply and everything, and pocket the rest. That happens a lot. Why? Because there's no sense of nationhood. You would never see the Japanese do that, right? The Japanese like this. The Japanese are always like this. They have a saying. Instead of fighting over the rice bowl, let's increase the size of the bowl. In other words, basically, look, study Japan. They had to build railways, everything like that. They had a set of bureaucrats, right? That said, we got to build all these things, right, for the people, right? And when people see that we're improving the lives, we're building railways, we're laying telegraph lines, everything like that, they see this progress, right? They're going to support this. You know, it was all for the people. You know, when people start seeing that their ports are being built and everything like that, they don't know what's going on, but they see all this construction going on. They see railways. The first rail line from Tokyo to Yokohama is built like, wow, we got railways like we see from the West in our country and everything, you know, written in Japanese, train stations and everything built. They're like this. Why? Because the people were nation building. You know, it was for the people, it's for the nation, right? They weren't selling their people out. They were building things for the people. You know, if you now have a sense of nationhood, right, then your country's going to be lopsided. You know, you're going to have mismanagement and all the stuff like this. And Nigeria has more than 400 incomplete projects, massive projects. Steel mills or Jamani was like, don't laugh, man. Let's not laugh. These little brothers, man. Those are brothers over there. But he's laughing. Yo, but incomplete projects. The next administration comes in, right? They say, "Where's all the money at?" They don't fled to Zurich or somewhere, with the money, and they got abandoned the project.
Yeah, it's
sense
sad.
of nationhood. Do you
And that's what brother Nak Mizi was talking about. People have to get on code. So so we're saying this family. It's like our people are not on code in America, and they're not on code in Africa. And we're being real, and then we're saying that we're working. We just need to discuss and figure it out. So it's like this is why when I broke it down one time. I was saying if 90% of the people that we had here focused and actually did the work they're supposed to do, we're good. And if 10% actually, was about that international Pan-African life, we do what we need to do and we're good. And it's just like, it's that simple, but then people are questioning why you're doing this and how you're doing this and so on. So what I got also, my brother, also, people love our suits.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, man.
They say we look very professional. They say we look very professional and cool.
Yeah.
I was telling them we run serious business, and
Yeah.
and
I'm a serious businessman in real life. So when I come on here, I'm not just talking and stuff I see in the real world. And I know one thing, right? And I went to a meeting today, right? And I'm seeing top people, top of the game. And I know for a fact of the matter is that if I was white, I'd be way past it. There's some of these people are good, professionals and everything. But I know for a fact that when I'm seeing top people, black people doing extraordinary things in the industry I'm in, right? But you see white people right next to them. I know I'm saying to myself, that white person ain't nowhere near you, man. But y'all on an equal level, And I'm saying to myself, we had our own nation, man. You know what I'm saying? We had our own nation. That white person wouldn't even matter, man. It's like, goddamn. It's like, they're coming to us, asking us for suggestions and ideas and whatnot. And they've been doing that so a long time, man. They make it seem like, black people. There's black people that could build anything in America, man. I got, every confidence and everything. Like I said, but like I said, we're basically a global people. We're not just sitting there pigeonholed to America. If there's opportunity to build in Africa, we're going to do it. If there's opportunity to build in America, we're going to do it. But I like to see people who care about America get on board. I don't see that, I don't
Absolutely, brother.
I don't see
Absolutely.
that at all, man.
And absolutely. And let me just share a few things, and I'm going to open some things up, brother Akala.
Yeah.
And Nakmizi got a few comments we're going to post and share. But right there, Kala, that is that is the updated version of Bomani Technology website.
Yeah? I love it. I love it.
That's what we're building, and this is it's one of those website. Me, I'm about details and everything. I'll even click on the about. Let me scroll down real quick.
Go ahead.
And just showing people just a few the details that we do. This is just the incredible business operation that we're going to be transferring from America, because I can't do all of these things by myself. Transferring it to our community there in Ghana, where we're going to be training young brothers and sisters in the world of technology and business administration. And this website covers all variations of different services that we offer based on things that I can practically do, based on things that I've learned in the world of information technology over the last 17 plus years. This is BomaniITServices.com. And when we have these conversations, we try to show you the practical things that we're doing and the things that we're involved in. And this is more so my domestic operation of business, as it's been that long. Other two businesses are based, to where they just run operation international as far as this, what we do as far as Africa tours and investment.
Right.
But as far as the professionalism and this, getting things going and just being here, working and having customers, and people to deal with.
Yeah, this is our resident troll, Anthony, always said, looks scamming to me. Tell him that you got years of doing this and whatnot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna go to it. I'm gonna get to the comments. I love my haters. I thank you, all my haters and all my trolls. I mean, you guys have taken me to another level over the years. And I mean, from just being, from coming out of the Navy and being an aircraft technician to this, being on this international stage and showing you guys all the different countries that we go to. And I understand that you wish you were me out there in different countries, but it's more than just being out there in different countries. You're out there working. It's really building an international diplomatic connection to expand what we built here in the Americas, or especially here in Black America. So as a Jamaican national, I'm here connecting with our people here in America and saying, hey, let's expand this operation in America and let's build connection with our brothers and sisters. And as I spend my early years, from working in this, taking my time off and putting my money together, and then going out and getting equipment and then making a move and putting these things online. Well, before online, let's putting them out there, from VHS to DVDs and so on. But this IT website represents 17 years of this, me doing technical services. And these are things that
VHS, man, you go way back, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about early 2000, that far back. But this is the original business I started in 2005, and this business helped me build, a wonderful future to where I was able to connect into the Africa tours and also connect into the community development, because this business is a technical business, and when you learn all of these things, you can run business enterprise at the highest level. And a quickness about us, as I show myself here, that is me right there. I think, yes, it's similar to what I have on, except for I think the tie and the jacket. But what I show is all my background and all the things that I've learned in the world of aviation and information technology. And then also I have my my last two updated resume as far as IT technician and aircraft technician. I have one for business administration, which I have to sit down there and update before I put that up there. But this is just my personal business and also my business expansion of what we're doing in Africa, and just showcasing the different services that we offer, and letting people know that we are business professional based on us developing a unique skill, and here in America doing most of this work doing business. So I tell people, I'm like a multi-genius. Operate and run business here in America, and then also operate and run business there in Africa. And if I can duplicate myself, I'll be in 7 countries. But since I can't, I'm operating out here in Georgia, which is one of the best states in the United States of America to live in. And as a matter of fact, most of the states in the South are heavily Black populated.
Yeah. Between Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, man, those 4 states, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, Black people got it going on, man.
Absolutely.
Take us out.
No, I got the comments. I'm gonna get to it. Absolutely, those states. I just want to make my point. I don't want to be distracted by the trolls and the haters on there. And family, if you want your comments, I'll post on Red. Just post a super chat. And for those who have posted it before, once I finish this conversation, we'll post it and then we'll discuss your super chat and things like that. But yeah, Kala, the main thing I wanted to show with people that is that we're always talking about getting involved in a career. I remember when I was 18, when as a matter of fact I was 17, because I was trying to join the military when I was 17, but your parents have to sign for it, and it's one of those things where, are you sure you know what you're doing, young man? And I was like so determined, because I'm one of the people. I'm always telling people, like, it's like America was like built for the hustle. It's like basically saying that our people, our ancestors, fought and died to create opportunities for us, to where opportunities that didn't exist before, and this is how we came up with the world most creative people in the world that ever existed. The Black people that were stolen and brought from different parts of Africa with their great skill and brought it into these Americas and survived, the hardship and things. I'm not talking about the other part that these other people claim. I'm talking about me and you, who are descendants of the greatest people that was stolen, and stolen because they were needed to build a nation, in unfortunate ways. But we as a people, out of that struggle, have been very creative. You think about countries like Trinidad, Jamaica, Guyana, Brazil, Cuba, Dominican Republic, and then you think about America, and you think about all the Black people in all these countries that I just named. And wherever you go from the top of North America all the way to the bottom of South America, the African influence is the most impactful influence in all these countries. Yes, some people are mixed with like people from Spain and other parts, but I'm talking about like the Black African experience, which is still predominantly, us.
Yeah, Black people, real Black.
And to the point where we run countries and things like that. And here we are as a people, here we are as a people looking to connect to our ancestral roots and land. And you think that we have more people that cheer us on and say, yes, do it, because that will make us
No.
stronger
We
as a
got people
people.
out there calling me a colonizer and all
And
stuff like this. Adolescent stuff. People, stuff that I would hear from somebody in their 20s and whatnot. You got guys in their 50s telling, all this freaking nonsense and everything. It's like, yo, people got to grow the fuck up. I mean, that's why I said the internet, man. That's why you think I don't take the internet seriously? I don't take YouTube because you got a bunch of bozos up here. They don't got anything to add. All they do is just joking and clowning and roasting and whatnot. I mean, I want to hear some serious conversation, man.
all right, cool, perfect. I'm gonna close out these conversations, then we're gonna get into the serious ones. All right, let me make sure I give my good brother not Measy. Appreciate your love, family, and for those who want your comments posted and discussed, this post a super chat and show some love. It's all going to our community and the places that we donate and do business with. So if they're not on code in Africa, they should. Why should you go there instead of at home? Okay, perfect. Not easy. I appreciate the comment. So what we're saying is it's a 90%, 90%. We recommended that 90% of us stay focused and build what we need to build in America, and then the other 10%, what we're saying, we need them for diplomatic mission. Basically, people like myself, you sacrifice yourself, you sacrifice and give things up that I wouldn't, recommend other people give up unless you're really willing to commit and dedicate your life to a movement. You know what I mean? One of the people made a commitment when I was younger, in my 20s, mid 20s, that I wanted to just be a person that would learn and eventually lead our brothers and sisters so we can expand what we have here, which we're limited on. Do we have land in America? Absolutely. Can we do what we need to do on the land in America? Absolutely not. Can we do so in Africa? Yes. But is it going to be challenges getting to Africa and getting that land and making it work? Absolutely. So you have to kind of pick your poison. So I break it down. I'm trying to get people to understand that the ones that are so pro America, I'm pro America too. I'm here doing business in America. I have a business I run every day here, and I have people that do deal with things here. And while I'm doing that, I'm also breaking into my multi-genius mode and then running international operation. I have a community there in Ghana, and I have people that I have to manage from here, and the same thing with the tours that we have in different countries. So I got skills like that. I mean, I studied when I was a teenager, and I've learned from technical operation to administrative operations to naval operations. So I'm well equipped and I'm ready for this. But so I wouldn't expect other people to try this at home. This is something you leave for the pros. This is not time for amateur hour, because the thing of it is, it hurts me when I see hardworking Black people from America go to Africa and lose a lot of money trying to get involved in things that they shouldn't really get involved with unless they have attorneys and consultants, unless they have the background and the connection. And that's why we do these tours. So I'm also not easy that me and him, a lot of times we agree on more than we disagree on things. And I like his points because I always like to make my other point on that. Some of us have no business, brother. Absolutely. They should stay focused on what they need to focus on here. But I give them credit and respect for trying, because we always saying that the 10% that we're looking for is not really 10%. We have less than 1% of us that's doing anything in Africa. So the numbers are off a lot. So I do appreciate those people, but I also want to let them know that we want to literally just reach out to your family and say, hey, let's, this is the professional leagues. You know what I'm saying? If you want to stay in the minor league, stay where you are, your local community in your town, and build from there on. I was privileged to just be at the international, to where I just learned about the international world. I'm talking about Japan and Korea and Singapore, Malaysia, Australia. It's countries that I've been to when I was like 20 years old, and it just changed my life, to where I appreciate this so much in the world, to where you just want to expand. It's like I want to have it's just sometimes you feel like you wish you could just have the advantage heads up, to where you can start hit the ground and running. But unfortunately, unless one of us or some of us pave the way, the rest of us won't have that opportunity. Like I told my son, I was like, you good, son, you're good. You don't ever have to work for anybody else. I was like, I rebuilt our website, which is your website. You just got to put time into it, and that's your technology website. And and I could show you how we get money, because that's what I used to. That's how I used to make a living when when he was younger. And the child care bills ain't no joke, brother. So I was out there doing all kind of IT website things that I'm limited now, because I've put so much focus on building in Africa, to where but But these are things that you're telling people that you need to learn so we can train and educate our people, get our people in the business. The same as you, as we explain to people that, you know, we're in business mode tonight. So not me easy. I appreciate that. So family.
Yeah, we're on business mode tonight. That's why I know none of you people don't wear suits and ties, so you're not getting on the camera tonight. You know, this is business. We don't want anybody messing up our freaking thing. You know, so if you're not suited up and everything like that, you know, with super tech. I got a whole closet full of suits, bro. You know?
Well, not me easy. I'm telling you, man, I love not me easy energy, man.
Does he even own a suit?
There we go. I'm getting, and once I finish with not me, I'll get into the other comments.
What about the thing? Where I heard the thing, a comment from Navigator Bomani is coherent. Kala rarely is. I don't know that. He said something about your individual business does not basically mean anything for Pan-Africanism. You know, that's hating.
Where's that comment? I want to post that comment. I like that comment. That's what I'm saying. The trolls and the haters, because every time they post the trolling and the hating, we go back there and we educate people and we put it out there and let people know that, hey, that's fine, but hey, think about this, because we're trying to get people to really process information, because there's so much garbage out there to where, like, people, I couldn't believe the amount of people are soaking up that they are Native Americans, they're Indians.
Yeah,
I was looking at that guy, you know, that guy. DC, I just call him DC. I don't like to give people shout outs and things like that. The guy DC, and he was literally just, he had like, I don't know if he paid some of the, you know, I got to give the guy credit though. His marketing is good, but it's all propaganda. It's all propaganda. It's psychological.
They make these videos, and he has these music playing in the background. And if you have an IQ about 50, you're gonna fall for that stuff. You know, it's about Turtle Island, the Tangier, and all this kind of nonsense and everything. Negroes were born here, and there's a slave trade on it. And I asked a question. I said, "Well, what were the ships that brought the Europeans here? Were they already here too?" Oh, they're none of that shit.
Well, the thing of it is, what he provides, what a guy DC provide, and you know, family, when we pronouncing these, giving these initials, you probably know what it is. But what he's doing is he's selling people like one of those, one of those pill, like take this pill, and then all your pain and suffering of being black will go away. And I told people, I was like, some of us, it's not that simple. Is it painful? Absolutely. And that's why I tell people that, we show a little bit of everything in Africa when we go. We do show the Holocaust dungeons, and we do show the history of our ancestors were taken, stolen, sold, and things like that. But also we show the future. We show how we can connect together, do business, invest. We show how we can actually put our energy together and compete with the likes of all the other people that are the neo-colonial colonizers that are coming into different parts of Africa and taking up. But show me that comment so I can.
Okay, I'm gonna look for it, man. I hope he didn't delete it. He did it again. Says I said make a good. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say make a good living's good. Let me go back to the. He probably deleted it. He was basically taking shots at your good. He basically your good living don't mean nothing for Pan-African. That's what he said.
Okay, perfect. I can explain that in a sum, because I know what that ignorant person is talking about. Now, so the thing of it is, all three businesses that I built are based on literally.
Your brother, I got it.
Go ahead.
It says making a good living is not the primary goal of Pan-Africanism.
Okay, I can explain that. You know what I mean? Because I can explain that. I'm just trying to find a comment so I can share. I'm trying to find interesting comments that's going to challenge our intellect and intelligence. Right. Most comments don't. But one or two that stand out. And so you can highlight it. Okay, I got it right here. This is navigate freely. So it depends on how you operate. People like myself, I tell people, when you look at all the money that our business collect, which is Black Star Pan-African Community, Africa for the Africans, and Bomani Technology. Someone like myself, the main focus of doing business with Black people is one thing, is to reallocate the resources back and do business with other Black people. Like example, we're in Africa. So if I'm collecting money from people who want to do tourism, I'm not taking it back to the white hotels. You have Black-owned establishment that you're operating in across 7 countries. So then the IT business that you have, you're literally working with Black organizations and Black companies. You know how much times I show up at people's office, I drop my son off. Like historically, when I used to take my son to daycare when he's in the younger years, like 1 and 2, I take him and I'm out there hustling, the spirit of a hustler, because at some point you're like, well, the schedule on the job don't work because you can't like leave your child at daycare all day long. And I mean, you're telling people that, but it's like you're out there and you're just building business and you're out there connecting and you're working and you're helping other people build business. So, and these are Black brothers and sisters. So a lot of times when people like ourselves who do business with brothers and sisters, people undermine you. But it's like, okay, we're talking about Black corporative economics. As a matter of fact, let me get my favorite book.
Amos Wilson.
All right. Make sure I get a good picture right here. As a matter of fact, let me just zoom myself up. Right here, right? This is it, family, right here. Blueprint for Black Power by Dr. Amos Wilson. So part of the blueprint for Black Power is going to be a situation where the highest and the most important aspect of that is Black customers, Black business people, Black people investing and doing business with each other. And in that situation, you're building an incredible economy. People need to ask themselves, why do you're living somewhere in the hood, the next thing you know, a Chinese restaurant pop up, next thing you know, these other people pop up, and these other people pop up. And I tell people, why do you think they do that? Because they know they can position themselves to where you are their customers. And that's all we're looked at. We're just
consumers.
Consumers, that's it. So when you're building Black-owned business, you're building business and you're doing business with other people. The only difference is the money that you're making, you're doing business with who? Other Black people. You're invested in other Black places. And that's what we're doing. So all these business that we have, that's what it does. We invest in our own and we do business with our own. So I can't speak for other people, but I'm just saying that someone like myself, before I even started a business, my dedication to the world of Pan-Africanism, African nation building, or just be doing Black-owned business, Black, whatever you call it, I practically live that life. You know what I'm saying? You're out there, you're socializing. Like I don't have any pictures of me and no white women or other women, other races or places, or no one has ever seen me moving around and doing that. It's just me and with my brothers and sisters, like living that life and being about that life. And you know what I mean? You see me at orphanage schools, you see me different places in the country. I'm enjoying myself, but at the same time too, you also create opportunities for people, and things like that. So it's one of those things where I just want to just educate our people that what's important, because these terminologies and these theories and sciences confuse you. The most important thing is for you as a Black person to find other Black people to do business with, invest in, connect with, network with, and expand operation with. You know what I'm saying? Don't be like that guy. I don't like to call these people the guy that was supposed to be for you, by you, something like that.
Fubu.
Yeah, I know it. I know it is. But
yeah,
he married.
He married.
It's like the thing of it is like, it's like, yo, if you're gonna talk that talk, family, walk that walk. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times people just be on some stuff using us as a people just to get somewhere. As soon as they get somewhere, they get successful, they get a little flash on, a little shine, and they ain't about nothing. So I'm telling people that people like myself with the small budget of money of under less than $2 million that we've made, acquired in business over like 15 years, which is a lot. So it's not a whole lot. We're basically spending a high percentage of that with Black-owned business outside the airlines, because you're limited on finding Black-owned airlines, even though you do have someone's schedule. But so imagine if someone like myself was a lot more successful and I have access to more wealth and things like that.
Billions,
like myself,
one day.
You're investing money. I would completely build that whole community, that whole town that we have. You'll be basically investing back in your own people. So I'm always telling people that, especially with now, I always tell people, that I do business. I appreciate the love. The people who do tourism business with me, the people who ask me to do different technical stuff for them, and you just say you appreciate the business. It's hard work, but at the same time too, it's like you're trying to encourage more of us to do that, because you think about how the first settlers in America got here. I don't want to get into, you and I could break down history, because you and I like, but it's important for people to understand, because we go by records, we go by directions of things. the first settlers of wicked white devils that was the settled in America, the AKA 13 colonies. You know, some of the wickedest set of people that you have ever imagined in the world. But at the same time, too, they, you know, they organized themselves and fought against their own oppressive people and built a nation using our labor, our intelligence, you know. But it's like, this is what you have. You didn't just get America like a clean America where it's just, you know, have no flaws or anything. They had to get dirty. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
and the thing of it is, well, we never hears about a lot of them who got killed and massacred and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And you know, so it's like family. We as a people are strong and resilient, and you know, and with some people like family, let's get more involved in doing things for ourselves, because the people who first got here, they band together. Next thing you know, the Irish went from being, you know, the Irish and the Italians went from being like second and third class citizens to just being compared to the average white America, and to being great contributors of America and things like that. You know, these are the things that these people just put out there, and they just put themselves together. So it's like, we as a people, you know, there's no fair playground. You just gotta, you either band together and figure it out and do business with each other, or you just get, you know, you just get left out there obsolete. So that's what I'm explaining to people. So people should say, you know, yo, brother, that's good that you have a black-owned business and you're doing business with other black people, because I can easily do something else. I know other black people, they ain't thinking about any of us. They're like, yo, Bomani, you stop wasting time with all these black people. You're smart and intelligent. Why don't you just go this direction and just become rich and successful? I'm not gonna be out there with a bunch of people that's not like my folks. And you know, next thing you know, I'm out with white women and I'm having mixed children. Next thing you know, I'm treating my own people like, you know, like like I'm better than them. Like, you know, I'm straight grassroots. Everything I've ever done in business is grassroots. I've never, brother, I'm being honest with you, as I look at you right now, brother, I've never cheated the system, brother. From the age of 13 years old, I studied and studied. That's after 2 years from coming from Jamaica. I studied and, you know, got, you know, and worked my way to where I learned skills. You know, I'm more of a technician than anything else. I tell people, like, most of the day, I'm like,
and you run
I'm in
also
front of
you
this
run your
computer.
tour. I watched your tourist videos, right? The one that John Hill went on, that first one. You know, that's when that's when, remember, we had that little falling out where. You know, so when I watched the tour, I said, I gotta get with this brother, man. I mean, that shit was just so friggin' where you guys had the backpacks on. You're showing up in that bus. You're going to different places and whatnot, and everybody organized. I said, man, I never seen nothing operate like that in my life.
A lot of people too. So you tell
A lot
people
of people. That bus was packed, man. I was like,
you tell
damn.
people it's real skills. It's like you have to do business administration and technical administrative work, and it's like I don't have
people eating breakfast on time. We're not, you know, we're having breakfast here. We're
got a
going here.
schedule.
Everything was on scheduled time. I was like, who is? I said, man, let me rethink Brother Bomani, man. You know,
Yeah,
I said,
and that's people issue. They're like, oh, this guy's a tour guide. I was like, first of all, I'm not a tour guide. I'm a tour
that was like a
organizer
military
and
operation.
a tour director.
That was like a military operation. The way you had all the brothers on point and whatnot. You know, it just, you know, I was like blown away, man. I said, Brother Bomani, man. I said back then, you know, I said, yo, I said, this is the man right here. I said, this is a brother right here. And like I said, you hosted the first BAIO meeting, you know, in 2018, man. You brought the BAIO to Atlanta. You know, a lot of people down there showed up from all over and everything like that, you know, everything like that, you know. I said, Knack gets his own show, man, you know. But Mine said he'll do a show with you, bro. You can say what you want about me, you know. Tonight's my show. I don't want to hear your mouth, man. There's nothing we got to talk about. You know, really. Nothing we got to talk about. You know, I don't want to hear. I don't even want to hear the word FBA ADOS. I really don't. Remember I told you about that, Bomani, today?
Right.
I don't want to hear that word anymore. FBA ADOS. I don't even want to hear it mentioned in front of me anymore. You know, I don't want to hear FBA. I don't want to hear FBA ADOS versus Pan-Africanism. If you guys want to do that, you go to Brandon's channel and Dinah's channel, and you do that over there. You know, we're here talking about real nation building and Pan-Africanism like that. If there's nothing to discuss. There's nothing left to discuss. You know, people want to join us and you want to contribute and everything. And people want to criticize. But I don't want to hear anybody talk to me about ADOS, FBA, and nonsense when I'm looking at Black America right now and no one's saying a damn thing about all the stuff that's going on. But nobody gives a damn. Like O Block in Chicago. O Block is being shut down. Black people are like, oh man, that shit's a freaking hell on earth. You should be celebrating. you know. But you should be celebrating that shit getting shut down. People dying left and right, getting killed and everything. And O Block getting shut down. I looked at O Block, it's just a bunch of rundown apartments, you know. And that's the big, that's the infamous O Block. That's what y'all fucking. It was a little thing. I should have blew that shit up years ago. They got people got to the January of 2023 to relocate. Here's the thing, Bomani, man. A lot of those knuckleheads might end up in your backyard. You know, that's a scary part.
That's how it works, brother. Even when they started just cleaning house in Atlanta and started you just move south. You know, it's what it is. So the cost of many things change.
A lot of people that causing all the problems in Atlanta are from Chicago.
No, I'm not saying other states. I'm saying, like, you know, at one point you had so many people living in the cities, and you know, the corporations want the cities. They want the land in the cities.
Of course,
to build or whatever. So they're gonna give you relocation from their projects or wherever, and then you're gonna take those vouchers, and you know, you're gonna be able to move either south, north, east, or west out the city. So that's where you have that influx of flow. But it's all good. I wanted to talk with you about this comment right here. FBA ADOS is America. So that's where people have the confusion from.
FBA ADOS is just something you see online. It doesn't have an algorithm. I bet you it doesn't have 100,000 people in the algorithm.
No, these are honestly new concepts as of the last few years.
Nobody knows what
understand. It is. And these are ideologies to separate Black people from its core of people. Right. Like I mentioned to people, when we were stolen from our ancestral land, stolen, shipped, or taken away, whatever people want to call it, you know, we are brought in different parts of the Americas. So the you know, when you look at people DNA, you know, you're talking about people have a mix of all different people from Africa. Like you and I can have same or different mix of people, but it's like, it's basically the strength in our, you know, and the surviving energy of our ancestors.
I'm an African by DNA, so that's all I care about. Hey, let me ask you a question, right? You're from New York, I'm from New York, right? What do you think about this controversy now? FBA versus FBA versus in hip hop. You know, who created hip hop? It's the most. I think people spend too much time online. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. If they, you know, if they want me to throw if they want to throw my 2 cents into it, I'm gonna tell them who created hip hop. You know what I'm saying? You know me.
Let's go down to it. Check this out. Karis one was from Trinidad. You know, Kumo D, Dougie Fresh, all them. You know, Heavy D, all of them from the Caribbean, everything like that. You know, Busta Rhymes, everything like that. Nobody gave a damn about who you care about the fucking music. You know. You know, now
I mean, but those are the people from different parts of Ireland. Now, name me the people that were from America. Now, that's the next thing to name me, because people from different parts of the Caribbean islands.
I know most of the people from the Bronx. I know Run DMC is actually half Dominican, but he was raised by his mother's Caribbean. You know, his mother raised him as Caribbean. You know, and Runs, I think, Runs African American. I don't say FBA. He's African American. Curtis Blow might be from the islands, you know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I wish we could ask not me this question, because you know, he's a Brooklyn man, and
oh please, I don't want to hear
but you know, but you know, you say you want to do your show alone, that's fine. The comments. So what you're giving me is a group of Black people who have lineage from different parts of the Caribbean island, from people that are from different parts of New York City.
Right. Yeah. Right. Okay. Now let's go back now. So Kool Herc came from Jamaica. We don't know where Bambaataa came from. You know, nobody knows. Like, you go to the Bronx, man. I used to hang on the Bronx all the time. You know, it was a Bronx thing. You know, it was a Bronx thing. You know, Bronx thing. I know Brooklyn wasn't even really into hip hop back then, as I recall. They had come out till later, and then Brooklyn, Queens got into the later, but early, like in the late 70s and whatnot. You know, 79, 80, it was mostly the Bronx. I used to go down to Bronx River, Soundview. I used to go down to the Bronx River projects and whatnot. You know, that's where you saw hip hop. You know, you saw the amphitheater. You know, you see that stuff like that. These people hip hopping and whatnot. You know, but then it spread to Queens. You know, like in the early 80s and everything like that. You know, but
you answered the question right there from the beginning.
In 1983, I had hip hop hit Queens in 1983. Run DMC. You know, that's what I remember.
We're probably talking about probably talking about the more so the later part of the 70s. So all the people that you mentioned,
that was the Bronx. Yeah,
absolutely. So all the people that you mentioned were basically people from Black America and people from the different parts of the
Islands,
Caribbean islands.
Puerto Rico, whatever.
So basically, Black folks from the Americas started.
America. That's all it was. Well, so
Black folks
why
from
are people
America.
trying to make a difference now, or who created what and whatnot? So I'm supposed to throw more of my KRS-One stuff because he's from Trinidad, whatever like that. You know, KRS-One, the teacher, KRS, the Blastmaster KRS, the Boogie Down Productions. When I was supposed to give that all that because they ain't FBA. That's the thing about this stupid FBA. It's all fucking
absolutely.
stupid.
So you're seeing a connection to where you're creating a different culture of music. You need different aspects of it, and that's the aspect you got. You got the aspect from the street guys that's from here. You got aspects from people from different, have different roots, different roots and different connections. So that's what I'm telling people, that we as a people, if we put our energy together, we're stronger by looking at us as a nation of people. Like even if I say that we're Black folks from the Americas.
We're Americans, we're Black people in Americas, man. Black.
You have a strength and energy of
South,
people,
all that like that. We're all Black in America,
that you can make some move with. But yeah, that argument was, I started laughing when I saw an argument, and I was like, the Italians and the Jewish folks who started putting their bid in for that they started hip hop.
Yeah, I saw that shit, man. The Jews like,
and I was like, might as well. Man. I was like,
I said, now it's going too far, man. Italians, everybody wants to be Italian gangster.
I sold you some Adidas, so yeah. I mean, I'm saying my folks, our group of Italians, we own stores and we sold you Adidas. And it's all fun, and that's what I'm saying, people, that most of the stuff on the internet is a joke. Like, not take the stuff serious. Have fun, enjoy it, because it's there for entertainment. But also some aspect of it is there for serious people like ourselves that's looking to build something. Let me get not measly comments. Yet you keep FBA in your mouth. You haven't even.
I have not. How about Bomani? I never mentioned FBA. I just keep seeing it in the comments, right? So I got to mention it. He keeps putting FBA in it. I said, I don't want to hear FBA ADOS, right? He says it. He puts it up there, so I got to read it. I never, honestly, until I get online, right, and get online or whatever like that, or YouTube mostly, I never hear about FBA ADOS. I never hear about it unless I get online.
Well, appreciate not measly. You're a very generous man, not measly. I appreciate it. Trust me, brother. Any money get donated to this channel, this energy to myself, it goes to the business operation. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? We're building a business enterprise. So
Magnesia got a point. We're all Pan-African. They should be contributing to this. You got this FBA ADOS guy. That's what I said. I go on everybody's channel. Nobody can say I've been on Dynasty channel, Branch. I get money all the time, whatnot, man. I say, you go, brother Bomani, man, show some of that love over here, brother. Show some of that love. Give them, support the channel and everything. You Pan-African, if you really believe in this, right? You believe that we're talking about this, support it. And like I said, the people who believe FBA ADOS, they'll come out with that money. They'll pull out that credit card and support Tariq and all them. KRS-One,
FBA created hip hop.
Now he's calling me.
Caribbean came in and joined our music. KRS-One is not from Trinidad. KRS-One should be Jamaican. I'm sorry.
He's Jamaican and Trinidadian. That's where he's from.
Yeah, but most people are corrected to.
When he said, when KRS like, somebody about Tan good, Tan good. That's Jamaican right there. But that's Jamaican talk, man. My brother, Tan good, good. Yeah, come on, man.
So let me see this. KRS-One, that part, we understand. So you're saying he's Trinidad and Jamaica, and that's his parents.
Yeah, Trinidad and Jamaica. Yes, his parents. His lineage.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. So yeah, that's what I'm explaining to people, that the people that you're talking about, it's like
it gets heated, man.
Something like that. FBA created hip hop. Caribbean came in and joined our music. I honestly, I can't say that anybody came in and joined anything. It's kind of like people like myself. I look at the contributions to civilization. We're building something together, and this is what I'm coming with, and you're coming up with this, and we're creating
tribalism. It's tribalism. This is tribalism.
We're creating this beautiful marriage of something beautiful artwork. So, but anyway, everybody is putting their bid in. Next thing you know, you're gonna have some Russians talk about they created hip hop during the Cold War. Not the Cold War, during World War I.
Bomani, I had to tell you, I told you about this, right? I was like, you know how many friggin' Jamaican artists singing the real shit are white? They don't took that shit the fuck over. I'm like, I thought, Because I always thought only Jamaicans could make reggae. That's what I always believed.
White people sing reggae, you know, it's just like music.
Yo, but then it's like, yo, they're singing the real bougie.
They're singing some dancehall reggae, some cultural reggae.
Like, God damn. You know, I'm like, damn, they're gonna take over Afro beats, you know, next and whatnot. You know, I'm worried more about them than what my Caribbean brothers are doing and whatnot. You know, what some Latino talk about the Bronx. You know, and everybody's also okay for white people to come in and take hip hop over and claim it. But let's be honest about ourselves. I mean, this is what another thing. Okay, I hate using the term FBA ADOS, but I got a question for my FBA ADOS.
Yeah, right? a new phenom. That's what it is. That's what it is. Literally.
Yeah, Taylor, I got a question for my FBA ADOS, right? Back in, I did my radio show, right? I did about KRS-One a couple of weeks ago, right? And I said, I gave KRS-One, he came out in 86, but he blew was Criminal Minded 87, came out in 87, right? I said from 1987 to 1997, RIP KRS-One. With KRS-One, man, he set the standards of what hip hop is and everything like that, you know, not selling out, not going mainstream, right? But Hot 97 came in and everything, and big money came in, and they took hip hop from, if you look at Boogie Down production, like that song Mad Idioms, everything, a Boogie Down production, they have the graffiti in the background, the people playing the hood and everything. All that went away, right? To basically people in stretched out Lexuses, Bugattis, Hotel Room 112, the Marriott, Holiday Inn, also like that. That became the image of hip hop, right? Materialism and everything like that. In 1997, right after Biggie Smalls died, right? I remember that summer, KRS-One came out with on his album called "I Got Next," and he said, "Step into my world," and he basically did. He said, "Stop putting your money on marketing schemes, pretty package, put your dreams to the fiends," right? A direct diss at and I said, "Okay, man, we're gonna." At that time, man, I'm like, yo, I'm still a burgeoning Pan-African Black nationalist. I was a 5%er. Never thought, okay, yeah, we're gonna get some conscious stuff. Gonna come back, right? I said, KRS took a shot at Diddy. I said, oh, it's on now, right? About a month later, he makes a remix dissing what he said the first time. He said, yo, study and get the money in. I said, R.I.P. KRS-One. He's done. He was done after that because he went and dissed what he said in the first song. He said, we studying. He did a song with P. Diddy, a remix. Puff Daddy and the Teacher, you know, KRS-One double feature, and all of a sudden, basically, he was basically, yo, we're studying Young, Black, and Famous. We're studying getting the money. You know, you can't be without the dinero, you're zero. Basically, he was basically saying, fuck what I said the first song. I'm talking about what right now is getting the money, and so therefore, I said to myself, man, KRS-One, man, you sold out. I said, R.I.P. KRS-One, 1997, man, because after that, man, KRS-One just fell off. You know, and then like I said, the whole materialistic. Nobody now, if you want to do a rap video, you ain't going to the hood and everything like that. I think the last one was that on point with Phife Dawg and them, Tribe Called Quest. I'm on point fight with Busta Rhymes. Oh no, that song, Oh My God, it's shot on Linden Avenue in Queens. That song was like, oh my God, that song right there with Busta Rhymes, you know. And then after that, man, all the rap songs, man, if you didn't have a budget, right, for a video to shoot with helicopters and jets and on motorboats and everything like that, nobody was watching your video. Though that's what they were pushing. You had to have a budget, man. And also, if you complain about it, they labeled you, they did a straw man, they labeled you as a mad rapper, you know? Oh, you just mad rappers because y'all can't this. They basically took over hip hop, right? And then now that the worst thing was the audience changed. You know, the audience changed. People talk about ADOS FBA. Do you know the majority of rap songs and rap download streams are purchased by non-so-called ADOS FBA people? It's white girls in the suburbs and white kids in the suburbs who buy this stuff. You know, so people are hip hop. They can have that shit, to tell you the truth. White people have been controlling hip hop since like the 2000s, man. You know, it's marketed towards them. I remember I was driving back from New York one time, right? It was like, what year? It was like 2006. And I was like, you know how sometime on 13, you can't get certain stations when you go through Maryland and shit, you know? And all of a sudden, I'm up on a station, right? And they got this rock country song. And next song, a hip hop song. I'm like, yo, so they're like, yo, much requested. It was so, I forgot what it was, right? I said, how you gonna have hip hop song playing back to back with country music and shit, you know? I'm like, damn, so the music, man, has been co-opted for a long time. And black people, these people, what do you think Jay-Z and all these people get this money from? Black folks? No. They're getting that money. All these people, Kendrick Lamar. You think black people making Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole rich? No. Trey Songz, all of them, Chris Brown. You think black people are ones supporting their music? No. So stop me with this African American shit. It's a joke. White people out there, they're going like, that's why they don't give a shit about if the lyrics offend you. They don't give a shit about your lyrics tearing down your community. If you care about your community so much, why is all these rappers tearing your community down with death, destruction, and violence? That shows me you don't give a damn about the so-called community. So let's not sit here and preach like you are like this, you know? What about Linden Boulevard? What about Linden Boulevard? That's where I'm from, bro. You know, you think about that. 90s hip hop was back. I lived in Linden Avenue, east of Flatbush. Yeah. You lived there after the Van Wyck, bro? Right after Van Wyck? Right after Van Wyck on Linden? Guy Brewery,
no,
would you live in?
This is more closer to East New York, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Brownsville, Flatbush, that whole area from this. What we call in the east. Before you go to Queens.
Linden Avenue is in Queens. Linden Boulevard is in
Brooklyn. Yeah, exactly. So most of the people in Queens, they're gonna notice that in Queens, but we're talking about the part that starts from all the way back in like from Flatbush, Brownsville,
Linden Avenue, Queens,
East New York, and carried on into Queens to the airport and so on. Yeah, absolutely. So
on the conduit, yeah.
Yeah, so those in New York, live in New York City or from New York City, they know what we're talking about. But just letting people know that, we as a people been to places, live there, we're about things, and we're evolving. So when people ask me, why are you thinking about going to Africa? I'm like, well, I lived in Jamaica, and I lived in Brooklyn, New York, and also lived in Virginia. I was like, my world is evolving, and while it's evolving, I'm able to contribute more towards civilization, towards us building something. Because if I'm staying in my little zone in Jamaica, I'm not thinking about no nationhood or no black power, no this. I'm just getting money and doing what I'm doing there. So, I'm trying to use our position to higher level.
You ever know something, brother?
What?
You ever see you go on Jamaica Avenue, you see these Pakistanis can't speak English, they're making all that money, right? Or 1 minute they're going out with the girls, they got the jewelry on, everything like that. And next minute they're in Pakistan. They could be part of some jihadist group in Pakistan. They go from two worlds. They go in and out of one world. They're on friggin' Jamaica Avenue driving sports cars, and one minute in a club, right? Next minute, they're over there in the desert in Afghanistan, Pakistan, whatever, doing the hell they want to do, or whatever, just living life. They can go from hot to cold, in and out. But the black man in America, everybody expects us to be domesticated. You're supposed to just not only just be in America, but they don't even want you thinking about something else. But these other people like, I'm going to Dubai, I'm going to here, I'm going to here. They be like, I'm going to fucking Argentina. They don't let they got passport allows you to go any place. So also, let me ask you a question, bro. There's a real concern about the passport bros. Everybody's coming after the passport bros. There's a lot of bitter women out there talking about
passport bros. You gotta explain what these clowns are, because every time you get new clowns on YouTube.
There's brothers out there who basically, like, the one brother gave his impassioned story, right? Girls, he couldn't get girls, whatever like that. So he's going down to like Colombia, getting girls and whatnot, And the girls are like, and the women are like, that you can't get nothing like that in America, so you going down there taking advantage of these poor girls and whatnot, And one big sister was like, "Yeah, that money belongs in here." Us and whatnot. A big mama, this is big mama. This lady was 62 years old. I told her, I said, and I told you the video. I sent it to you, Bomani, because I know you like cracking up over this shit. I said, Gam, Granny. You're 62. You should be playing bingo on Wednesday nights, man. She blocked me and whatnot, You worry about what some nigga doing. You should be over playing bingo on
Wednesday
nights
and whatnot. The thing of it is, I get it. You're here in America, you're working, and you may not just be out there like that, and you're thinking that nobody wants you or whatever stuff. But it's like,
that's true, man. America, these women out here, they'll tell you, I don't want your ass. They.
but it's like,
man,
some of these guys, and I do understand. Some of these guys, they don't have any lyrics. They don't know how to talk to a woman, which I understand, because a lot of times, you know, you just grow up a certain way where no one is educating you to even have a conversation on how to carry yourself. And it's the same thing for the woman. You know, you're explaining that, you know, that in some cases you're not being taught to carry yourself and how you carry on duties, or if it's a mixed duty, or how you work together with someone else in your household.
You think social media has something to do with it? Because I was out there, man. Virginia Beach was my DR south of the border, right?
Yeah, people spend more time on social media looking at prostitutes and probably looking at women that they're not gonna get, versus dealing with, you know, the real life people that you see moving around in the world that you live at, the world that you just literally just around, you know, and things like that. So you know, unfortunately, some people don't socialize a lot, and that's why, you know, you see me, I'm in the business, I don't play around, brother. I've gotten a lot of people married,
right,
on purpose and also on purpose, because what you do, you're creating a culture of trying to encourage Black people, regardless of wherever you're from, of connecting. Are we gonna have your cultural and differences? Absolutely. Like, I'm from Jamaica, and I've dated women from different places, and it's what it is. And
yeah.
I'm cool with this, you know, that life. But some people are not. But, you know, it's like, am I gonna run around and try to find this perfect Jamaican woman all my life? I'm not trying to stress myself out like that.
Right.
You know, because for the most part, you know, I'm not gonna, you know, I have number love for my sisters. I'm not even gonna say anything negative, because one or two women that you meet don't define, you know, the women, period, in a group of women, and things like that. So like, one of my friends always like to joke with me, and he was always telling me like, well, the Jamaican women want white men, they don't want you. And I was like, brother, you know, that's cold.
Yeah.
But and I don't necessarily believe in that. I do believe that sometimes some people look at you like, okay, I'm coming to this country to do better. I'm not coming to get with someone from my, you know. And I'm not saying this like that because I'm not here to speak for women. It would be nice to have a sister around, you know, from a different country, to speak on those things. If she looks down on the men where she comes from and just want men in another country, like, you know, sometimes, you know,
I think that's the case.
And then,
I think,
but then at the same time too, it works the opposite, you know, and especially when I had a stronger Jamaican accent, man, brother, you know, smooth talk women all the time.
Yeah.
So,
women want something different, you know.
And it may be interesting in someone, because, you know, and people like myself, I'm a master chef, so I don't even play around, brother. A brother be playing some smooth reggae and be in the kitchen cooking with an apron on, and, you know, I got the champagne, they got the wine, and the sister like, yo, who's this guy here? That's what's up.
Yeah, you can cook, and you got wine. Like, you pour them a wine while the
and they're like, you need to teach these local. You need to teach your local guys. I was like, you know, where I'm from, you know, you're just born into a different world, and so it's a little different. I'm not here to knock nobody hustle, you know. So you just move a little different, but it's all good. But what I'm telling people is that that's the world that we're gonna live in. You know, you're no longer in a situation where you're not moving anymore. You're moving. You know, you have someone like myself. We moved from Jamaica to, you know, to the hood in East New York, Brooklyn, like the hood, brother, like leaving paradise in peace and beauty to the hood. And you just like, it's like what it is. You figure it out. Yo, it wasn't easy, absolutely not, but you figure it out. I'm still surviving here, breathing. As much people have threatened me and said all kind of stuff and things like that. You're there and you just live your life. You with your homies, your brothers, you build relationship, you learn, and you take on the challenge. And the same thing I'm telling people in Africa, that situation, we can't just sit here and just be, you know, thinking small. We have to take the opportunity, brother. If we figure this out 30 years from now, do you know what's going to happen 30 years from now? There's going to be a country called United China Republic Africa, or something like that.
China stand.
You know, because they would have moved incredible on the chessboard, where they just moving pieces and putting things in position to where they're playing world domination little by little. You just see them as a. Now I was like, nah, you got to look at the whole. That's why I have a map behind me. You have to look at the whole scope of the whole mission, and you have to take things back 200-300 years ago. Even if we took things, you know, we talking about a bang down conference, the Chinese were still trying to figure themselves out that back then, and now they're the roughest, toughest country in all of Asia. Like literally to the point where brother.
Jug had said something interesting last show. He said these countries were serious, right? He said Nelson Mandela wasn't serious. He said these people, when they come and take shit back, like when they fight over like things like the Suez Canal, shit like that, these Arabs and these people, they come for blood. They come for real shit. You know, only the black man, he comes basically and concede and compromise and all this stuff like this. And then basically, that's why we steady losing, you know. And to recap what we're talking about tonight is we're talking about nation building. Everybody should be on code with nation. It's in the interest of Black. Part of nation building is building a strong Black America. You know, Black America, strong Black America. That's nation building. You know, nation building is strong education, strong social links. You know, we talked about social. If we really had our stuff together, there wouldn't be this argument fighting over who created hip hop. We'd say, okay, you had some influence there, but we just let's get the hip hop back where it's Black again. Well, how about that?
Yeah, because it has only been Black. It started Black and it's
Black, but now it's Black. White. Now hip hop is commercialized. It's white.
It's commercial. But people have to understand that the key thing is that it was started by Black people in the Americas. Black folks,
you know what I'm saying? I would like hip hop.
Black folks in America, Black people who had Caribbean influence and they had other influence.
Yeah, do you remember the days where white boys did not like hip hop? They beat you up. They said, we don't like that stuff. Remember that? I remember when it first came out, man, they did not like hip hop and whatnot. These like that rock.
I think BC Boys probably made it more popular.
Yeah, the BC Boys. Then it comes the BC Boys come in and shit like that. That's when they started liking it and whatnot, you know? But other than that, they didn't like our music and everything like that. They was based even up in the 80s, man. You look at the Billboard, right? I looked at this thing on Billboard, 1980. I didn't even know this, right? Top songs in 1986. Whitney Houston wasn't even on there. It was all like Belinda Carlisle's and all. Like, I said, damn. So Black music has taken off since white people decide they like people like Whitney Houston and all this stuff like Janet Jackson and everything like that, you know.
But I mean, think about the history of the music that's been here in America. Think about back in the plantation days. You know, you're singing them songs. Yeah. Think about all the rhyming and the rapping. I mean, you're telling people that, yo, we built a legacy as a people, and I can't detach myself from my legacy as my people. Just like, you know, our legacy and connection in Africa. So, yeah. But while we're talking, brother, you know, we've been going for a while and it's been beautiful, brother. I feel like we really have explained to people the topic and broke it down, just more than just a simple topic, like broke it down in so many different ways to where, you know, I feel like, you know, this has been the most effective operation. I mean, we literally dissected and showed how
Saturday night, so we'll say this,
showed tribalism and individuals as being, you know, go ahead.
Saturday night we could rumble. Like we let people on. We could rumble Saturday night.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I just want to wrap up certain things. Then talk to you about something. But literally, we just went to it, brother. I mean, we definitely need to get someone else to share something because you and I have been talking about this. I want to see who have the heart to really defend tribalism and individualism.
Right.
Because you and I side with Team Pan-Africanism and Nationhood. You know what I'm saying? So you can either say, well, you know, Pan-Africanism right here, Nationhood right here, and as a union, we're looking at the vehicle that's going to get us to the end game, that's going to build something for us so our children can have opportunities, so our children don't have to be consumers and be working for all of these other people that are coming up. Like I'm telling you, family, the entire world is getting aggressive. The only people and only continent that's not aggressive is Black folks and Africa. So that's what we're looking to this educate our people about, because at the end of the day, the changes come from us as a people. If us as a people say, you know what, we're going to put our money together, we're going to invest, we're going to make this move, then you build Black power. And that's what the book, Blueprint for Black Power, and let me get it real quick. As someone was asking me, just put myself on full mode. So that's what we're talking about, family, Blueprint for Black Power. So we're laying a foundation to where we're building Black economics. We're doing business with each other and we're reinvesting with each other. We're not just playing games and talking. We're like literally just pointing it out. So all the business that we have shown and things like that. And as we stop screen sharing, and let me find another screen to share. We're gonna, as we on, we go right there. So that is the other operation. So these are all Black-owned business operation that we're using to build a future with, family. We're not just doing this just to do this. We're making serious moves. So what I'm going to show you, family, I'm going to show you this, a history of this, our connection in different parts of Africa. So that's what we have right there. This is a full schedule. This is a diplomatic connection that we're looking to build and build it strong. Brothers, I keep on telling family This is a website right there, full of all the details for Africa tourism investment. That's the Black Star Pan-African community in all those countries. And I'll showcase more of that for your family. Let me get Kala back up here, live up here. So Kala, you and I have talked about it, and we have built it, we've discussed it, we have laid the foundation out. So are you
Let me
open to
say
hearing
this. Let
if
me say
anybody
this.
have any feedback?
There's a lot of people, connected people on the continent, Europe and everything, that want to connect with us and everything like that. When we kick this off next year and everything like that, God's willing, they're going to join us and everything. And the whole thing is, people understand something, right? You look at history, right? Rome wasn't built in a day. They always say that Rome wasn't built in a day. Socialization, politics, and everything basically will shape the destiny. You need people to have ideas and orators, letters, and everything, right? Why? So we can guide the people in their thought process against demagogues and saboteurs and everything like that. So we have to have people that speak up and say what's on their mind, right or wrong, and also have be challenged. But I'm like this: if you have a legitimate thing, a construction. I mean, if two people on the same page, right? If somebody says, Kala, I don't agree with your approach to Pan-Africanism, we can have that debate, you know? But when somebody basically comes up and they just like, oh, we shouldn't have the discussion at all, right? And I asked the question was asked by Nakmizi. He said, what about building in America? You know, and I'm saying to myself, okay, if that's a legitimate question. Now, we laid that down. Just black people, we're doing that all across. I don't own a business in America. Everybody's like, my family's in America, right? We're doing that, right? So, should black people, by that token, right, the black people in America, right, foundational black Americans, they call them, that's living in Japan, making good money. This is one chick that went to Japan, right? A black lady had sweet potato pie, got rich. He went to Japan and started manufacturing sweet potato pie, got rich. I guess because it's outside of the borders of America, she shouldn't go there. No, I'm not one saying. The black people that's going to Germany for different technical skills and whatever like that, going to IT. You got black people, professionals that live in Spain right now. They don't take all the time. Yeah, I'm in Spain. I got a job. I work for this company right here and everything. I got an assignment in Spain. Black people, they found that black people, African Americans, are actually more happy overseas and more willing to take overseas life than white people. Because when white people leave America, they're like, oh, man, they start missing America. You know, oh, man. They found that in Australia when back in the 90s. Emerge magazine documented. We have black people that lived in Australia, right, in the 90s. They'll say, well, the people here, it was once racist, but the people here, like the white males had the hardest time in Australia. White American males had the hardest time in Australia. Why? Because the culture, everything, the John Wayne culture of America, Superman, John Wayne, didn't cater to them. The black people who used to be in a minority, right, they fit in well. Just like black people go to Japan, they used to be in a minority. So basically, they fit in well. Just like if you go to Africa, you know, we're sort of South Africa is beautiful because the people there, the majority are black, but since we're not part of like listen, Black Without Borders, Black America, we're ignorant. You don't know anything about the culture, right? That's good. But what you have going for you is you blend in with the majority of people. You're black, you know. So that's how Pan-Africans work. You know, I'm still black in a black nation, you know, but I still keep my identity of who I am. You don't lose who you are, no matter where you go. And so what they're finding out is that a lot of black people in America are willing to live overseas. You got a lot of black people in America who live all over the world now. You know, we have an African American diaspora now, all over the world. There's a couple of million black people who live outside the United States now. You got African Americans who live in Mexico now. You know, live in communities in Mexico. Bro Mufasa, he lives in Mexico, or parts of the. I think he got a house in Mexico. He goes across the border, Tijuana or whatever. So this idea that black people need to be confined to the United States, you know, is that Pan-African? Yeah, if you're doing black unity and you're linking up with other black people and black business and everything, I guess that's part of and you have a black consciousness. You're basically a Pan-Africanist. Pan-Africanism, the root of Pan-Africanism is black consciousness. Understanding you're black, whether it's cultural, whether it's a business relationship, whether it's a social relationship, whatever, or it's education. If you believe that, if you realize that you're black and you believe that your ancestors came from the transatlantic slave trade and that your roots in Africa, you're basically a Pan-Africanist. A lot of times people are Pan-African, they don't even realize it. You know, the fact that you participate in black discussions all the time makes you sort of a Pan-Africanist. You talk about black African issues. And what I was able to do Black on Blog Talk Radio was when we start talking about black issues, right, I pivot to African issues. I was the first one on Blog Talk Radio to do that, and I started talking about it. I was the first one in black social media to start talking about black African issues on the same time. Say, okay, at this point, I'm gonna start talking about what happened in Nigeria. At this point, I'm gonna start talking about what happened in Cameroon. At this point, I'm gonna start talking about what's going on in South Africa. And then people were slow to grace it, right? And then next thing you know, people start coming on. Ask Mufasa back in the days. That was back in 2009 when I first got on Blog Talk Radio. I was the first one to start introducing African politics, African issues into Black African American discussion. And that's sort of Pan-Africanism. You don't have to basically get on a boat or plane and fly to Africa and do Pan-Africanism. It's just basically having a concern about what's going on in the continent. If something's going on in the continent, black people should know about it. You should be discussing it. I used to we saw something back in the days, back in '94, right? A year before the Million Man March, right? There was this local black newspaper, right? That was come out bi-weekly, right? And they had an international section, right? And it was like, okay, such and such happened. De Beers, it was like right when Mandela got elected president and everything. And basically, that was my only source of information from Africa for most of it, except for the Wall Street Journal once in a while. And the New York Times would do articles and everything, unflattering articles, right? And I used to get this magazine, I used to get this thing, I said, Fiend. It also the back page, international. And it'd be articles printed from the AP or this whatever, the Associated Press, whatever, on Africa. I would fiend that up. I couldn't wait to, new articles out. I got to get that. What, $2 here. And I get on the bus, right? I get to the first thing I do is get to the international section. And I want to know what was going on the African continent, And I was well versed about what was going on the continent way back then, almost 30 years ago, when I was just a young guy, And so therefore I was always basically in tune. I said, look, that's how Jesse Jackson once said, if someone can define you, they can confine you. I didn't want to be confined to the what white people, the shore to shore. You only exist in their mind, the 50 states. I said, no, I'm not just a black person in America. I'm also talking about Africa. At the time, man, the war was raging in the Congo. Laurent Kabila was waging a war against Mobutu Sese Seko. I got every article, everything. And the good thing about that was covered a lot by the New York Times and the Washington Post. So I would buy up newspaper articles, read every last single thing about the advancement on Kinshasa, And I stayed in the 90s. I was watching what was going on in Rwanda, the massacres and everything like that, the war, everything. So decades ago, I was involved in African geopolitics and everything. I learned about what geopolitics meant. And I said I call myself the Kala Genesis, the culture critic, the geopolitical pundit. Now, you want to put my radio show up, Bomani? Bomani.
I'm trying to find your post.
It's on WhatsApp. I sent it to you on WhatsApp.
Okay, gotcha. We work on that. So go ahead and.
And so now he says he controls the printed page, controls the thinking. Thinking of the age. Shut up, man. No, he who don't read books and study and research and can't analyze and do his own analytics is controlled by people who control the age. I was just too smart for a lot of these people back then. I'm just really smart and gifted. So a lot of stuff that goes a lot of people's head, I recognized back at an early age. I studied at the Charlotte Science Institute, the Lyndon Rouge people, They gave me tons of books on geopolitics. This is my radio show Wednesday night, okay, on DeVille Radio, the largest urban broadcast hip hop and R&B internet radio station in the world. Okay, I have the really only talk show and everything. I've been on 2.5 years and everything like that. And the bottom line is they love me on DeVille and everything. I'm controversial, but it's the Kala Nation radio show. Host of Kala Genesis, chief host of the Kala Nation, culture critic, geopolitical pundit, and everything like that. I talk about the culture of the day. I don't talk about a lot of Pan-African issues on the show. I mention everything, but my audience is primarily people in Europe, people in the United States, and everything, hip hop audience and everything. So I talk about stuff, and I pivot to Pan-African and stuff and everything, and different segments and everything. But I don't dwell into Pan-Africanism for two hours. I play music and everything like that and everything. My brother Chris, that I've been friends since we were 12 years old. He's on now. He got a show called the Show Butter Show. He's a DJ. Him and his partner got a DJ show on Saturdays or Eastern time, 4:00 Eastern time. He's tearing it up, man. He's like the next best thing. He's the authority on hip hop and everything. He's from Soundview in the Bronx and everything. That's my brother. We've known each other since we were kids. I got him on DeVille Radio, formerly Gangsterville Radio, and we changed the name to DeVille Radio because, like I said, we're reaching a bigger audience around the world. And like I said, my show is basically politics and I talk about culture and everything. My last show I did last week was on Sacred Cows. I have the podcast on Spotify. I didn't do my last week's show on there yet. I didn't publish on Spotify yet. So it'll be up there probably by tomorrow before I do my next show. Tomorrow night, 11 o'clock. Before I do my next show, I'll put the podcast up. You can listen to it. That was one of my best. The show is called Sacred Cows, okay? And the bottom line is I broke it down. What are sacred cows? People have things sacred. You hold on to something sacred to your own detriment. Those are sacred cows. And I broke down how sacred cows are usually always negative. People want to hold on to something negative. People always want to go against the grain. They want to hold on to something. Oh, I can't do this. I said one of the sacred cows is Black people. And also we will talk about the pathologies of our Black African American brothers, right? We don't know how to call right, and wrong, right? You got people out there, this prosecutor in Fulton County, Georgia, who's going after gangs, going after gangster rap and everything. And what does Tariq do? He comes after her. Says nothing about the death and destruction that he sees every day. But these are the people he claims he cares about. These are the people he cares about. There's death and destruction in Black America day and night. Our girls aren't safe. Our children aren't safe. The communities are becoming war zones. But these people who claim that, oh, Kala, why don't you focus on America? When I start talking about this stuff, what's wrong in Black America? Oh, no, man, no. So I'm saying, okay, you guys got that? So I'm going to focus on Pan-Africanism and nation building. And then when you do start focusing on Black America, like I do on my show, I focus on Black America, A lot of people, I get a lot of feedback. Oh, you too hard on us and whatnot. You too hard, Kala, and everything like that. I thought y'all got it. You're calling yourself ADOS FBA, but you don't want to hear about the problems in the community. You want to hear about how you want a political quagmire in Black America. You want to hear about how Black America spends 90% of its money outside the community and builds nothing in the community. But you want to talk about, let's focus on America. Okay, let's focus on America. Then we start talking about the stuff in America. You don't want to hear that. That's why I said I can't deal with the hypocrisy. Either you real with this shit or not. And I really do believe a lot of people just take shots at us because they know they got nothing else to talk about. If I see people that I see that are serious about I'm Black American or AOS FBA and they're saying the right things, we need to clear. They never say anything about the stuff that's going on in Black America. Nothing. The political exploitation of Black America. The 45 million people are politically dead, have a political complete quagmire. You gave your vote away till you put this man, Joe Biden, in power. His family, his no good white trash families in the White House because of you. And you got nothing out of it. So please don't tell me about how your ADOS FBA shit cares about Black America. You can go sit on a friggin' egg with that shit. So bottom line is this, hey, look, and I'm not saying navigate if you totally agree with me, but can you believe that can we agree that Black America is falling apart and no one gives a goddamn?
Yeah, Navigate saying a lot of things. You've been posting a lot of things all for the last
for
Saturday
hours. Saturday night, man. We'll mix it up Saturday night, and it's getting late here, bro. I gotta get up in the morning, brother. Saturday night, man, we got all night to friggin' talk and discuss and everything. Anything I said tonight, you can bring it up Saturday night, and we can mix it up and everything, So
yeah, absolutely. We can close it out, and I'll stay on just for a little bit. Just
stay on. But I
just so I can hear other people situation. So let me see what else we need to share. But yeah, I do feel you, man. You've been You probably burned out, right?
Yeah, but it was a long day. I went to this seminar this morning, man. It was like, they fed us well. However, the bread they had at the thing was all crumbling and shit. Like it's a 5-star hotel, man, the Westin in Virginia Beach, downtown. You haven't been there. You haven't seen it. It's a nice hotel. It's like real tall. It's like the Empire State Building. It was in the Westin today. It was real nice. You know, it was there for 6 hours one night. They gave us breakfast and lunch and everything. All those top agencies were there and whatnot. And everybody was rolling out their products for the season and everything like that. So. But anyway, but I gotta go. I gotta smoke a cigar and then go to bed, man. It's late, 2 o'clock in the morning. But Black Power, Bomani, another show for the friggin' thing, and you're the man, Bomani. So hope everybody, man, give this brother the respect that he deserves, man. His brother is the Marcus Garvey of our time. He's doing incredible work. In the Pan-African space and everything like that. Which, like I said, we learned from our ancestors, our elders, and everything. But for the most part, Bomani had to figure this out by himself, because nobody, like I said, blueprint for Black Power, blueprint for trying to survive in the white man's world, being a Negro. That should be the next book coming out. The bottom line, there's no blueprint for this. We had this trial and error and everything like that. If it was that easy, everybody be doing it. So, like I said, when you got somebody that got success, built our first community on the African continent, we're going to build many more. We just get behind the momentum. Join the BAIO social network if you're serious about this and everything. We just ask you, are you African American or African? Or give us your occupation, everything like that. Join the social network. Got important people joining because they listen to these shows. They said, man, I finally found the group I was looking for. Kala, hey, you and Bomani make a good combination, and so people are signing up and people are joining us and everything like that. Major people. So if you want to be part of this revolution, everything like that, this is the team to join. All right, brother Bomani, peace, and I'll talk to you later. Good night.
Absolutely, brother. Appreciate you joining, and we're gonna open things up for more.
All right.
Or a few more people, and then
bring them on.
Then we're gonna close out.
Gone.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just gonna bring a few people in. I don't want to hold you up. I know your time and flexibility is a little bit different. Not saying that I got all night either, because I do have business and things. So appreciate your brother Kala, family, our brother Kala is always ready to gear up in lecture mode. As tonight, it did a phenomenal breakdown, and I'm gonna show you our subject again. That's what we've been talking about, family. Tribalism and individualism, or Pan-Africanism and nationhood. So that's been the discussion. We've literally broken down. So if anyone is going to come on here, we just want them to talk and explain. And while I'm doing that, I want to go back to a comment that I have right here. So big up King Japower. King Japower, looking to find a way how we can connect so I can talk with you directly. So I'll see if I can send you a message on one of your if you leave on one of your chats. My information has been posted. So if you can send me a message, brother, I appreciate it. But yes, brother, at this point, I'm with you on this. So it's Pan-Africanism family is the vehicle that we're looking to take us to nationhood. It's kind of like trying to say, let me get the best of our people, or as good amount of energy of our people. And so you're organizing and then you're mobilizing. So that's what Pan-Africanism to nationhood is. So we've been breaking this down, family, and since we've broken it down, the topic, we're gonna leave the topic up, and then we're gonna add a few people in, and we're gonna let them just talk and discuss it, and hopefully, I don't spend too much or all night here talking about these things. But let me add in my two brothers, brother 1 and brother 2. Greetings, family. Uwenzi and not Meezy. Greetings, brother. Let me just remove this banner so we can see your name. So how you two brothers doing? Not Meezy.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Not Meezy, you can also unmute yourself. So,
Brother Bomani, I've got a question for you. I
Sure.
actually wish that Kala Genesis was on. I wish he could come back. I had a few
No,
questions.
he's not trying to take people questions. We just did lecture mode to explain the situation. So a continuation is where even over the weekend we can go into further discussion. But that's a topic that we're putting up, and we're trying to get people to really talk about this. Like, what are we doing here, and what is working and what's not working, and
Oh,
how we gonna get to our end goal?
okay. Well, Bomani, I've got a comment for you,
Sure, go ahead.
and also good morning, Nakamizi as well.
Good morning.
Morning. So Bomani, there was a comment that someone made, I think, in the chat, perhaps directed toward you, in which they seem to make it appear as though making money for yourself as a part of a business contradicted the goals and aspirations of Pan-Africanism. And I thought about that, and I said, no, I do not think that is a contradiction, and this is why. So if an African person develops a business that is very successful, they can actually combine with other African people that have businesses to combine resources together. So that, in fact, is Pan-Africanism also, because everybody can bring together their resources. So I do not see where having your own business and having a successful business as an individual is, in fact, a contradiction to Pan-Africanism.
All right. You want me to comment on it? I can comment on it.
Well, I do. I just had a couple of things. I do think that the spirit of Ubuntu ideas are great. And I also want to say that, a lot of times people think of cooperative economics. They use the term ujamaa, as popularized for Kwanzaa. But, it's interesting that, ujamaa, as a Kiswahili term, actually does not mean cooperative economics theoretically. Dr. Karanga, who developed Kwanzaa, kind of adapted that, but actually the term ujamaa means familyhood. And his idea was that, as people network together with other people, they form kind of bonds in general. So they exchange many things, not just money, but resources, time, and engagement, and become kind of networked together. But I do want to say that, Bomani, if you want to comment, sure. I think this was a great discussion. I had some comments for Kala Genesis, but maybe that'll be for another time where I can engage him on a few questions. But certainly,
I mean, if you have questions, think after this. If you ask a question, I can give you a quick answer. We don't have to dialogue, because most of these are quick answers. Especially the simplest one as far as that comment. I like these comments, and just like I tell people, whatever is going on, and that's why I don't have any moderators, and I'm sure people could have figured out by now. I let people to kind of do certain things because it's more organic and things like that. So a lot of times I'm looking for these comments so I can explain things, and that's one of the better comments and things like that, because people have always hated on me for being a young brother, because I'm out here doing business and making money and things like that. And and it's like, it's unfortunate and it's sad that people like disrespect you and look at you like that. Especially when I tell people I never cheated the game. I've given my heart, my soul, and everything to my brothers and sisters, my black brothers and sisters. You see me here living in America, dedicated to our people here. Even though I'm from somewhere else, and literally just making my move and expanding our operation to different places. So there's a lot of business that's being created, like the business that we create in Africa. Like some of the people that we get into business with, other people probably wouldn't get in business with them because other people are on their high horse and things. We're looking for grassroots people to build operations with. We're looking to invest and do certain things. So I tell people that I've lived, breathed, and walked this life. My whole life, is this movement, and it's and I practically live it. Like I'm available throughout the day, doing business in this world. I mean, I have an office there actively running there in Ghana and things like that. So it's one of those things where you want people to bring it up, to tell them like, how many black-owned business have you created, and how many black-owned business have you supported and Black business and opportunities that you have created for people, and how many people that you have put on payroll based on the resources that you have acquired from the business that you have created. So it's one of those things that if more of us do those things, brother, more of us can put more of our resources together and do more things that we need to do to compete, which is industrialize, creating industries in different parts of our towns, our states, and our communities will create more jobs and more opportunities. A lot of times, I talk to a lot of the brothers, just average brothers, whether they're just, whether they're there in Jamaica on the street or they're there in Brooklyn to where here, even when I'm here in Georgia. And I have real conversation with them just throughout the period of just being a young adult or even just a teenager, and have real conversations. And the thing of it is, most of them are just, they're looking for opportunities. I'll just create that simple. But Wednesday, go ahead and any more of your points. I want to bring Nakmezi in. But I just want you just to share a few of your points, or I can answer some of them. I may keep quiet, but me and Kala, we're scholars. I just try to show more of the practical side of me because,
Okay, well, and maybe I'll get a chance to expand this with Kala, particularly on another occasion. But let me throw out a couple. One is I wanted to ask from Kala's perspective, and certainly Bomani yours, from his ideas about an African diaspora, Afrikstan, would it kind of look more like Research Triangle Park, North Carolina? I'm not sure if you are familiar with that structure.
No, I'm not familiar.
But basically,
with operation.
Okay, but basically what you've got is you've got 3 cities that surround the so-called Research Triangle Park, called RTP. You got Raleigh, Durham, and Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina, and you've got and Chapel Hill. And so basically this Research Triangle Park is a city of just technology and business. Nobody really lives there except for, maybe some hotels or so, but the research in all kinds of areas, whether it be robotics to biomedical engineering, hooks into the research efforts done at the universities and colleges in the surrounding cities, Durham, Raleigh, and Chapel Hill. And so therefore, Research Triangle Park is a kind of support base to help expand the economic growth of the entire region, focusing on business and technology and the interface of both into the surrounding region. So that's what I kind of thought of immediately as Kala brought about.
Let me add into that. What you're talking about is very necessary because you do want to link as many cities together to operate and to this create innovations. But as far as what me and Kala talking about, and a lot of times me and him are talking about the same thing, but also I'm talking about one aspect of things. An aspect of things that people like myself is talking about. I'm talking about self-sufficient communities that you can use and run as an enterprise. And it's I'm not comparing it to a military base or anything like that, but you're literally just it's like it's like literally a community that have self-sufficient operation, and that goal is diplomatic relationship. That goal is to trade, business, and investment, and literally working and building a diplomatic connection with the people in Ghana. Because number one of the things that we're doing, we're creating economic opportunity, and we're infusing ourselves and connecting into the culture. So we extend ourselves as an operation there. Meanwhile, connecting to where we are in America and doing business, you're literally creating a pipeline of Black business throughout the world. And that's what people like myself are doing. And what Kala is talking about on another level is to where you get certain land to where you eventually build more than what we're talking about, which is what we're talking about is a relatively a small town, and it's a community in a small town. But the situation is you have to start somewhere and things like that. So that's what we have set up. But as far as the innovation that comes with what you're talking about, absolutely. When we're talking about research and development labs, and we're talking about this technical training on another level to where your children are learning the highest level of technology to compete. and that's what I have my son there. He's 12 years old now, but he has had a long 10-year decade of technology training, and us, and not just talking about it in theory and science, which we do, but also everything is just practical, because everything that we have here, we just order stuff in box and we build it, we set it up, we make it work, we test, we troubleshoot, and it's just something that I've been doing for 17 years and teaching. So I value that world very much so, because that opens the playing field to where you can compete. But one last thing, brother, and then I'll let Meezy in so we can talk. I don't want to just keep the conversation back and forth to just you and I.
Okay. The one other point that I would have raised is, remember, at a certain point on a previous show, Kala mentioned that he thought that the so-called African American population were an unsettled people, and he kind of mentioned that because of the continual migrations within the United States, fleeing from oppression. He later on this show, on this particular episode, said, oppression, brutality, etc., that he mentioned. So he said that the other groups of people perhaps functioned as nations. So what I would have asked him, and maybe I can ask you, is if we bring up groups like Hispanics, South Koreans in the United States as a community, East Indians, would he or you feel like they function more as nations within the United States because they are connected to external nations outside of the United States, which they use as a resource on various levels? And if that is true, then is it possible for the so-called African American community to do the same, not necessarily of a huge repatriation to Africa, but engaging with an Africa plan on multiple levels? Some people may repatriate, but mostly on the idea of dual citizenship. Let's just say we take a country like Angola, because I know that Kala has mentioned Angola. Let's just say that the African American population was engaged with Angola as a foundational African country, and they had dual citizenship. Would that allow the African American population to function on better levels now as a nation of people within the United States on the same kind of parallel way that, say, Koreans, East Indians function in the United States, because they have somewhere to go, they'd have a nation that they were affiliated with, and that nation recognized them, and also they would have an external resource by which to deal outside the United States economically, as opposed to all the energies about economics just being circulated within the United States as a sole source.
But then that's what we to get right to the point, brother. The thing of it is, we have to do the same as other nations do in order for us to really build this thing. So I don't want us to. I'm saying to people, like, let's not limit ourselves. Let's literally just figure those things out. So I don't know if that gets to the point of what you were saying.
No, I'm asking from because this would have been directed at him, of course, but is he or you, if you can speak for him, suggesting that the African American population would be able to function more as a nation than they are now if they were connected to an African country, first and foremost by even dual citizenship?
All right, so let me answer that a little more clearer. All right, so it's back to what I was talking about, 90%, 10%. You're trying to build a bridge little by little to where you have those diplomatic connections. Unfortunately, we're the last to come to the game, and the reason why we're the last to come to the game because during the mid 1900s, the British brought a lot of Asians, mainly Indians and Chinese, all over the world, or all over their colonies and things like that. So they literally had the heads up because they were given opportunities above the native people. So they literally were in a position to where they can build a connection across Africa. Now, us as a people, we're trying to get into that game, even though we're reconnecting to our ancestral land. So we literally have to build something little by little, and that's why I mentioned to people about what we've been doing. As far as that's why when we talk about these things, I'm talking about these things because we have experience on what we have done as far as connecting people and getting things set up, and we've seen mistakes and flaws, and we're trying to figure it out that way. The goal is to be perfect at this situation, just like even getting land and going through all the drama and the nightmare. The goal is, once you get through all of this, is to figure it out to where you can build a bigger enterprise or empire, to where you're literally now reaching out to more people in the Americas and saying, hey, we have great opportunities here. Let's connect so we can strengthen our kingdom and strengthen our level up to where now we can be more of a competitive energy of people. I love to see the brothers and sisters in America with their great engineering skills go out there and compete to the highest level. And that's one of the things that we're limited on competition, because when you're trying to compete for certain contracts, you need a straight hardcore team of people, and you need to have everything in it. Even when we were looking for builders, we were looking for builders that got a full team of people. We weren't looking for so much individuals. We're looking for like a team of people who can coordinate, operate, train, and make things happen. And it's the same thing with this movement that you're looking to build. You're looking to connect some of the best of your brothers and sisters to the African continent, to set foundations up, set things up, because that's the battlefield. When you have all other nations of people who are already set up there, and their goal is dominating and do what they need to do. And it's like, if we don't make any move on the chessboard, we literally just, while we're stalling, people are making moves, is my point. So that's why all of this is set up, Uwenzi and other people that's listening. It's set up to where we can literally just build that connection. So we're literally, like I mentioned to people, we're literally, going back to Marcus Garvey, doing the same thing, but we're doing it at a level to where we're building Black power, or we're building with our own people and things like that. That's what I'm about as a person. I honestly can't speak for everybody else, because I'll be honest with people. 90% of these people who call themselves Pan-Africanism, I look down on them. I despise them. It's a movement that people like myself take dearly hearted, based on what our ancestors was trying to put together and working, and the sacrifice they made. And then people that say I'm this, and then play around with it and not do the work. And that's the issue we have. But nevertheless, you have one last thing to say, and I got to get Nakmizi in, and then to see if anybody else want to get in, so we can just open this thing up.
No, thank you very much for your time, and Nakmizi, good to see you. I'll just kind of hop off and listen to the rest of the dialogue. But again, thank you, and good morning to everybody.
Well, perfect. I just want to make sure that I wasn't just talking, that what I said makes sense, or it connected somehow, and it was explained.
Yes, thank you again. Maybe as I leave, Bomani, since you did mention that you feel like a lot of people have, I guess, misconstrued or misrepresent rather what Pan-Africanism is, maybe you could,
I can do that right now,
talk about how people misrepresent the term, not just not doing the work of it, but how do they misrepresent the term?
Brother, where is the Pan-Africanism and y'all not letting me talk for like 15 minutes, bro? Like, what's really good?
Hey, Green, Nakmizi, how you doing, brother? How you feeling? How's the day?
I'm good, man. This is the thing, man. Like, there's one thing, ask one question, ask two questions, then a follow-up to the last question. Say you're going to bounce, and then ask another question about some stuff that was already talked about. We can't even on these chats learn the. I'm not finished speaking, brother. I'm not finished speaking. I'm not finished. You had your time.
Good morning, brother.
All right, you too. Thank you. Get out of here. Jesus Christ, white Jesus, that is. We can't even practice being cordial on a panel and saying, all right, just knowing when to land your plane on yourself. Planes have to be hijacked in these black spaces for someone to speak. And then when we speak, you get, if it's not the same echo chamber, then you're called a troll or dumb and this and that. You see what I'm saying? We have to practice internal customer service. If you feel that if you start repeating the same talking point, or the host gently reminds you that there's someone else here 3 times, Yield to that. That's all. And that's the thing. That brings me to the core of the problem is that black people, whether they are in Black America, whether they're in diaspora or they're in Africa, they don't have the basics, which is be nice to each other, have internal customer service, and just go back and forth. These panels become a pissing contest of who has the most knowledge. I heard Kala say, "Well, I did this and I did that, and I'm this and I'm that." Okay, that's cool.
He's a very
But
educated guy.
what are you doing? This is the thing. To the brother's point, Uwenzi, he said he posed a very good question that I wanted to jump in on, but obviously he didn't give me the opportunity to while he was here. Was the dual citizenship and the difference between like other communities having nations and their connection with their homeland. The reason why that wouldn't work for Black America is that we don't have a connection to this so-called homeland of Africa. We have to build in America and take advantage of the opportunities that these other communities that he mentioned have done in America. Their connection to their homeland, I would say for the most part, is more of a emotional and historical connection. Except for the Chinese, they'll use their connection in the homeland to, get their goods sourced into America. But the Indians, nah, they're mostly importing like tech, tech support and people in the technology sector. But for us, if we just watch all these other nations come into America, a place where we had a head start in, and build things up, build businesses, work with each other, then we're just going to stay being lost in the sauce. A lot of these Pan-Africans, and I'm going to go to another point. If you look, they just like to talk and talk and talk and talk. Not only do they talk, they don't spend no bread.
Right.
They don't spend bread. How could y'all Pan-Africans, and it was like 50 something watching at one point, just watch and listen and not open your wallets? How can you build a nation with a bunch of dusty philosophers, cheap Charlies? They don't want to pay anything. They just want to get on and I know more about W.E. Du Bois. Okay, yeah, that's cool. But until you're digging in your pockets and you're practicing black economics, it's all mental masturbation. That's all it is. People just get on here to waste time because they don't have businesses that they're running.
Seriously.
So when hold on, brother, when Kala said, the continent is not on code, why would I, as a Black American, leave an economic hot zone in America? And the whole world is going to go into a recession. We get that. You have highs and lows. But America has institutions in place where when they're lows, they don't go as low as they go on a continent. So if he'll be honest and say, like, they're not on code on a continent, so now they're not on code, they don't control their resources, they're tribally split, politics is intrinsically connected and intertwined with tribe. We don't have those connections. They don't own their resources, and we want to get their resources and start using that to build a black nation within a nation. Hello? Whenever you move amongst a population of locals and you start doing better than them, or you start competing for their resources that they're either not controlling, want to control, or just started controlling, you're going to make yourself a target. If you're really about Africa for the Africans, then let the Africans and their direct, their actual true diaspora, which are their sons and daughters that are in the West to go to school and blah, 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 let them enjoy the fruits of their labor. They grew up, dealing with all the bullshit that happens on the continent, not us. You grew up in East New York. I grew up in Flatbush and all over New York City, right? So that's our reality. You serve America Yes, you have a couple of successful businesses in America. You know how many Africans would love to switch places with you, come to where you are and get it popping, and then what we're doing is we're selling people the great switcheroo. Go to there, and then they come here. A lot, I'm not going to say the majority, but a lot of people in these Pan-African spaces, when you ask them, why do you want to leave America? A lot of it boils down to, I'm tired of the white man, racism, they don't like us. Other people come here, they're like, yeah, we get it. White people don't like us, so what? We're still going to get this money. We're still going to build this business. So with the mindset of someone that wants to flee America because of the pressure of the white man, is not a person with a business mindset that you're going to be able to build anything with. The best and brightest in Black America and in the Black diaspora are people who don't even have a Pan-African mindset. They have a capitalistic mindset. So now you're trying to take dusty Pan-Africans who just scared of the white, who want to relieve the white man and go to Africa so they can relax, so they can chill. That's why most of these tours, when you look at them, I'm not throwing shots at you. Remember, you're not the only one on YouTube that does tours. I'm looking at these people, and I'm like, they have an emotional connection to Africa, and if that's their thing, I support them. But I'm not looking at movers and shakers on these tours. I wasn't looking at movers and shakers in Ghana when I was there. I was looking at people that were running away from the white man, while most people that I met in Ghana was like, yo, if I had your opportunity, I'd make something pop in America. I land my plane.
All right, absolutely, brother. Get to some of these points you mentioned. I feel you on that? The thing of it is, what you're talking about is a very small percentage of Black people leaving America to do anything in Africa. If you count the numbers, you have at least over 99% of people here in America. So you're focused on a lot of people that's focusing on people doing those moves have the wrong idea. We need to have people to go there to Africa, make these mistakes and do these things. It's kind of like trying to, as I talk about trying to build a bridge, you have to go through these process of these things to make some move happen. But what's most important is that 99% of the people are focused on America, and they're all about America. They live here, they do everything in America, but then you ask yourself, what is being built? What institutions are being built to where we're creating opportunities for our own people and building something? I went back to Brooklyn, New York, and it's kind of like I was just stuck in a time zone. It was just nothing progressing and things like that. People like myself, I come from a tropical world. I want to live somewhere tropical. Me personally, I want to live somewhere tropical. Ghana is ideal. As far as Jamaica, limited on what I can do there. I got what I was need to get build there, but as far as those other people, I can't speak for those fake Pan-Africans. That's why I lead the journey and show people that what we're doing and what we're building. But the main thing is everyone is talking. I've been listening to all kind of people on YouTube, but at the end of the day, it's like all these people represent America, but then they talk about, I enjoy what I do. I make my way around the world, and I just do what I want to do and make my moves, and then I just enjoy my haters who watch what we're doing and things like that. Even the people praying for my downfall from what we're building in Africa, like how you gonna go there, get land and build this, and you should be doing that. I'm like, yo, I'm doing what I'm gonna do because I'm doing the best thing to do to get paid. I got business here. Some of it works good, some of it don't. That international money is sweet. I advise people to, when they go to different countries, the thing I advise them is to put their money together, put their energy together, and work with their own brothers and sisters from wherever they come from. I see the Lebanese, the Chinese, the Indians, everybody else getting success there. I see people coming there getting government contracts and things like that. The thing of it is, if I see a group of Black folks in America out there getting contracts in Africa and building something, I'm pushing for them, because it's like, okay, then the majority of the engineers and all them people here is like, okay, you have all these things going on in America. Where's your focus? So that's where I see the flaws in all of you guys' conversation, honestly. You're my brother, I got nothing but love for you, and other people, but it's like what is all of you guys doing so much to build anything in Africa, building Black organization? I've not heard anybody say, well, I'm the leader of this organization and we're doing this and things like that. So, but, you know, me personally, I don't care, because that's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I've joined many different Black organizations. I won't name the groups, but it's like I work a 10-hour shift at the airlines at that point, and then you give your time, then you have your family and you got your business you're trying to build, and then you spend years doing those things, and years you're trying to reach out and work. And that's why I'm happy that I built my business in Africa, because that's the only thing that actually worked, to where I was able to build my business, to make a move. Even when I have people saying that they've been in relationships, and then next thing you know, they went to Africa and they connected. I have people that come on the tours. They have all kind of different business background, but the thing that I use personally, brother, and everybody that listening, is corporative economics. Corporative economics, based on what based on my brother Amos Wilson talk about Blueprint for Black Power. When I was studying this book a while back, I just realized that we have a lot of wealth here in America. So if we use some of it to do some business anywhere else, we're expanding our enterprise. But I just want people that are joining the Pan-African movement to be serious. But I won't take much more time, brother. Let me just open things up back to you, and then we'll let Sister Vegan come in.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. So, the problem is the doom and gloom that a lot of Pan-Africans have for America while they're in America. They say, oh, you got to go to the continent. And when I talk about that, they don't control shit on their own continent, they're always quiet about that. They never talk about that real thing. A lot of this economic power that they're talking about obtaining in Africa should actually be controlled by continental Africans. You got Black American diasporans that wanted to jump in at the end of the marathon, talk about, yeah, we did it. Let them get that money. This is what I'm saying. If you really rock with them, then you would just let it be Africa for the Africans.
All right, hold on.
We're not
can we go back on this point, because I need to address this point. I don't think we addressed it. Now, can you clear up what you're saying? You're saying let them get this shine. What shine are we letting them get? What shine are we taking away from them? I just want to get clear on that.
I thought it was pretty obvious. You guys are talking about, competing with Africans in Africa. Specifically, Kala Genesis with his nation within a nation in Africa. Instead of, brother, why you cutting me off? You asked me a question. Let me finish.
I'm trying to address the issue, because go ahead. I'll wait till you finish.
That's all I'm saying. You asked me the question. Let me finish and answer you. You don't cut me off middle of my response to redirect me. Just listen, brother. So when you talk about building a nation within a nation, you're talking about being a radical separatist. You should be speaking about being an integrationist and working within that community. That's what you should be doing. But even with that, working within that community, you see what I'm saying? You're always going to be at a disadvantage politically, and you're always going to be looked at as someone, who's the bag, essentially. So I just say, to avoid all of that, go where the money is. The money is in America. If Black Americans need help in America, then it's up to Black Americans to help their own people in America. We can't help Africans until we help ourselves. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate your point. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of what you're talking about have flaws, because we're not we're building a community. People are getting jobs, opportunities. You're creating opportunities. What you're doing is the white guy Marriott. Did he just stay his punk ass in America? No, brother. He went to different parts of the world. They got hotels across 6 different countries. People like myself and the real Pan-Africanists, I'm trying to get them together with me so we can build enterprises together. The people, the Chinese, the Indians, the Lebanese, those are the people you're competing with. You're trying to connect in Africa to where you can connect with people to do certain things. For the people like yourself, like I mentioned, brother, Black America is a failure. You know what I mean? All the resources in America just goes to waste. Why not use some of it to invest in Africa?
How you figure Black America is a failure when the majority of your tour are Black Americans?
Okay, I'm going to answer that point. Black America is a failure. Like I mentioned, where are the industries that's being built? The corporate economics money could be used to build factories, operation to expand your empire. Instead, staying here and giving everything back to the system is the problem.
Okay, perfect. Great point. Great point. You're saying that while you're in America, the new industrial revolution is technology. It's not building factories. That's
Okay,
number
and I
one.
have a technology business. I have a
But I know
technology
this is not
business
about you
that
personally.
we're
You
gonna
said Black America is a failure. Let's
I
talk
mean,
about that because you're in a city.
the reason
You're
why
in a
I'm talking
city
about that
with
because,
multiple Black
like
businesses.
I mentioned to you, there's a lot of wealth here, right? And the money being put together, it does not build Black institutions, does not build Black enterprise to where we're creating more opportunities for our children. You're so worried about a few percentage of people going to Africa doing what they're doing instead of worrying about all the people who have the wealth here who could be helping doing what they're doing. That is what I'm saying. Your argument is flawed. And what you're saying,
Well, then why you cutting me off in the argument? Let's have the back and forth. You could get cooked too, Kala. I mean, Bomani, you could get it. Let's have it.
brother, there's no way you could cook me, brother. I live
Well, let's have the conversation then. Calm down. Let's have the conversation.
But like I said, brother, you can't cook nothing because I live a practical Black power life. I have a business enterprise here that I run in
America.
And then also, like I said to you, I have business in
say thank you to America.
Why don't you hold on? Like I said, I have people in Tanzania I do business with. I have people in Ghana I do business with. Okay.
From America.
Okay. So I do business in those countries. Those countries I do business with, it creates opportunities for those people. We create a business enterprise across the globe. We're working together to compete against the world. So if you can't see that, brother, that's your business. I can't explain that.
Bomani, you just said that Black America is a failure while you're in Black America. Why don't you leave then?
Like I mentioned,
when are you leaving?
Brother, I'll leave when I build my
exactly. You're not leaving.
Brother,
you're never leaving.
Brother, let me finish talking. I'll leave when I build my empire there on the land that we have. So I'm educating you, brother. So listen while I educate you, because you feel like you could be an internet troll and be on there just telling people what to do. You can't tell people what to do. People like myself are building what we build it, and I'm recruiting other people to come with us and build something. So your information is flawed because you're telling people, well, instead of y'all going to do that, go give them the shine. If Africa was going to do it, it would have been done it. The African continent need the energy of the diaspora to work with it, to build it, to figure it out. So if you or other people who try to do anything in Africa and fail, like Tariq Nasheed, he's one of those people, he went to Africa, he tried to do a bunch of things, he's a failure in America. So now he came up with a scam called FBA ADOS. That stuff is
there you go.
That stuff is
so Africans aren't smart enough to build up their own countries?
Brother, instead of you
are Africans not smart enough to build their own countries?
No, brother, if the enterprise of Africa by Africans was going to happen, it would have been happening. So what Africa needs is the diaspora. As far as here in America, people like yourself and Tariq Nasheed, y'all need to shake hands with Dane Calloway and figure it out and build something, build us some factories, build us some
Don't lump me in with those guys.
Dr. Umar is trying to build a school. Why aren't you guys figuring out together? That's what I'm saying. You guys are failures because all you guys have.
Why aren't you helping Dr. Umar?
I'm helping who I can help with in America and in Africa. That's what I'm saying. Everything I speak about is practical, and I'm doing it. We're building it and making it happen. The issue that we're having, and the only issue that we're having, is failures who talk all this stuff about Black America building nothing. Show me the warehouse. Show me the distribution operation. Show me how you're organizing a group of people together to where we're making our communities impactful.
Bomani, calm down, brother. You're just talking. You mad? Why you mad?
No, brother, I'm educating you, brother, because
you're mad. You're mad. Listen to yourself. Calm down. Let's have a conversation.
What I'm doing, brother,
calm down. Let's have the conversation.
Brother, I'm schooling old heads like yourself who have been a failure.
You're not schooling anyone. You're just yapping.
No, brother.
You're selling people Africa from America, and you're never moving to Africa. That's a scam.
Brother, why don't you calm down and mute yourself?
I'm chilling. You just been yapping.
Brother, like I said, what have you built in America with all the people like yourself who call yourself FBA ADOS and all you people who call yourself certain? So don't flip it around. The people.
Let me explain to you what I've built in America. America's already built up. It's already built up. We don't have to build shit, but take advantage of the opportunities there.
Other people in America. That's what we're doing. We're doing business and we're expanding our operation. So what you're doing,
you call Black America a failure. You call Black America a failure. That is, how dare you call Black America a failure from Black America? Kingston, Jamaica is a failure. You moved amongst Black Americans and got the nerve to call it Black America a failure while you won't leave it.
You're being stupid and being a troll. Because
nah, you're being stupid and watch your fucking mouth.
Why don't you shut up, you idiot? This is what you do. This is what you shut up. Don't be
Go and suck your mother, pussy.
Don't be coming cuss me out. You a punk ass. You a punk ass. You know what already. Like I mentioned to you.
Yeah, all right. Don't call me out of my name, pussy.
Brother, you have not put your money together to build anything. All you do is run your mouth. You are a fool. No, I'm not saying to him. You are a fool.
Bomani.
Nah.
Bomani.
No, hold on for a second. Like I said, brother, all I'm trying to get you to understand is, like I said, and if you have you
calm down, Bomani. Just calm down.
Let me talk.
Calm down.
Let me say something real quick.
Hold on, brother. You're not gonna come here and jumping like that. Let me finish my point. Like I said, not easy. Let me clear my point. Okay, like I mentioned to you, same thing I said about Africa. If Africa was gonna do it, it would have happened. If America was gonna do it, it would have happened. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is that you need to focus, and just like other people, focus on the things that need to be built. Since they have not been built, it's been a failure. The same thing in Africa. When we talk about the Black African infrastructure, it has not been built. So people are trying to go out there doing diplomatic missions to build this stuff. So, brother, I hate that the fact that you start running your mouth and taking things personal. So those are the failures.
Nah, you call me stupid, Bomani. No, you called Black America a failure.
Well, like I said to you, you need to focus on a point I mentioned.
No, but wait, Bomani, listen to me, brother. Listen to me.
Pan-Africanism strike back. Not easy. I'm done with you tonight.
Hey, listen. First of all,
please mute yourself, not easy, because you're running the same points, and I explained my points about Africa. So you can say I say Africa's a failure. Also.
Why you so mad?
No, I'm not mad. Why are you so stupid?
You're angry and you're calling me stupid. You're calling me stupid.
Can I say my point?
Because I'm doing the work and you're running your mouth. You have nothing to say about me because I'm doing the work, brother. Pan-African.
No. First of all, I'm the only one that donated to your dusty ass channel, and you calling me stupid?
Brother, you ain't got to donate nothing. I'm not begging nobody for nothing.
I won't donate anymore, bitch ass nigga.
Because you're being disrespectful and rude. Because you're
no. You're the one that called me out of my name. You're the one that called me out of my name.
Brother,
you called me out of my name.
All you think is defending the
You called me out of my name.
All you do, brother.
We don't need to have an argument, Brandon. He got tight, and then he started calling me out of my name.
I don't live my life, brother. I live the life of the
I don't have to live your life, man.
If you're gonna do me, you gotta respect me because I'm doing the work and you're not.
No.
Why you? There's no need to get angry over it. Look,
Bomani's in his feelings. We don't want to have a conversation.
Well, I'm having a conversation.
Drop a link and then get in his feelings.
I've addressed what you're saying, but you're not addressing what I'm saying.
No, I'll address any point you say right now. Ask me the question. Ask me the question. I'll address your point right now.
We can't all talk. I'll let you talk. Not need to let him talk because we can't all talk.
Okay, so Bomani, the thing is this. You got to understand that these people on the internet don't want to do nothing in America. They talk about America. Their job is to do one thing: disrupt every Black person trying to make progress in service of white supremacy, right? It's just like Tariq Nasheed. That's why they took the label that he gave them, because they're like the person who named them, right? It's like in the Bible, it says, my people will bear my name. So when someone accepts a title from a certain person, what they're doing is saying, I share the mind of that person. What that person thinks, I think. So I want to allow those people to label me. Sister Vegan, can you mute your mic real quick? You got a lot of feedback. But anyway.
And Sister Vegan, give us a second. We're just trying to clear things up.
So that person is adopting, they share that mindset. So the reality is this. You're like, Black America's a failure. Black America's not a failure. Black America.
Also, brother, I'm not gonna let you continue.
I know.
I'm not gonna let you continue because I was explaining something about Black
America.
Wait a
minute, let me finish.
No, because you guys are taking me out of perspective.
Bomani, no,
America.
Everyone is not done, bro. Just relax.
Okay? No.
Relax.
Don't tell me to relax. I don't want you and people taking things out of my mouth.
I mentioned two things. I'm trying to make a point.
You guys are not mentioning both parts. I mentioned American Africa.
I'm trying to make a point. You won't let me finish. Damn. So Black America is trying to get their wheels off the ground, right? The reality is all these people on the internet talking, they represent a segment of Black America that knows Black America's trying, but they are 100% unwilling to actually assist Black America in a monetary way in trying. For example, there are Black-owned manufacturing companies in America. I bet you none of these FBA people could even name one of them, right? There's Maroon Sausage Company. That's actually, does anybody want to know where Maroon Sausage Company, which is a manufacturing company, is? Does anyone know that? No one knows.
Please tell us. I want to buy some sausage.
Yeah, come on,
Listen,
brother.
that's actually that's actually in Brooklyn, New York. But the guy from New York who's telling us what to do in Africa don't even know about that place. See, and then there's Electrosoft.
You would know about sausages, not me.
Electronics manufacturer Electrosoft is in Philadelphia, PA. It's owned by a Black woman. Then you got TTA Wholesale, Win Medics Corp, No Trace Cosmetics, Narito Foods, Aya Paper Co., Hella Awkward, toy manufacturer, Evie McLeely's Teas, tea manufacturer, medical Kevisha Richardson LLC, medical technology manufacturer, Jam and Comida, food seasoning manufacturer, holistic wellness CBD product manufacturer. We have it in America, but what you got to understand is these people are like, look, we don't give a shit about building where we are, so we're going to work to stand in the way of anybody who's trying to build anything anywhere. See what I'm saying? So it's not about them saying, oh, we need to build in America and leave Africa for the Africans. Dr. Amos Wilson already taught us about this. These are people who serve white supremacy in blackface. Their job is to be a disruptor, a filibuster. Come into your space, disrupt conversations that can lead to progress, right? Just for the sake of stopping you from ever catching up to their white master, right? And this is what white people have assigned them to do, and they do the job very well. The problem is people get on, say a couple nice things about Africa, start calling us brother. We let our guard down. Then 5 minutes later, they're tearing down everything we stand for, right? This happens. I saw this happen at the FBA conference. At the FBA protest. Every brother who was doing security for that trap Nordos literally was Pan-African. They're standing there protecting her, and then she starts going in on Pan-Africanism. These people are.
You called the Black woman a tramp?
Yes, I did. So what?
Why?
Why
would you call her a tramp? Because she has a different ideology.
That's what she is. I didn't call her a tramp.
Why would you say she's a tramp, though? A tramp?
I didn't call her a tramp because she has a different ideology. I called her a tramp because that's the way she behaved when I came on the scene.
Come on, man. That's the stretch. You calling a Black woman a tramp? Come on, man.
Yes, so what? Look at
that means let him wrap it up.
I'm going to wrap it up. But the whole point is this. These people just are here to disrupt. The more attention you give them, the more they're going to just piss you off, pull you out of character, have you cursing, doing all this stuff. What you need to do, Bomani, I'm going to do it. I'm going to print out this list of factories. If they can't name me one of the manufacturing companies on this list that's in America, there's no need for them to even talk to me, because you can't tell somebody to build America when you don't even know what's being built in America. They know more about America than they know about America.
Absolutely. Right? My issue with all this stuff is that too much people limit themselves. You know what I mean? Go where you can make some things happen. But other than that, like I mentioned, you have all of this great talent in America, and it's like, what are we building? That's what I'm asking people, honestly. You know what I'm saying? So, but not easy.
Black America is regular dream killers. People who always telling people what they can't do, what they shouldn't do. And it's a product of our elderly generation, the older people than me. They're just dream killers because they didn't get the shit they wanted. So their new job is to make sure that you don't even try to go get the shit that you could get. And the best thing to do to them, not listen to them. Leave them alone. Leave them in their own misery and just move forward, man. That's terrible to do that to your own people.
All right, cool. So not me. Is that what you're doing to me, brother? Is that what you're doing? You came on here to cause destruction and problems?
Now, Bomani, let me ask you a question. Do you really believe that, though?
I
Do
mean,
you, in your heart of hearts, believe that I came here to disrupt you, or did I come here when you dropped the link and wanted to have a back and forth conversation? What do you really think, bro?
the brother make his point. I don't know. The brother make his point because
no, I'm talking about you. Forget Brandon. Brandon is Brandon. You know, whatever I mention, your company, what you're doing.
Because you seem to have so much focus on what people doing in Africa versus.
Wait, but let me ask you. Let's do the question then. The whole topic of the show was that. We weren't talking about apple pies, and then I came on talking about beef patties, brother. The topic of the show was tribalism and individualism versus Pan-Africanism and nation building, or something to that effect.
So you have
I made my point.
Nationhood. So you preferring tribalism and individualism.
Wait, but brother, I didn't call it tribalism. What I said was that we have to focus on ourselves first, and that was where the contention came. When I mentioned wait, hold on, brother. Why you ask the question? You don't want to listen to me, Bomani. I'm gonna be quiet because you're turned up right now, brother.
No, I'm not turned up because you still won't answer the situation.
But I'm answering it, and then just ask me the question again. Maybe I misunderstood you.
No one is understanding. If 90% of the black people won't ever go anywhere, I got people who never left Brooklyn, New York. Why is it? Where's all of this energy of building Black America? Do you have enough people focused on Black America? You may have 1% of people that's doing Pan-African work, and that's what my thing is. With all of these people online trolling about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is your least worries. The ones of us that are going in America and doing things, we're doing what we're doing. But what I'm asking people, and nobody has been able to tell me, Brandon has told me about a few factories, but that's not any movement. When we talk about organization, the popular Black organization, are they effective to building any Black institutions in America? And where are the Black people that feel so proud about America? Why don't they show up at these events and these places? And I tell people, take me out of it. We're doing international business. I'm going to expand my empire just like that white guy, Marriott did, and when he just built all those damn places all over the damn different parts of the world. I'm looking to build enterprise to invest in my own people. So what I'm saying to people is that where is the energy in Black America to build up and connect? I mean, yes.
All right, so Bomani, I'm going to tell you where it is. It's in the city that you're in. It's in other cities. We're a numerical minority in America, but there are plenty of Black businesses, just like Brandon mentioned. My family owns a Black business. If you're a woman and you've heard of Carol's daughter, that's literally my family.
I wasn't talking about Black business.
Hold on, brother. Bomani, please, man.
I just want you to get to the point because we're not talking about Black.
Well, you can't rush me to the point, brother. You're just still upset, and I'm trying to get you to calm down.
I'm not upset. What I'm saying to you,
we're all upset. You never speak to me like this. You
guys are not answering what we built. No, we're not answering what we're doing. And it's like, it's all this little thing. Oh, you guys are doing over there. Let them own kingdom. What you're talking about is foolishness because you have not told me about.
But it's not foolishness though, Bomani. You're talking about tours and land, bro.
What Black organization is building a future for Black people in America? Is FBA doing that?
Okay, so what's the organization building something in a continent? I need the name now. What's the one that the Black Nationalist Organization?
Africa for the Africans and Black Star Pan-African Community. Those are two organizations, and those are organizations that run.
Are those organizations or are they businesses?
The organization, and also a business is an organization. The organization that have people that are doing things effectively on the continent. And we're
okay. So now, when you name your business, right, that you make money off of, right, and I name Black businesses that's literally in my family, the Black businesses that I name and that Brandon names are just businesses. When you ask the question, and the context here is Black America being a failure and why we have to leave and go to the continent, I say that doesn't make sense because there's too many examples of Black excellence, Black business in America for us to be beating our people down, but you have to leave. You can do both if you want, but if you're in America and you say Black America is a failure, while your client base are mostly Black Americans. I don't see how you don't see that that's a slap in the face.
Okay, brother, like I mentioned to you, I mentioned as far as Africa and America. That's not just one thing I said, and that's the issue that I have even when the brother came on. It's not, don't just address one thing, address what I mentioned. I mentioned that basically the Africa and the diaspora need each other, and without each other, they're both going to be failures, and they're not going to progress. They're not going to have the strength that they need to progress. And I stand on that, and I live on that. And that's why I run business and do business with people here and also in Africa, and try to be the example to get people to get out there and get involved with things. And that's the issue that I have. The issue that I have is most of the strength is here in America. Yeah, people done well for themselves. But are these people tribalists or individualism? Are they building anything in Black America? They're building something for themselves. What we talking about building is, it goes beyond just my inner circle, and it goes just beyond myself. It goes beyond just building a connection that some people will never understand, because most people is all about tribalism and individualism. They have not coined the concept of, let me try to build something so my children can have something in the future. And that's the failure that we have had. We know we have had great salaries and great operations, but then where is the collective energy to build enterprises, to build the factories that I talk about? Those things are not the things that you really see that exist. Does it exist here in the South? Absolutely. Does it exist enough, to a point? But if Black people do not spend time to do business and expand international, then is it okay for the Chinese, the Lebanese, the Indians, and other people like that to do that? That is the situation. And that's what.
Let me jump on that point, brother. I understand what you mean about trying to essentially put a Black face into the continent and take it back from the Chinese, the Lebanese. I would love to see that, right? But that is not a decision for me as a disconnected diasporan, so to speak, to make. These these relationships, these business relationships that you just talked about, that we all hate seeing on the continent, that I actually hate seeing in Black America. The difference is that on the continent, they were invited in by Black leaders. So you're going to have to fight the Black corrupt leadership and also the economic power structure that they benefit from. I mean, that the Lebanese and Chinese benefit from, that's, created by these Black leaders. Those are a lot of hurdles to be running just to be trying to create economic powerhouses. You can do that in America. Most Black Americans are not Pan-African, so they don't care about that. But when you call us a failure as an immigrant to America who served in the military, you calling my people America. You calling my community.
Like I said,
no. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm gonna pass it back to you. No. You can't call my people a failure.
You're dwelling on ignorant points and things like that.
No. You made the ignorant point. If you're falling back from it, then say that.
You're telling it's okay for white people to expand in business and operate like that, but you're telling people that they shouldn't do that. What you're saying makes no sense.
No, I'm saying that a Jamaican immigrant that lives among Blacks America cannot be calling Black Americans failures. Period.
Well, I'm calling you a Black America as an idiot, and you're not no defender of Black America. You said,
bro, now you're calling me an idiot. You're showing your true colors, bro. You're showing your true colors. You don't have the emotional fortitude to run anything.
No, I'm just being serious.
If you can be shaken on a YouTube panel, then you can't run shit in Africa, bro.
Brother, you're dwelling on an ignorant point.
Stop calling me brother. If I'm brother now, and then I'm an idiot the next 5 seconds.
Go ahead and say that I say Africa is a failure, because that's not what I said in my analysis.
I didn't say you said Africa's a failure. You said Black America was a failure specifically.
I mentioned to you, I explained 2 situations. So you want to listen to what you want to listen to. I said Africa and America individually, if people stay in their own situations, they'll not build anything, and Africa would be a failure, and America would be a failure. Both places.
You said Black America is a failure.
So I'm pushing my argument, you internet troll. I'm pushing my argument that what we're doing is we are literally trying to get.
Bomani, stop calling me out my name.
No, you are an internet troll. You're an internet troll. That's
Your mother's the internet troll, bitch ass nigga. Now what? Your mother's the internet troll, bitch ass.
You can call me whatever you want to call me, brother.
Now I'm gonna call you what I want to call you.
because I'm out here building business and doing things, and you guys are just on the internet playing
Nah,
around.
you can't. No one can disagree
brother,
without
you ain't
being
building
called a
nothing.
troll.
Brother, you ain't building nothing.
You,
You
you
just
go.
another internet troll.
I'm a
That's
brother
love it.
1 second,
I
and then
love
I'm a
you. I
troll
love
the
you. I got
next.
no love for
Stop
you, but
it.
you're also an internet troll.
Stop it. I
Your
can't
purpose
be a
is to
brother
hit
now and then the next
your
a troll the
purpose,
next because I have a different
the necessary evil.
difference in opinion. Stop
Your
it.
purpose is no. We don't have a difference in opinion. You're trying to
So if you
something. I'm if you
create a panel based on a difference in opinion,
it's
respect
not a
it. Don't
difference,
call
brother.
the
It's
guest
not a
a
difference in
troll.
opinion. What you're doing is you're not telling us why people like yourself and all the people who love America, all these FBA and all these people who came up with this new little ideology, because you guys try to do things in Africa. And, oh, I try to do things in Africa, it didn't work out. The hell with Africa. So now y'all come.
No, that's not the case.
You know,
I don't say that.
That's what some of you people are doing.
I don't
And
say that.
Since y'all can't make it in Africa, you're like, okay, well, I love America now. When y'all back in the days was probably talking all this stuff about America. But like I said, if y'all really feel this about America, where's the black institution? Where's the nation building? Where's the black organization that's taking black people to the next level in America? And
America is the nation.
We as a people that are building the work in Africa are going to be the trailblazers of the future. We're going to be the reason why we create a strong nation of people together to where we can compete. Right now,
I want to ask you a question about that specifically, respectfully as well. I want to ask you a respectful question, Bomani, on that nation building.
I want to let somebody in. Properly constructed, like I was saying, we cannot compete against the likes of.
Why don't you think Africans can do it themselves?
Like I said, not me. You don't address points. What you do is you run the same little simple.
No, you don't know that. You don't give me points.
You know what I'm saying? So, brother, you had your chance and you just stuck on one.
No. Don't call me brother and then idiot. I can't be a brother and then an idiot.
Oh, you're probably both. Right now, that's what you're operating as.
No. Watch your fucking mouth, pussy hole.
Keep on calling me a pussy hole. Brother, you can say what you want to say, brother. Like I mentioned to you, brother.
You call me an idiot, I'll call you a pussy hole. You see how that works?
Yo, listen, brother. Listen here. We're building what we're building, and you as a people, you're upset because you can't do what we're doing.
I'm not upset, Bomani. You're upset. Calm down.
You calm down because you're not told me, brother, what you and FBA are building.
Brother, listen. You're living in the city where black people are building.
That's your quickest, simplest answer. So
yeah, it's a very simple answer.
It's a very simple answer. Okay,
we're living in a city where black people are building.
Okay, so perfect. Black people are building here, and I'm building here, and also building somewhere else and getting paid.
So then, why would you call us a failure?
I'm encouraging black people if they're serious.
I'm gonna mute up so the sister can speak.
Yeah, if they're serious, if people here are serious, do not just stay here as a sitting duck. Learn about investing your money and your business operation internationally, land investment and other things going on in Africa. People like myself, I've been in that world. I'm here to connect people, and that's what we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm waiting for the next brother or sister that's so passionate about America to show us what you're really building. And you people keep on saying, look at the South. Yeah, the South is progressive. The South is progressive, but you're also limited on what you can do in this country. Limited. Like if I wanted to build what I'm building in Ghana, I cannot build it here. You know what I'm saying? I'll be.
There's no limitations in Ghana? There's mad limitations with red tape,
let me
guards.
Let me get right to the point of what I'm telling you. We're building a Black Pan-African community. You go try to build one of those things here in America, here in the South, and do you see what happens?
You don't have to build a Pan-African community.
Yes, so you're building an operation to create opportunities for your young children who wouldn't have any opportunities. And when the children that you're taking with you to Africa, they'll learn those things too. This whole hub right here is an enterprise. I showed my IT website earlier, and this is the world I've been in. So I'm not the usual person I get on the internet and talk. I market my business, but most people on the internet that's watching these things, they're not serious about building anything. It's just causing chaos and damage. And that's why after tonight, we're going to start doing private operations where only the people that are looking to do anything with us, we do things with, because I'm realizing that we're not progressing from this and things like that. So I'm fine with people agreeing to disagreeing, but until people show me what they're building here and how they're going to change the path for their people in the future, all these little things you're saying just because one or two Black people own business and just because a few of us are celebrities and we have certain things, but we're not doing what we're talking about. We're not doing Black power cooperative economics. So people, like I mentioned,
you can't expect the whole Black people to think like you, bro, and that's the point.
Black people to think of it like I'm saying to you, the Chinese, the Indians, and other people who came here, they're doing what they're doing, and they're taking advantage of opportunities and taking opportunities from our brothers and sisters. You know, and
Well, and then you need to speak to the leaders that let them in.
well, it
You
ain't
can't do anything against that.
about leader. Like I mentioned to you, where is our people putting their energy together to build towns and cities and take things to another level? And that's what I'm saying. So those people who are really serious about those things, they should get with those people and leave people like myself alone, because I'm going to do what I need to do, and I'm going to keep on shining and enjoying life and making moves and doing things that most people who call themselves, whether they call themselves American nationalists or Pan-Africanists, can't do, because they don't have the heart to get out here and actually try to do things with their people and try to connect their people. So that's what kind of stuff I'm on, brother. And you may be talking to some of those other people, and they may be better off doing something here. But at the same time, too, it seems like you have an obsession with people that are into doing things in Africa. Because maybe when you went there,
you literally made a video, Tribalism and Individualism, or Pan-Africanism and nationhood. And I chimed in on that, and then you just went berserk.
No, I didn't went berserk, brother. Yeah,
you went berserk.
No, brother, you're
calling me out of my name.
You're crossing the line like you usually do, and you started going off on me, and you know.
No, you came with the name calling, bro.
And as soon as you got in, you started just, the other brother I was talking to, you started just going in on them and things like that. That's your attitude.
Yeah,
brother.
because you wouldn't. Come on, brother, stop it.
Brother, you're getting a taste of your own medicine, and I'm saying,
you acting soft.
Like these guys, I'm accomplished. Ain't acting soft, brother. I'm accomplished.
You soft, man.
I'm changing the lives of a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? You just an internet troll. You still haven't
shown
me.
You a troll. You still in America. You still in Africa from America.
I've shown my accomplishment. What are you building?
Leave my country.
I'm moving.
Go back to Kingston. Go back to Kingston.
I'm making things happen. And that note, brother, it's time for you to get out of the stream. So Not Measy is removed right now. He came in very disrespectful, as a typical internet troll that he is. So I removed him from the chat. I won't add him back. He has no respect. I try to be cool with him and talk with him, and he wants to run his mouth. And I try to go back and forth with him points, but at no time he ever showed me what he's doing and things like that. So family, for those who are the real listeners, I apologize. I had to just get a little loud with this guy, because you know I try to be cool with him and talk with him. He feel like just because he donates some money and things like that, I'm supposed to just ease back and things like that. So I'm not here to play with him or anyone. I didn't stay up late at night and having to work in the morning and things to sit around and play with him. I was hoping that he'd point some things out, but I think Brandon is 100% right. Maybe he's just here to cause disrupt and things like that. And at this point, I'm asking him, and to correct him, and like I repeat it one more time again, and even if I did say anything is a failure, I don't just say something is a failure and then don't put analysis behind it. That's what uneducated people do. So again, I'll repeat myself, family. Africa and America, which is currently constructed as the way it is, would be a failure in the future based on how the entire world is organized and putting their energy together and dominating. And unless you have some of the best of our people, kind of work from places, you have some of our people from Africa that could be here, and we just have to connect with them to do some things. I'm not here to figure this thing out about America. What I'm passionate is about connecting the African continent. Let me mute you for a second. Connect you to the African continent and connect it in a way to where we can get involved in doing business on the African continent, to where we're expanding our empire, where we can learn our own people, where we connect. I don't like when people put words in my mouth, and I got rid of him and I got him off because that's what he kept on doing and not showing what he's doing. Now, when people tell me about accomplishment, they tell me about other people's accomplishment. I don't talk about a bunch of other people's accomplishment. I talk about what we're doing. So after talking back and forth with this guy for so long, he never says his accomplishment. So I'm not here to debate with people. People like himself cannot debate with me, because in order for you to debate me, you have to actually show me what you're doing. And until someone shows what they're building, I don't have time to debate with people. What I'm talking to people about is I'm trying to get people to understand, if you're so passionate about Black America, build the things that need to be built. Don't worry about the 1% of the population of Black people in America that's going to go to Africa and try to explore and figure things out. Those people are pioneers, and they need to do what they need to do. It should be 10%, not 1%, because we do need to strengthen numbers and things like that. So this is where people like Not Measy become to where they're unintelligent in what they're talking, because they're making it seem like, oh, we just have it going on like that. If we have it going on like that, we live in a world. We live in a world, America, where we're limited. That's all I can say. I'm not really here to talk about certain situations, but at the same time, too, if you're a wise nation of people, you want to expand the operation. China has done that. Like I mentioned to him about the white guy Marriott, he has hotels in 6 continents. You know what I'm saying? So people like myself, when you start enterprising, then you have people like this checking you and checking. He couldn't have been checking me. He must have been checking other people. But at the same time, too, those people need to go after those aspirations as far as looking to literally see what they can do as far as a future world for them. Just because you're born in America don't mean that it's going to be somewhere you live all your life. I was born in Jamaica. I don't live there. And I build my enterprise in Africa. More than likely, I will live somewhere else in the future. And things like that. So I was hoping that the brother would try to talk and things like that. But he came in hot and started this, like he's the boss and things like that. And he ain't no boss of me. I've been a boss running a business enterprise since I was in my 20s and things like that. So after I couldn't teach him no more and he'd become disruptive, I wanted to get things back to where Sister Vegan, you can talk, and hopefully your background is better now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, Brethren. I just want to say, I listen to y'all. It's morning here in Ghana, 7:12. And right. I do listen to you regularly, and I do give thanks for the honor to be able to just listen to the brothers. But I do want to say, as a sister, at times it seems a little bit, overrated. That, I remember a song says, when we argue, fuss, and fight, we're giving the hypocrites the right to cite that we can't unite. You know what I'm saying? And that's the feeling I feel sometimes when I tune in, that the brothers just always going in on one another. We as a people have to learn to respect each other. I did not appreciate this show with a brother, called you, even said something about your mother, because I am a mother. That kind of offended me. And on the last show, I didn't like when the brother said something about busting the balls over and over and over. You guys have to realize, the brothers have to realize the sisters are listening too, and sometimes it feels a little bit disrespectful at times. And I wish that we could just get past that when we try to reason with one another. And that was my first point. The second point is, a lot of people seem to be, and I don't really want to, get in an argument or debate with people. I'm just saying from my philosophy. A lot of brothers and sisters in the States seem to be upset when we decide to move away from America. They seem to be like really bothered by the fact that we have the audacity to get the courage to come and live in Africa. And I just want to say to them, it's a choice. Every man has the right to decide his own destiny. Every woman has the right to decide their own destiny. I would like it when brothers and sisters get online and they start to trash us over here in Africa, that let them know that we are trailblazers. It's not easy. It's not easy not having water. In Jamaica, I lived in Jamaica for 16 years. All of my children were born in Jamaica. You know how it is to wake up and there's no water. You know how to wake up in Jamaica and there's no light. All I want to say to the sisters and brothers who are in the diaspora, who haven't know about the low-tech life, think times is changing. You see what I'm saying? And you have to be able to live on both sides of the spectrum. You have to be able to build businesses, but you still have to be able to fetch water just in case, the need arises. So as a queen mother, as a mother, as a sister, as a daughter of Zion, I want to say to all of our brothers and sisters, Africa is for the African and it's a waste its creators. We have too much talent in the West to continue to build a place that doesn't want us, doesn't accept us, and I don't care what you say, the brother is right. It's a failure. It is a failure. Babylon is a failure. Admit it. Africa is the future, and whoever don't see Africa as the future, you are definitely missing the boat. Just think as facts. 80% of the population in Africa is under 20. No other place on earth can boast those statistics. So that means that's where the future is. So brothers and sisters, you may not want to live in Africa, but please at least think about investing in Africa. Because the only way that these people are owning like the whole of Spintex Road, they own everything. The only reason they own all the supermarkets, the only reason they own all the malls, the only reason they own all of everything is because they are here and they're posted up. And we're too busy arguing and saying Africa, whatever. Listen, brothers and sisters, opportunity is opportunity. Business is business. If it's business in America, if it's business in Africa, if we making money, we are making money. What we have to do as a people is decide, where we want to leave our legacy. I'm in Africa because I feel like I want to leave my legacy here. I'm building my legacy here. I don't have no problem with America, born in the shot, all of that. But where I want to leave my legacy, why I'm here, is I want to leave my legacy in the motherland. It's a 360 going from America to the Caribbean, coming to Africa. And that's all I want to say.
All right, I appreciate you. As far as people and their language, you try to deal with like when like when he started this, I was doing my best not to go back and forth with him using certain words and things like that. But he went there literally, and he said some things where he just crossing the line as far as talking. What I'm trying to do is and people like himself, I blocked him, so he's gone. I'm not interested in these things, and I'm a serious person about business, and I've moved past a lot of people. I've met people like himself in life, and I've left them back in high school and things like that. And there's a lot of people like him, so that's why I bring people like himself on here to literally to let him share his stupid points and then turn around and educate him. Because the thing of it is, every single people in the entire world is enterprising in other places and expanding the operation, especially especially the different Asian countries. So we as a people, if we don't start competing on a global level, we're done. But it's like we don't need everybody. But it's like no one has been able to answer what is the 90% of the people that's so focused on America really building, and then they start coming up with these different theories in science, and then not Measy, since people like himself, they're not doing anything to build anything with Black people. So they talk about what other people are doing. And that's what I want people to educate me about what they're doing to make a difference for people. And I'm, and I'm a person that after a while you start shouting. That's why I just remove him, because it's like I'm talking and he's just shouting and screaming. He's not saying anything. Education. He was saying, if I feel America is a certain way, then leave. And it's like, oh, and is that your best argument? No, first of all, you don't tell me where to leave. I'm a citizen of this country. You don't tell me where to leave. I'm a person that, I'm a person that put my work in this country. I'm not here freeloading. You know what I mean? And then, and then the fact that I'm taking our people from America and connecting them to Africa and business and things like that. People like himself are jealous. There's a group of people online that literally they're failures. They've never accomplished anything in America. And then when they went to Africa, they didn't accomplish anything. And then when they went to Africa and they failed, they came back and they cursed Africa. And then so I'm like, okay, well, Africa didn't work out for you. That's fine. Africa don't work out for most people. Because most people don't put the work into making it work. So you have a lot of successful people there from the diaspora there. I interview them all the time on my channel when we travel and go to different countries and things like that. But the reality of it is, if you can't make it here in America, if you can't make it there in Africa and you need to just stay in America, you have the resources, do your best and make it work. But my point is, people are so focused on tribalism and individuals, even here in America, nothing gets done. So who are you to tell the 1% of people who say, hey, you know what? I'm going to make what I need to make done in Africa build. Another thing I wanted to address what you're saying, because he is so, you have to talk loud to even hear yourself talking when this person's screaming. So what I want to address, they realize, they feel like that since they can't build nothing in Africa, like literally saying, they get into too much deep thought. Like, you don't have to plan things out 100 years from now. Like, you're just mixing things up, like if this happened, if that happened, and things like that. The fact that I've been going back and forth to Africa for 18 years and just still here doing business and everything, it's letting people know that, hey, if you want to put the work in it and you want to just expand out here, yeah, we have avenues for you to connect to. So, but beyond that right there, people like myself, you're here in America and you're building your business. So like I mentioned to people, all y'all on the internet, all y'all do is waste your time on people's channel playing around games. None of y'all can really show me what y'all building. And the ones that show me what you're building, let's build together, because that's what we need. But beyond that, a lot of times I can't connect with people because it's hard to connect with people because people are not serious. People are not serious. Only reason I'm ever on YouTube is to literally just explain and share what we do in business and share the thoughts and our philosophies on why we feel we need to build an international world and why we need to educate ourselves as a people to understand that, if we stay in our current situation, it's like, the game is over. You're talking about a whole country called Mexico. They're moving their population in, and you're telling me a group of individuals from America are going to compete with the Mexicans?
The reality is this, and brother, a lot of our brothers and sisters have been slaves to the system. They get up and they go and they do what they do, and I'm not blaming anyone. I was a slave myself. But again, at some point in life, you're going to have to say, when am I going to stop building the kingdom of Babylon? When am I going to start building the land of my forefathers? None of us can say that America is been good for Black Americans. I'm born in America, so he can sit there and say what he wants. America hasn't been good for us. America hasn't been good for us since we came off out of the motherland. Let's be honest, Black Americans. Right. America has given us a bad deal. We've been given the worst, and we built the entire country. So I understand that you want to stand and fight for America because we built America. That's been our argument for 400 years. But at what point will we stop thinking that they're going to give us anything?
But let me add something there. What is he really fighting for? Because I'm addressing the people who are so dedicated about America. You know what I mean? Like I mentioned to people, this is not one of those hate situations. You're just asking a simple general question, And I just want to, I just wish he was here, but I can't have these conversations with someone that's going to keep like coming at me a certain way and we can't talk. So I had to get rid of him, but I'll answer for him. It's like they're not building the things that need to be built. They're focusing on this other things. And it's like, since you've been here, you have to go through certain things. And it's not like you're in a sweet situation in America where it's perfect. It's still the trials and tribulation you have to keep on going through. Yes. But some people may be positive and look at it in a positive light, which I'm fine with. But the reality, you have a different experience. You'd say, you have a different experience. And I wasn't trying to really bring that on the conversation, but your experience speaks for the fact of what the situation is, that people gonna have to open their minds and think on another level, because
the reality is this, brother. We're at different levels in life. I've been 20, I've been 30, I've been 40, I've been 50, and now I'm in my 60s. So my perspective has changed a great deal in those years. I've been through when Martin Luther King was in America and got his head busted. I was there in Chicago watching white people give them the rocks to bust Martin Luther King head. I was also with Malcolm X. My mother was a Black Panther. I am one of those sisters. I know what it is to actually see racism in America. So all the Black Americans who feel like that we have arrived, we haven't. Nothing has changed, because George Floyd should have showed us that the more things seem to have changed, the more things remain the same. If that didn't show us that, we haven't went that far from Willie Lynch syndrome. We're still on this, divide and conquer strategy. And we're still on my brother is my worst enemy, and don't trust each other, don't love each other, don't respect each other. Nothing has changed. We're talking about all these organizations who meet and greet. We did all of that, brothers and sisters. It's time to stop meeting and greeting and starting to get into action. We used to say as a little girl in the Panthers, action is satisfaction. That's what I'm on. I don't really want to hear that. I had my business in Chicago. Sisters Vegan was there. Everybody know me. Then I moved that business to the West Coast. I was in California, the 5th largest economy in the world, doing my thing there. And I left there and I came to Africa, and now I'm in the Gold Coast, from the West Coast to the Gold Coast, so it can be done. I don't just talk that stuff. I'm living what I say. I'm not just talking. See, a lot of our people are into talking. They're not into doing, or they're into casting stones or putting in stumbling blocks or saying how, you ran away. Bob said it best. I could never run away from myself.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing of it is, I mentioned about limited, and this guy say, if we limit America, then leave. What people understand is we live in a world where people like myself do real business. So most of these people, sometimes I don't want to communicate with them because they've never built or have any business. And this is a real business place of business enterprise that goes down and things like that. But I'm trying to remember my last point on it. As far as I just lost my train of thought for a second. Let me see if I just catch my train of thought back. But as far as what we should be learning how to do is learning how to just tap into the rest of the world. It's an incredible operation. Some people they're too slow and they're not there yet. You know, I could tell that your mind is somewhere else because you're in Africa, so you have a different speed.
I'm just really about, I mean, I guess tired of, singing, I'm a Nyabingi sister from long time. I mean, I'll say from the 80s, I've been going to the Nyabingi, and we were singing all these chants about African liberation. We were singing about, we can't sing, I can't sit by the rivers of Babylon in a strange land and sing my father's song. So I just got tired of just talking the talk, brother, and I just made a move. It took all the courage in the world to just say, okay, I'm going to do this. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, if I can tell all my brothers and sisters in the world, it's the best thing I ever did for myself, because for the first time in my life, other than when I lived in Jamaica, I actually can see everybody looks like me. You know what I'm saying? I like that feeling. I am the majority, because in America, I am the minority, and people don't stop telling me, you're the minority, you're the minority, and we should watch you, and we should follow you, and we should hunt you, and we should hunt you down. In Africa, I am no longer the minority. And I felt that feeling again when I lived in Jamaica, because the pilots were Black, the bankers were Black, everybody was Black. And I just love that feeling of being the majority. People don't understand how that plays on the psyche when you're always the minority. And people don't stop telling you that. And they don't stop giving you the bottom of the barrel or the crumbs. And you have to wait for everyone else to be served, and then you. Why is the Black man in America always got to be the spook that sat by the door, or the butler, or the help? You know what I'm saying? That is our reality. And I don't care how far we've gone from that. The more things change, the more things remain the same.
It's my sister. You've been through the world and you've seen the situation. So I'm telling people, like family, I'm not one of those people that have this, like people have talk about the downfall or the, whatever they say about America. But I look at it as a different way, it's kind of a sense of hope, but, we do need to have some serious, a little more serious people from America just invest in Africa, and I know sometimes trying to get things done is rough, but, I look at that as a game changer as far as like example, when you hear about international contracts, as far as just on a high level, like engineering contract, road building and designs in Africa.
Yes.
And I can't say I know who get all the contract, but a lot of times, for the most part, we're not the ones putting that team together in America to compete with the world. Even though you live in a country where you have some more educated people in those fields, and this is what I'm sharing, brothers and sisters. You may be in a country that has all of certain things, but you're gonna have limitations, especially when you're not practicing cooperative economics.
Exactly.
And so now the situation is, some of us, we've been through Black organizations and we've done the best we can do. And I commend people. But should you stay here and just do all of that, all of us? No, it's not fair to certain people who, like some people have went to Africa and they've expanded their world. So that's why I had that troll on today, because I wanted him to say the things I know he's gonna say. Well, I was hoping other people get on, but he's saying all of these things, but at the same time, too, the things that you're mentioning about the experience, and I'm not telling people how to handle experience. All I'm telling people, like, hey, it's kind of like this is not the only game in town. You're basing it on someone who lived in a different country and live here and spend his time living in places, and you're here to tell people to just expand. And this is like, you, the white person that's teaching, don't teach your people to put your money together and invest and dominate the world, and then teach me how to be an individual. But that's how the situation is. We come out of class learning something different from other people. So people like myself is in these sessions to where you're telling people like, hey, family, come get some land in Africa, connect with a group of us, let's make some move. Now you can't like figure everything out in one shot. Now, people like himself, they never make any moves in America, and definitely don't make any moves in Africa, because they're so caught up into, if I do this, or what if this happened, what if that happened. It's like when you're in a situation of building a future for your people and you know you got to make these moves, you literally got to make these moves. You can't just sit around and just be wondering and things like that. And people like myself, you know, as a naval person, I understand international logistics operation. And like I tell people, the Navy itself, they have more bases than all other. They have more bases international than all other countries that have international bases combined. You know, they you know, it's you know, they take that situation serious about logistics and operation. They look at what they have built in America, and they go to all extents to protecting it.
Exactly.
And that's the same thing you're telling people. It's like Africa is a prize. Maybe we need to focus on putting some energy into kind of building something there and making it work. Then you have this person, you know, he come with his analysis. No, if you're gonna come with some analysis, come with some good analysis.
Right.
Because analysis of just
but it has to be non-biased, because the analysis can't be biased based on one premise or another premise. It has to be in the middle, you know, and that's what I don't like with a lot of brothers who come on here. Anyone of any kind of intellectual abilities can see that, you know, you're biased in what you're saying. And we have to take the personality out of it, because, you know, it's irregardless of person, principalities, or powers. We don't have respect for any of that when we speak in truth, you know, and that's where I'm at. You know, I don't really do this whole debating with people, because I know who I am and I know what I stand for. And when you know that, you don't really have to get into all these, you know, back and forth with brothers and sisters who only speaking to you to bring you down from your excellency. Really, they don't want to. It's not a dialogue or reason or anything they want to have. They want to have a monologue. Dialogue meaning two people are talking. Monologue is you're talking. Do you want to have a dialogue, brother, or do you want to have a monologue? So, and the people who want to have a monologue, I'm not interested in talking to. I'm interested in talking to people who want to uplift the continent, who are about the liberation of Africa, who are about building Africa for the Africans. If everybody else can have a piece of Africa, why can't we?
That's it. And this is what.
Why can't I?
And exactly, and this is what I'm explaining to the brother. But it seemed like whenever I explain anything to you, he doesn't want to answer it. So that's why it was like it can't be a conversation, because a conversation means you need to answer this, and you don't keep on bringing up certain things. So I'm educating people on what's going on. I'm a person, I don't have time to play games with these people. I don't know who send these people, but I'm telling people, if you really truly love your brothers and sisters, I don't care what you do. You build something and build your people. Now, creating a stupidity called FB and ADOS, because anyone want to challenge me on that, you can challenge me on that. But it's a stupidity when you're doing this, you're doing the same thing that we've been fed with, division and being conquered, you know, literally. And it's like, you know, you're looking at some, you know, if you're talking about like earlier we was talking about hip hop, and we talking about the contributions, and just like I would talk about the contributions of Black Power, you know, when I mentioned people like Marcus Garvey, you know. So it's like you're speaking about the greatness of Black America, but also the greatness of Black America include other people who have added their greatness and things like that. So when I look at that, that made us say stronger as a people. You know, you had an era where you had Garvey and Malcolm, you know, and then you had Kwame Nkrumah over here, you know.
Yes.
You know, we have the most iconic figures about Pan-Africanism and this African nation building, and it's like strength in numbers. So me as a person, I'm trying to find the small percentage that really want to do things in Africa. And, you know, I'm always telling them I'm open to connecting with and things like that. And that's literally this, you know, what we're building, because it's like, how long are we going to sit here? And then when somebody say that the government brought those people to the country or they invited them to the country, it's irrelevant, you know. And that's why I'm saying that I'm just wrapping things up. I wish I could really talk but I wasn't going to just do all that shouting stuff. And I'm not one of these little internet guys and things like that, because guys like to talk a lot of stuff, you know, on the internet and things like that. And I'm just not really with all that talking stuff. I've been a technical trainer since I was, you know, young, and that's what we do. We train people how to use technology and things like that. And so you're more on the education side, but when you don't have skills and talent, you're more thinking that you're trying to be a debater. But it's hard to debate someone like myself who's an accomplished person. And if I talk about Pan-Africanism and African nation building, I live that life. I walk and talk that life every day. I've helped so many people get to Africa.
That's what I'm talking about.
You know, and then which have created so many opportunities for Black folks in America, there in Africa, and also Black folks on the African continent. So when I'm talking about these things, is like you're practically living that life and you're explaining to people. But unfortunately, when people can't match your level of just your work ethics and what you're building, they come with certain things, which is fine, because unless they do those things, you won't get a chance to explain it. That, like, family, the people who say that they're about what they say they're about, are they really for you? Are they really building what they're building? And that's why I said most of these people who call themselves FBA, Pan-Africanists, ADOS, 90% of them are not about building or doing the work. All of them are basically internet trolls. They're finding ways on the internet to do things. So people like myself, we're the good guys who come to save the day and things like that. And I've honestly let Not Measy run his mouth off on the channel a few times, and he probably didn't know this was coming today, but I got sick and tired of him. Because and it's sometimes I'm cool playing around on the internet like that and talk, but after a while, it's like when I'm asking you serious questions about what are we really doing, and then you talk about it's down there in Georgia and things like that. Nah, brother, us being in certain positions have not changed the laws and changed certain things in this country, and it's what it is. And that's why, in order to make us properly strong as a people, we need to have a nation in Africa. And it's not a nation in a nation, like he is saying, because people tend to confuse situations. I try to explain that also, but I also explain to people, no one is building a nation in a nation. If you're building a community and you're building a business operation, it's to build a diplomatic connection, because that's what I'm explaining to him, that he's not listening when I'm talking, he's just ready to talk, but I'm explaining these things, and I'm fine with explaining them. You bring the situation up and I'll explain it. And that's all I like to do, So, but the international relationship in the different countries, you're setting them up as a way to this. I'm telling people, you'll be in a position to where you're learning the situation. You don't want to wait 10 years from now to when we start talking about want to go to Africa and doing business and things. Right. The content going to be gone.
Brothers and sisters, let's just say this. The thing in business, I have a master's in business, and the first thing they taught us is, take advantage of the window of opportunity. It doesn't, and that window doesn't stay open forever. Like, it's just gonna hold open for y'all to come on and jump through. That window of opportunity, it closes slowly but surely. So what I'm saying is, before everybody else comes and sets up Africa and takes their piece of the pie, come and do something. Have people like me. I have my business, Sisters Vegan. It's a vegan restaurant in Accra, Ghana. If you come check us out. We're right from the airport. But next door to me is an opportunity for a health food store. Then next door to that is opportunity for, so many, like a shoe store. We have people doing so many different businesses who are Black American, who are Jamaican, who are people from the UK. What we need to do, brothers and sisters, is have eyes on the ground. I know you're a military man. You always say boots on the ground. So we are those kind of people. We are boots on the ground. We've been here long enough to have scoped out exactly where we could fit in. That's what we did. We sat down, we watched, we waited, and then we took advantage of the window of opportunity. And now we have one of the few Black American-owned business in the heart of Accra, in one of the most expensive neighborhoods. So it is possible for us as a people, with all the money, all the ingenuity, with all the know-how that we've learned from living under the oppression of the white man, to come in Africa and set up viable businesses. And I am not competing with the people in Ghana. What I am doing is employing the people of Ghana, my brother. So when a brother says that we're coming here to compete, we're not competing. Those are my brothers and our sisters. I am employing. I am giving Black people like myself opportunity to feed their families. People need every day to be able to eat.
So how is that competing? How is that competing? And that's the situation. It's like, you're talking and you're trying to explain these things, and he won't listen to the point, and they think he's slick, and and that's why it was just like, okay, you want to be a raggedy person, this is how you get treated today, because we're having an education conversation about the situation. The point I'm trying to prove to people is, you can keep your tribalism and individual. You will never build anything in America. You never build anything in Africa. And if we were going to build it, it would have been built already. And that's kind of like what I mentioned to that. Then that came from like Black America as a failure and things like that. And this so-called defending Black America. You defending Black America, build something in Black America, work with the Black organizations. You have children and generations coming up. You know what I'm saying? Leave the Pan-Africanism work and the expert work. This is not for amateur. This business is not amateur. So maybe that's why ignorant fools like him, trolls and other people like that, they like, they're like wondering what you're doing. And since you're doing something, and they're telling me I need to move to Africa. I was like, which country you want me to live in? Rwanda, Ghana, Senegal, Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa. What country you want me to live in? You want me to abandon all my business that I built here and all the customers I have here? No, so the wise
Don't
thing
do
that
that,
a wise
brother.
person like them do.
Listen. You
Wise
can do
people like
both.
myself. No, I'm
You
saying
can
wise
do both.
people. They build something and you expand it, and it's a little different because some people can't even chew gum and walk at the same time. So I understand what they wondering, like, how do I do this? How do I do this? I got skills and I'm educated, and I understand Africa.
And the reality, brother, is you're doing the work. You're not just talking the talk, you're walking the walk. I listen to you regularly, and I've really never seen you come off your mark until today. You used to be very humble and nice. That's why I listen to you.
I needed to go off on you, just like I went off on other people too. Because
I saw that.
You can't just bully your way in, and we're all cool. You bully your way in,
and
then you just like,
and
you
he
feel
talked
like
about
I'm
your
gonna
mother.
like.
And he talked about
he said a bunch of nasty words and things.
Said something about your mother, and that would
he's trying to use a Jamaican patois and things like that. I'm not going to get into those conversations.
Yes, but anyway.
So I'm not.
And then he told you, and then he told you to go back to Kingston. Like, hey, boy, hey.
Yeah. The thing of it is, I appreciate my brothers and sisters here, but some of them are jealous of me because I came here as an immigrant and a young child, and I studied hard, and I progressed in business and things. But I didn't do that to better myself, to feel like I'm better than anybody else here. I did that to put myself in a situation where you and I can connect and do some other business, which I've done with partners that we do things in Africa. Now, how am I going to do business with certain people if I don't have the level of education and experience?
That's it.
And so that's why I can do that. But it's sad that instead of people just embracing you, they're jealous of you. Like, and the first thing they tell you to do is go back to your country or this and that. And I didn't like that. And that's the first thing people tell you.
Let me just say this. All of my youth is born in Jamaica. My last son is Marcus Garvey. He born in St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica Hospital. So for me, when you say go back to Jamaica, I have a problem with you. I have a problem with you. When you say go back to Africa, I have a problem with you. Like, where the hell do you think you came from? We all went through the transatlantic slave ship.
Well, some of these people, they don't call them. They say that they didn't go to no slave trade. They say they were native people.
Yeah, good for them. Good for them.
Good for them. That's their belief. That's what good for them.
Listen, good for them. Good for them. Good for them. So, listen, we don't come to debate with, in Jamaica they say, left the idiot boy and come. You know what I mean? And that's how I felt today. Left the idiot boy and come. For real. Because at this point, brother, we trying to build a nation. I brought a lot of people talking all that yicky yak, but I brought my youth to Africa too. You feel me? Yeah, because they are the future. They don't need to be left in Babylon. He's talking about how America is so great. I don't want my son to die in the street by the guns of one of our brothers or sisters who decided they got the wrong person tonight, like one of the last brothers who died in Chicago, made a mistaken identity, or by the hands of the police. It's too many of that's happening. In America,
it's a lot going on.
That's happening. Our boys don't have a chance. I don't know what that brother's talking about, but as a mother, our boys don't have a chance. They're food for the fowl of the heaven and earth. Know that. There's no getting over. It's a plan set to exterminate them. It's called genocide.
And that's why I mentioned in that the opportunities that will create it will create open opportunities for for people to make a move. But if you don't make these moves and create these opportunities, they're stuck in the same situation. Sometimes some people just need an opportunity to leave and go in a different space. Like I've explained to people a certain situations where I meet and they still live in the same area that they lived, and they ask me certain questions. I was like, the reality of it is, and that's experience I have, from living from Jamaica, New York, to Virginia, to Georgia, and going back and forth to Africa, is like, you're telling people based on the experience that, well, there's many places I've been that I don't know anybody, and you go there and you build up fresh and things like that. We're not living in a world where people just need to stay where they are staying. So that's the argument that I have. I try to be cool with the brother, and we talk, because we always have our differences, and I agree to disagree, because I'm like, you can have that little limited mindset. I'm telling our people that, there's a global world there for you, and what you're gonna do, you're gonna let everybody else enterprise and you stay here. in America and suffer. And the things that I try not to talk about is the level of violence, because also places like Jamaica violent too, but it's like in our neighborhoods as far as Black countries, violent. The least amount of violence I see is usually the African countries, because there's a limited amount of guns and certain things. But for the most part, most of the countries, I would say this, but we have an issue of Black violence around the world and things like that. And here we have situations where it makes people uncomfortable. So as much things that they have worked hard for and have, I would never blame anyone for saying that, you know what, I want to uproot my operation and build in Africa. The only thing I would say is, like, some of the people that you're moving to Africa with, some of the other Black people that are moving, work with them, and you guys like connect together, because that will help you really just have a better connection in the country. So people like myself, I use all these things to give and explain, give people the proper advice as a person who's a professional and has been out there in the world. And I'm telling people, like, you can go around and listen to a lot of these internet trolls and these haters online. That's what they did. They're necessary evils to do what they're doing. But at the same time, too, if you're trying to learn something, think about the person that you're listening to and ask yourself, is that person educated? Is that an accomplished person? Has that person built and done anything? And things like that.
That's right.
And I always tell people that the world we do is tourism. People, people try to make jokes, call me a tour guide. I was like, we run a tour operation. We run an intricate tour operation. I organize and I direct tours. I write tour programs. Things like I take things to another level. Like, these are my tour books. Like, this is one of my old tour books. Like, this is just a real book itself, a program guide that I typed up and wrote, and I write them for every country. And,
nice.
All the stuff that we do on our website and online. So when I'm telling people, like, if you're gonna come and holler at me, show me what you're building and show me what you have done. Right. Don't keep on coming out the box and things like that. So I'm letting people know from now on, if anybody come in this conversation, we're gonna stick to the subject. If you're gonna talk about the situation you're talking about, show me what you are physically doing. If you're not physically doing anything, do not come on the panel and have a conversation, because what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to connect with people who are more practical, especially Black Americans who say, hey, I'm gonna build what I'm building in Black America that's gonna impact other Black people in America. And that's why I don't want people to take things out, what we're saying, out of context, because if we're gonna look at our situation, we have to be critical on it. We're failing all over the Black world. We're failing all over the Black world. Whether we're in the Caribbean, whether in America or we're in Africa. And we're failing because we're not practicing group economics to the highest level.
Yes.
We're not doing, most of our partners are trading and we're doing business with, they're not our own Black people, because we don't look at some of our own brothers as Black, as our own people. So these are the issues you're telling people that are going on to where we can fix as a people. But it takes, and that's what I like about Pan-Africanism. So the goal is also explain to people that Pan-Africanism is the vehicle that we're using to build nationhood, and it's not to build a nation in another nation. It's to represent the expansion of what you're doing. There's a lot of things going on in America. You can get into business operation to where you're expanding operation. So I want people to really just understand, don't let people fool you and misguide you. I know the situation is rough, but you can at least even take a trip to Africa, because let's start with that.
That's what we
do tours. You take a tour, you go to different countries, especially like if you're in your early 30s and 40s while you're in a career zone, take a vacation, come with us on one of these journeys, get a feel of Africa, get a taste of it, learn about Africa, connect to Africa to where you can see if there's a place in Africa for you. But the most important thing I'll always say, I'm saying to people over and over, when you come there, do not say that you're going to leave your people for America, and don't completely get rid of your connection in America. And those are the two advice I give to people. Say example,
a lot of people in Africa are over here, and I'll just say this.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? They've done some things that they can't return back to America. It's a lot of people over here.
And that's understood. So
or they can't return back to Jamaica, or they can't return back to the UK. So, as my grandmother would say to all you brothers and sisters, let's not burn our bridges behind us.
So in that case, those who are in that situation, they honestly have to make the things in Africa work.
Listen, it's brothers and sisters who haven't left Africa. Let me just say this. We have brothers and sisters like even here in Ghana who've been here for 20 and 30 years who haven't left Ghana once. Then we have other brothers and sisters who leave every 5 months. They go to America, they stay for about 5 months, take care of their business, then they come back. So they half and half. Then we have others younger people who go every 3 months. So you can do what you want. It's only a 10-hour flight. I know people say that's a long time, but it's only a 10-hour flight from New York to Ghana. You go to bed, you go there in the night, you wake up in the morning, you in Accra. So the young people are taking it like, they're going back every 2-3 months, and they're keeping their businesses flowing. So the reality is, brothers, come and just see for yourself. Sisters, just come and see for yourself. Bring your children, let them see, the land of our forefathers. You don't have to necessarily stay here, but what I will tell you is, you'll never be the same person once you come. You will never be the same. You can't be the same.
Yeah,
You will never be the same. Your eyes will be open. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's real.
You'll see opportunity, because we're some smart people. We went through the Middle Passage. We're not dumb people. We can see opportunity. The fact is that they're telling us not to come, telling us how bad Africa is, telling us how we can't make it, telling us how it ain't good for us, telling us how everything is against us. But let me tell you,
is that what it sounds like, my sister Vegan? Is that what Namizi was basically saying to us?
Yes.
I don't know if he seriously means that, or if he just want to troll and trying to be like the opposition of what we're talking about. But there was no need for any opposition. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, the reality is they don't want us. They never wanted us to. Even as children, the first picture I seen of Africa was Tarzan, the monkey man, swinging on the tree. With the savages.
Okay, so you're talking about the white folks. I'm talking about the black folks.
But I'm just saying,
the black folks who don't want us to go.
But I'm saying, but once they give us that mentality of Tarzan in the jungle, you have to understand it. As a Black American, everything we're taught is bad about Africa. You never want to go there. Don't be caught there. That is not the place for you. That is the indoctrination we receive from we're a little bit. And I'm saying, even through the media, even through television, they tell us that Africa is a place of destitute. So why would you want to leave, the streets lined of gold and go to the destitute place? So that plays a part in the psyche of the Black American that most people have never had played on them. They've been playing that game on us since I was 8? And now I'm 62. So I'm saying this brainwashing, constant brainwashing that Africa is not a place to go. Wolves. And then we teach that to our children. Then we teach that to our children's children. That's where that brother is coming from. That's exactly where he's coming from. So
yeah, I don't know. He must really think he's the defender of Black America. You can't stop no Black people from America for wanting to enterprise and do what they're doing in Africa. And people like myself, I have credibility to advise people to do business in Africa and make it work for them. People like himself don't have any credibility. I give it to them. They you go to Africa and see, but they realize that they don't fit in. You know what I'm saying? Like people like myself, I go to a country like Ghana, I'm home. I'm like in the, and so on. People like himself go there. They may look at him. They may look at him as something else. You know what I mean? But it's a different situation. And the advice that I would never tell people don't go to Africa or tell people they need to focus on America. Never at all, because that's limiting our options. You have to push the narrative that we have to find some way to connect to Africa. And I'm not telling people to talk down about America or do all of that. I'm also telling people to keep a diplomatic connection to where you can connect with other people in business and things like that. So these are the conversations I'm trying to have with the brother and things like that. So, you're not, so since he's not there, you and I are just having that conversation. I'm just explaining to people the points that we're trying to make on the situation. Because the point is really an important part. Commend the people who want to do things in Africa, and then try to figure out a way how you get the Black folks who don't want to do anything in Africa to do something in America. Can we get to that point?
Can we just become producers instead of consumers wherever we are?
There you go. So unless him or anyone else, for the duration I'm doing any of these shows and talking, unless any of them are going to come and answer these things and deal with these points, we can't have a conversation. I'll just remove them from the call. So since I removed them, I'll just learn to just do things like that. Because once you cross certain threshold, you're moving from the call. I don't mind going back and forth with it and debate a little bit, but you have to focus on the point. I've explained everything that we're doing, how we can do it, and what we're connecting to Africa and our mission, and everything. And
Right.
And him or no one has represented this FBA people and say what they're building. When I talk about, like I explained to him, people like himself, then you have another guy T and another guy DC, and just calling initials and things like that. all of them claim to be this FBA thing, but all of them disagree on so many things, and none of them working together to build anything. So these are the things that when I'm trying to explain it and talk to him so he can address the things, he's going off on a tangent saying other stuff and things like that. So I'm telling him, I was like, brother, I'm trying to have a real conversation with you when we talking about these things, and you're being an internet troll and a hater. Because obviously you have an issue with the fact that some of us can do things in Africa and be successful, and the fact that all the people call themselves FBA and all these other things, which is a new phenom and a new theory, it just came up in the last few years, but they have not built any institution to where they're addressing the issues of society as we know it here. And these are the things that I want somebody to come on and talk about. So don't force me or force, well, no one can force me. I'm a Jamaican national, and I proudly go wherever in the world and do business as long as my Jamaican or American passports get me there and things like that. And I'm all about doing business with us. So, and dedicated to us, whether you're the Black folks in Africa or folks in America. But I do have issues with some of our people and everywhere, because I feel like we're not stepping our game up enough to build anything. And everything is about how much I can out-talk you or gossip you, and how much I can just kind of troll you and everything. Like I told people, like I shouldn't post any of those comments. There's a lot of people that's putting troll messages, and I look at that and I'm like, okay, you guys keep on, because I'll just keep on watching and looking what we're doing, because we're telling you we're gonna make things happen in Africa, and we're dependent on you guys to figure it out in America so we can get this business going. What's so hard about that?
Nothing's wrong. Listen, Africa. Kwame Nkrumah said it himself that Africa is not for everyone.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's rough.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's
and
not.
It's a serious world. It's you have to be prepared for this. So people like myself are well trained at a young age to take this thing on. And I got people in different countries that you find the right people and things like that. So I want to talk about the narrative that he's talking about, but I also want to say that there's some of us like myself who have got this working. And since we got this thing working, let's keep on the momentum. Like for the first time recently in the last few years, like 10 years ago, you didn't know anybody that was an American or Caribbean-born citizen that have African national passport. None of us didn't, until people started getting passports in Ghana, and then Sierra Leone opened up. So even in that short period of time, and I wish, like I mentioned to family, I wish I could talk with this, but I know I wouldn't be able to have this conversation with him because they're this. But
he would have talked.
But look at this. Look at that. We just accomplished that in the last few years. Now, say if people like myself and all the other multitude of people who do tours, who do business and other business, didn't do those things in Africa. They say they just stayed and focused on America. What would be our connection in Africa?
Let me just. Could I ask you to stick a pin in there? Let me just say this. What you just said is the building blocks of what we're trying to do. Like, for instance, when I came here, in order for me to get permanent residence, I had to have a Ghanaian citizen sign for me. I had to have 2 Ghanaian citizens sign for me in order for me to get my permanent residence, me and my son, Marcus Garvey. So I didn't know anyone, but I knew my Black American friends who just had gotten theirs. And they were the same one, Dr. Sharita and Brother Yehoshua, who signed for me to be able to be here. And they're the same people who helped me get my business, because I needed a Ghanaian to open up the business. So I'm saying someone had the courage to come before me, who showed us I stand on now, who me and Marcus Garvey showed us stand on now. And those people had the foresight and the courage to come before us, or we would have had to be going to perfect strangers begging them to sign for us to stay here. And I would not have my business now, and I wouldn't have been living here 2 years. So what you're saying is actually pivotal into the development of our future nations. Some people have to be the forerunners. Some people have to set the pace. Some people have to be able to have the foresight and the knowledge to tell us when we arrive what and what not to do. Because we don't know. We get off the plane green, and we don't know anything. We don't even know the language. We don't know the land. We don't know the language or the culture. And it's important that we have trailblazers like those brothers and sisters who do have their Ghana passport to help us once we arrive.
Absolutely. And family, once again, we're saying to family, do not listen to idiots and trolls and haters like Not Measy, because he's telling folks that they shouldn't be doing all this in Africa and they need to be worried about this and that. Hey, we need to figure it out in Africa. We need to figure it out. We have a lot of things are a disadvantage to us, but at the same time, too, you think about the people. At one point, the people in China, the Chinese people were in a country called China. At one
Yes,
point,
sir.
they were in isolation, right? I'm trying to remember like all the countries historically that was in isolation. I'm gonna have to just go look them up later, but I remember China was one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at China now. They realized that
And that was
isolation
just
and
50 years ago,
individualism.
brother. That was
Guys,
50 to 60 years ago when they were one of the
absolutely.
poorest nations on earth. Remember that. 50
Yes,
to 60 years ago. That's not a long time, brothers and sisters. We can make a change.
exactly. And look at the like. So what I mentioned to people is like, I like to use China as an example because China and India is always a great example because they've made leaps and bounds over the last several decades. But as far as China, at one point you just had you had multiple parties and you had all different kind of languages and different people in different provinces, and now they got the Communist Chinese Party, and now they're building their military to where it's exceeding other nations, whether it's their army, and now they're beefing up their navy, and they're forced to reckon with they're making loans with countries that's going to default on it. They're going to run the airport, seaports, and things like that. So they're positioning themselves. And I'm not saying that we're China, and I'm not saying we need to be China because that's. But I'm just showing people that they went from isolation to being the people that are
The
building
dominant.
road, bridges, buildings across the entire world and educating people with Chinese engineering and things like that. So the first set of folks that went out, I remember like at one point they weren't billing what they're billing now. The first set of Chinese that were being sent out, they were peasants that was working as they was working this, as laborers in different countries. The British brought them from South Africa to the East Africa, brought them to the Caribbean islands and brought them to South America. And that was their foundation. And I'm telling people like they put I mean, if you're Chinese people and you're there in South Africa, you're there in another country, what are you gonna do? You're gonna band together and you're gonna figure it out, just like they did in And I'm telling people, that's how they did in Jamaica. Our neighbor was a Chinese lady, and she had a Chinese son, and they had a factory in their backyard. We based in the neighborhood that we lived in, and everyone had big backyards then, to where there's just a lot of fruit trees. It was just the glorious days that I miss. But I'm gonna build that in Africa. I'm gonna build that whole setup because I remember all them trees that were there, and you're able to go out there and enjoy nature. And then in the front you have the garden, and so I tell people all the things that I've learned from Jamaica, Brooklyn, Virginia, Georgia, learned, studied, traveled. You're incorporating that energy into your business enterprise. And I'm telling people that this is no different from, this is honestly no different from the guy Marriott. And I use that guy Marriott because
that's right.
I'm not trying to praise any white man, but I have a few white people that I usually use in analysis because I'm telling people, I was like, what is the difference? It's like he's just a white guy and I'm a black guy. And then I obviously don't have that kind of money and connection because and when I do get it, we're gonna make some moves. But it's like I would love to see the energy that we have in where I've been able to spend my lifetime this Africa, the Caribbean, America, and then you're creating your restaurants, your enterprises based on that, based on that diverse mindset of energy. We also grew up in Flatbush, and Flatbush will always be that world-known place of just all kind of Caribbean people who live there and build business, build enterprises, connect together, and it's just
unity.
And things like that. So I appreciate so I look at those things as a lot of us have came from different places and we've contributed to Black civilization in America, and just like our ancestors in America and our modern day brothers and modern day great in America, we've contributed. So now you have a pool of a whole lot of Black people with a whole lot of energy and education and background. So I'm asking myself, sisters, like, what do you do with that? Do we just like stay here in a powder keg and just like in the scramble? So I'm like, family. Like I remember just leaving New York City, and I like New York City, but it's like it was just something I had to get used to. You go from a house in a big backyard and like a street where where you live in. And I mean, we wasn't in a high rise. We was on the first floor in a 3-floor building, and we never lived more than 3 floors. And now we have, but it's like, it's the congestion is more so, and so, and then you get a chance to move south, and then you just remind you of the space that you used to have. But then you don't see the trees. So you're telling people like, we're on an evolution journey, trying to figure these things out, trying to make things work, trying to just do these things. And it's like, yo, family, I don't mind talking to any folks. And, I don't mind a little opposition at times, but I want y'all to be honest with me and tell me and say, and be honest with me and say, and tell me that you're actually not learning anything. These FBA and ADOS people, and I'm like, you guys can't just listen to someone like myself and say that you haven't learned anything, because all we do is break down things in analysis and comparison and show people that, this is where, if we don't move in this direction, we're done, because everyone else is moving in that direction. And Garvey laid it out. Garvey talked about Africa for the Africans. So when Garvey talked about Africa for Africans, I want to put correction on that. Africa for the Africans is not just talk. It's mainly for Black people to control the resources in Africa, but it's us as a global people. It's connecting us to a home base. That's saying this is our home base as a people. It doesn't mean that I'm supposed to stay in Jamaica and then leave Africa the way it is. No, people like myself need to be in Africa so we can make our contributions and our connections. It can't be a one-side story. So people like himself, they I appreciate some of his, is trying to be intelligent and say certain points, but these are a scared tactics. These are scared move. You're gonna face oppositions in the country. You're gonna face issues and struggle. I'm a person that came from Jamaica. Yes, I face the same thing in America. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
My goal is like, okay, the one or two people I'm having issues in America, they don't define it like America. I'm gonna find some people. Like even my brother Kala Genesis. It took us years for us to really get on the same page where we're not working together more effective now. But it's like, but we're both putting the effort out there trying to connect with people to where we can kind of figure it out and kind of represent our people and letting our people understand that these things must go on. And I'm also telling people, because a lot of people seem to be not a lot of people, but people seem to question the fact that I do business and it's a profitable business. Like all the business we have are profitable business. They're not. I'm gonna work on a nonprofit, but they're profitable business, and it's business that you're using your profits to reinvest in yourself. So don't be mad at me. When you get your paycheck, do you reinvest in yourself? Do you reinvest in something for yourself? More than likely not. You probably go out there and spend it on the things that we spend. So I'm telling people, like, stop looking at the wrong situation. Look, watch, and learn. And that's why I was schooling homeboy, because I'm like, yo, brother, I'm here as a person who came from somewhere else, and and I just started learning the world of Pan-Africanism literally 20 years ago, and started just being in the energy about the last 18 years, and feeling to where I need to be more active and things like that. But I'm saying it to not put anyone down. I'm saying it to tell people like, yo, I'm about this life in America. I'm about, so when he talked about, I was like, brother, don't put my words in my mouth about Black America, and just like, I speak about Africa. It's like, I consider myself a true Pan-Africanist because I have those connections in different countries, and you appreciate where you are. Like I appreciate where I'm at in Africa, but it's like I'm in Ghana for a while, and I know I got to make moves back because I know I'm not prepared to stay there for the long haul. Because number one, all the business foundation of here is set up. So what I realized is I need to get land, and I need to do what Egypt is doing. They're building them a new capital, a new headquarters.
Yes.
So I'm in America trying to figure it out, trying to work it out to get all of the finances and flip whatever business investments we have in profits. And then we're going to build these communities, because once you build this community, what you can also bring in, a lot of us have incredible skills and talents and background. So it's okay to have that. But if you're individually out there in Africa, but if you're part of this community, we have a setup to where, and whether you do medical or if you do just technology training, there's a place for you, and there's, you're welcoming the children of the world. You're welcoming.
May I say something to you, brother? I would like to see us come and build like strip malls. Strip malls that seem to be the thing here in Ghana. Strip malls, strip mall like we used to at home. Let me just say this as a person who here, like in Accra, if you want to be in certain neighborhoods, you have to pay in US dollars. You can't live in certain neighborhoods if you don't pay in US dollar, even though we're in Ghana. You can't have a business in certain neighborhoods if you're not willing to pay in US dollars, even though we are in Ghana. So with that being said, and the rent has to be paid, if you're doing like a strip mall, a year to 2 years to 3 years in advance. So when someone comes to rent, like I'm renting my store, where I'm at, you have to come with a lump sum of money. So the reality is, as a person with a master's in business, my whole thing is, what's the return on my investment? You mean my return on investment is going to come right away as I finish building this building? That they're going to give me most of my money back already within the first year? Is almost amazing. In America, I pay for my shops month by month. In Africa, I have to pay them year to 2 to 3 years in advance. And I have to pay them in US dollars if I'm in certain areas. That's a market on its own, my brothers and sisters. It's so many Lebanese who building those shops. They're all down the road. Where are we at while we're talking all this yik yak? Why aren't we building these strip malls that we can get US dollars from every month? Even if you're still in America, you don't want to live here. Come and build one of these malls and let us send you that cash back to you every month. Let us send you that US dollars back to you every year, or every 2 years. And then you get like 40, 50, 60,000 US at one time, every time we send you money. Do some stuff like that, brothers and sisters. Let's build some strip malls where we'll have guaranteed return on our investment as soon as it's built. Wow.
Yes, exactly. So that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to educate our people that, hey, stop listening to these idiots out there. You know what I mean? If you really believe in Pan-Africanism, let's get some work done. If you want to make a move to Africa, do anything, let's just get this done. The only thing I would say, people, let's put more planning and organize into doing it. But do not let other people tell you that. They're not telling the white people not to go to Africa. They're not telling the white people not to do anything. They're not, and then this is what he said also. He said that that the people are brought in by the people in the country. It doesn't matter if you've been invited or not by the country. What I'm specifically talking about is us doing things in Africa. And I don't see where us as a people are going, are there in Africa scamming and doing certain things. Do things go on? Absolutely. But
Yes.
the scamming and things like that come more so far from not us as a people from the diaspora. It's more so, people we end up doing business with the wrong people. Now those things happen with folks in the diaspora that come there and do certain things. Absolutely. But it's like, I don't want people to push the narrative like, it's just our people that's coming there to Africa to scam people and to come do it. It's like, who are they scamming? Who are they, and things like that. But it's just a lot of misconception on things. So over the last few weeks, we've just been on YouTube, just sharing some good information as far as this, what we're doing, because it seemed like a lot of people just talking about a lot of things, but they're literally just, you ask them, what are you building? It comes back to the same thing. Nothing. It's just, I'm just an internet troll and I hate it. I just like to push you guys buttons and I just like to talk stuff. Well, okay, you ran your course. You ran your course of being a hater. Haters can stay in the chat and chat, but it's like after a while, how much of our conversation have you listened to? Because we've talked a whole bunch, but I know they're long, so I don't expect anyone to sit here and listen to all of them. But you have listened to more than a few of our conversation where we have different people on the panel.
Yes, I have. I listen to y'all regularly.
How many times have you seen Not Measy on there?
A couple.
All right, so I'm asking a simple question on this.
I read the comments as well.
And the comments. So has he been? How has he been the last few times? Because a lot of times I have to
really disrespectful.
I have to mute him and let him and Kala come talk, because a lot of times I want to talk a little bit. I want them to talk and things like that. But my point to you, my sister, is I've given, you give people,
giving them
something. You open things up where we can dialogue and talk. But once you cross those lines, we have to stop. Once we cross those lines, we can't keep doing this. So that's why I have to just get him off quick, because now
what
I
you've
don't need
done,
my blood pressure up.
Let's say this: you've given him enough roof to hang himself, and that's what I do to people.
Absolutely,
I give you enough rope to hang yourself. I'm not going to really be your judge, jury, and executioner, but what I will do is I will give you enough rope to hang yourself and prove yourself an idiot, because when you don't know the difference between a wise man and a fool until they open up their mouth. I'll just give you the floor.
All right. Yes. I appreciate the love, family. Much respect to you, Brother Bomani. Much to love, Sage, Pan-African 3, Pan-African Strikeback, and the rest of the Black African family in the chat. Unity is strength. Yes, absolutely. And, and I do understand opposition is necessarily needed.
Yes.
At times, so we can get into these things. But I think, honestly, we ran this course. I appreciate the thing. Kala wasn't in for tonight, and he got off, and I'll stay back to be available to talk, and and I'm like, this is what I stayed back to do, to talk to where we're trying to talk, and you're you're pushing these little things, and I'm like, yo, bro, stop doing that. Stop doing those things, because what I need people to be on here now, and I mean, it's to literally just explain the ideology of what we need to do in America.
That's it.
Because I'm all for it. I think all of us, I don't think any of us have an issue with that want to see Black America grow to be, an incredible operation in America, to where we just figure it out and we're doing wonderful things. All of us want that, because all of us know that
Yes,
if we're in Africa and we're doing things in Africa and Black America is thriving, it's an extension of us. And then now we can have more access to doing things in Africa. And I look at it that simple. And I do understand that some governments and certain things, it's rough. It is. And that's why I gave a disclaimer that leave these international Pan-African nationhood connection efforts to the professionals, people who have put their time into this world. It's not just because we do tours to Africa, we're not telling you that you need to just move to a country.
Exactly.
We're literally taking you to a country, and sometimes I hear people try to be disrespectful. I was like, the business that we're doing is like, it's a professional business, but even beyond that, I can just put that business to the side. I'm a professional aircraft technician and IT technician, and I'm a professional business administrator. That's my three technical business background together, and things like that. So the business that I'm doing is business administration. It's not necessarily taking people to Africa, because when you have to sit down and do all of this stuff, Africa go into it later. You have to get your business and things organized to make it work, and you have to be on top of it. And it's not something that anyone can just literally.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not like you can come and literally do it. So when I tell people that, when he started running his mouth, say I can get cooked, I was like, brother, you can't cook me no date, because you have to back up what you're talking about you're doing. I'm living this life. What are you gonna say, that I'm not doing Pan-Africanism? You're not doing the things you're talking about. FBA, you're not. Y'all just getting on. If you're getting online and you're just trolling, that's fine. Keep trolling. The trolls are necessary, but don't come on this panel and come face a giant that's building something in Africa and feel like you can talk. That's why I had to ask Brennan, like, Brennan, let's cool down, and both y'all cool down. Let me finish my point, because both of them like to talk the way they just don't want to listen to nobody else. Like, their point is wrong. But I'm telling everyone, I'm the brother that's been out here for the last 16 years, taking people all over Africa, building an energy strong with our people and things like that. And I don't sit here and do a bunch of live videos and things. This is the summertime, so we're about to get back to tour. So I'm gonna be cutting back on these things. But I feel like I needed to just make myself available to just talk more with people, connect more with people, seeing what serious people are out there. And unfortunately, we did have a few serious people that's into Pan-Africanism. I know that Pan-Africanism, I know they're trying to get things going to add some energy to the movement. But I was just so disheartened by, or sad by, just the level of just so many people who just came on, especially the guy from Nigeria and the guy from Sierra Leone. So now you got one from New York, one from Nigeria, and one from Sierra Leone. Straight hater / troll. And it's like, and I appreciate all three of them, because it's been, but at the same time too, I'm pulling away from that, and I'm explaining to people that we use these people to come on the panel to prove that they're idiots and they're unintelligent. And I will go along with stuff for a while, because I want to prove to people, like, okay, these people claim to hold this position, but then they don't say what they're building this position. Just like when I talked to the brother from Nigeria and the brother from Sierra Leone, they agree with not me on this individual thing. And that's why I came up with a topic. I was like, you got all these three brothers, they're supposed to be Black men leading our generation, Black men giving our people some hope that we can kind of do something together. And they're telling people, you do your thing and I do my thing. Does a Chinaman say that to the next Chinaman? No, they say we're the Communist Party of China. We're one nation strong. And then our people out there, they represent China, and they do it by being dominant. They're out there. Some of the projects that I sit there and watch, I'm like, because I'm telling people, we go back several decades, and it's like China was being roughed up by Japan.
They were being bullied. They were being bullied.
Small island.
Bullied.
They go a little small island. So that's why me and Kala was talking about earlier today about the Bang Down Conference, which we'll talk more about and things like that, because we're gonna get into it where we're trying to explain to people, because there's a lot of ignorant narrative about Pan-Africanism. Right. And unfortunately, we have had three trolls, those three. But if we really had someone that will literally come and actually want to talk. Now we see that we can't, because we've tried. I mean, I'm told people that one thing about people like myself, you want to give people a chance to talk, even though they don't agree with everything, because we don't always have to agree on everything, but we have to come to a common point. The common point has to be about Black power and economics. The common point has to be about how we're going to put our enterprises together so our children can have the jobs and opportunities. So these are the things I want to talk about. So now I don't have to talk about them without that person and explain to people that people that are out there, we call them race traders and Black devils. That's why this series right here is loaded on a series of videos that we have that's called Black Pan-African Consciousness versus Race Trader and Black Devils. I mean, I'd have to look back at my exact playlist, but it has all these videos that basically we're compiling in a playlist. It's a lots of them. And we're showing people how you have people opposing Black unity, Black people organizing. But it's like I'm telling people, if we don't have them on the panel, or we don't have them to make, like the other one we were talking about was on the unapologetic nigger pen.
Please,
I was enjoying that one.
Please,
man,
don't mention.
We
please,
lit him. But the thing is, we lit him up. No, I mean
I don't like him.
I know nobody don't like him, but I'm saying to you, my sister, him and the three guys that I mentioned, they're necessary evil. So people like, why are you going to spend it? Because I'm showing you this guy is necessary evil. Why I'm talking about my accomplishments and what we're doing and building in Africa, he's flipping things around to say you have an issue with the Africans. And that's what I'm saying to people, is like, you guys can flip it.
Hold on, brother. That brother has a problem with anybody who lives in Africa, because he can't live in Africa. You have a lot of Africans who can't fucking live in Africa. And the nerve of me, the nerve of you, the nerve of we to live in Africa, and they can't live in Africa. Let that troll, that internet troll, because I'm a YouTuber too. I have my YouTube channels. Word Sound is Power, about my family's repatriation from the West Coast to the Gold Coast, and then Sisters Vegan, about how to cook vegan food. So I know this brother. This person was the first brother who really made me go on YouTube and have to just light him up. Listen, do not be jealous, all of y'all who are from Africa, who cannot live in Africa no more. That you haven't set a foundation for yourself or your family or your children to live in Africa. Do not be mad at us, because now we're living in Africa and you can't. Point blank. I'm done with him. That brother makes me ill. Seriously.
So that's what I'm doing, family. I'm showcasing trolls and people like that.
They on the internet all the time, turning good people's words into bad words, demonizing Black people, demonizing other brothers and sisters, while they sit there with their white wives and their mulatto children talking trash. Get a life, bro. Get a life.
Yeah, absolutely. So we run people like that off, because I'm telling people, real recognize real. You're going to have a lot of people run their mouth and talk about certain things, but I'm always telling people, prove it. What are you building? What are you doing? People like myself, everything that we do, we have a connection. We show people, including our flaws, and it gives people a chance to pick out our flaws. But I'm telling people, you're just on the sidelines. We're in the game. We're building. We're making moves. Let me switch over. We're building. We're making moves. We're doing these things, and so I just named people these 4 trolls that we're dealing with, and so people's like, well, Mr. Bomani, why are you talking to them? And they think, well, family, if it's what it is. It's I do these things to prove my point, and people feel like, and also do my, I owe them one, man. I owe them one. I mean, it's been talking very aggressive. I didn't really want to get into the cursing thing, but I wanted to get loud, because it's like, dude, it's like you feel like you're the only person that can get loud, and the only person that can say certain things.
I'm a
and things like that.
You are, I am.
But we have to. People like myself is here to stand up for what we're building as a people, and I believe, and that's why I put the title up today. I believe that individualism has been killing what we're building.
That's right.
And then so the people that are pushing this, this stuff about ADOS and FBA, hey, be smart about it. Focus on building what you build in America, and hey, why not connect with us in Africa? I'm sure these people don't speak for them. So the real ones out there, the people that are really about that life, family, it makes sense. Black America has an incredible resources, but
that's right.
It's limited on doing certain things. Like I mentioned to you, one of the limitations I mentioned, and that's why when I'm talking and I explain things to people, I tell people I talk in analysis. I don't just say certain things. So you can just probably just I'm sure you're probably going to go and just find a part of the clip. I said certain
Of
things
course
and
he-
stop it
of course.
and then run it back and things like that.
Yeah.
But I tell
Sound
people
bite.
whenever I say
Sound bite.
things, I explain certain things in analysis, and you know, these analysis is literally, you know, where do we really go from here? Do we really think that the stuff that we're doing right now is going to work? Do we think that if we don't step out of our boundaries and things, and also it's like if you scared to do that, you scared. So I already can tell that he's scared. You scared to do those things, and then you're also scared to do what you need to do in America. You know what I'm saying? You have all these ghettos and all these hoods, and it's still real estate and it's still our people. Now, who really have the balls to go do that? You so focused on America, pick a challenge. Pick one of the many things that we need to focus here. You know, I only been to 10 countries in Africa. I mean,
Right.
we need some people to pick some more countries in Africa and do
Right.
what some of us been doing, build diplomatic relationship. Our people in Africa don't understand and don't really know us like that. You go to certain schools, you ask them questions about our people in America, our people in the Caribbean, our people in the diaspora in general. They don't know. So you
They don't
tell
know.
people, so the reality of it is, if we want our own brothers and sisters to know who we are, well, we're gonna have to do the work. So that's why I support a lot of my folks who went to countries like Ghana and build schools, you know, so that way we can just go there and show love. That is a game changer right there. You build a school and the school teaches the history of Black people, whether you're in America or whether you're in Africa. So we have some of those schools, game changers. So these are the things I'm talking to people. I'm talking about building institutions and building certain things. And unfortunately, you know, sometimes you just have to have people around to say what they want to say, because I want to hear them explain to me the institutions and how we're changing the game for our people in America and how we're going to have our children ready for new careers and opportunities.
Thank you.
You know, so these are the things that
brothers and sisters, it is not about us. It's about those that we leave behind. We have to keep our mind on focus. It's not really about us. It's really about those that we leave behind. What foundation are you leaving behind for those who come behind us? How do you build generational wealth? How have they managed to build generational wealth? Like Heinz ketchup, you know, or like DuPont paint. We have to be on the same mindsets as a people. We have to stop. You know, saying my father was a Rolling Stone. The only thing he left us was if Father was a Rolling Stone, all he left us was a home. He didn't even leave us a home. What are you leaving for your children? What are you leaving for your children's children? That's how we build Black wealth. If we talking about Black wealth, that's what Black Wall Street was all about.
So that's my goal. That's my thing to people. If that's our goal, well, we should never limit ourselves, because that's the goal. I'm sure it's the goal of the empires I talk about today, and they're just doing it. So what are we really talking about as a people? Yeah. So unfortunately, in our family, you know, it would have been nice to just have this conversation with someone who believe the individual and believe in the tribalism, like people like Nakmizi, unapologetic Negropean, Mike, whatever his name is, and the guy Omara. Those are four people that's literally just four disappointed Black men. You know, literally just disappointed. So the use, sometimes you want to, you know, can you get some good brothers to build something with, you know, but these guys represent the opposition who believe that Black people should be focused on individualism and tribalism. Because I've communicated with all four of them, and I've gave all four of them enough time to communicate, and they stuck in their ways. I don't know if they just trollers or haters.
They're not into
just like ignorant
they're not into
Negroes.
collective economics.
They're not
into collective economics, not just for you and your family, but for you and your whole community. Listen, it makes no sense if I'm the only one eating. In Jamaica, they have a saying, all these dogs have to eat, not just me. You mean? So that means everybody around me. It's not just about me, guys. We got to get rid of that me shit. That's what's wrong with Black people in America, in the Caribbean, in Africa. We all have to start thinking as a unit, because every other race is thinking as a unit and how that unit can survive. And they keep talking that individual, and that's how they got us in the first place, with divide and conquer. There can be no divide and conquer in we. There can be none. But in I, we always battling against one another, and we're always at the bottom of the barrel. When will we go back to the principles of African unity that says collective economics? I really don't care about all the rest.
That's it. And And if we're gonna push things, we have to push something that's gonna get us connected as a people, something gonna get us moving, operating. So that's what you know, when you're talking to them, and they, you know, is like you explain to people, because whether they, the thing of it is, whether people like himself or any of them, because none of them like to answer any of the questions that we have, which usually turns back on them, trying to ask them what they're doing and things like that. Usually they either say that it's not their responsibility, or usually they're not doing anything in general other than, you know, doing their job or their little hustle, their business, whatever they do to make a living and things. And if you want to do that, that's fine. But I'm telling people that don't come out here and talk like you some, so, you know, it's a motivational speaker to tell our Black people what to do. You're not defending no Black America. You know what I'm saying? I feel more connected in Black America and rooted and doing things in Black America than people like himself who claim to be defender of Black America. And that's why I have him on this panel to explain and educate to people that this person is literally, you know what I'm saying, literally the typical person that we have, you know, that probably mean good, that's probably smart and everything, but they get caught up into so much analysis that, you know, they want to just tell people bad and wrong ideas. We as a people must expand globally. That's the issue that I have, is that we're not expanding globally. Every other nation of people is doing it. It's a simple thing. You know what I mean? We can't get stuck in the Stone Age in America. By the time we turn around, we'd have lost what we were trying to build in America. And then when we double back trying to see what we can connect in Africa, it's already recolonized by the Asians. What you gonna do now? You know what I'm saying? So
people are saying, the whole philosophy in the world now is nations without borders. So if everybody else is saying this catchword, nations without borders, why are we limiting ourselves to just America or to Jamaica? If every other race is saying nations without borders, the pandemic showed you that, nations without borders. So why are we only trying to stay in one place when everybody else is thinking universally?
Yes, and that's where it's at. And I'm telling people, based on my knowledge, my research, me being out there, me not just going like, you know, someone like not me, you know, you go to one country for like, you know, for 2 weeks and you think you know the country. I'm telling people, stop doing that. You're not no expert in any of these countries. You know, you go there just because you see some sewage, just because you see a certain struggle, don't mean that you understand the country and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm there in a country doing business with professionals and things like that, and it's rough. You have your challenges and your issue, but it's like, it's something that even myself still trying to learn. And that's why I have representations in different countries to where they can handle things, you know, and, you know, with this, they're speaking the same language as someone else that they have to deal with. And, you know, and we figure ways how to work it out. And I'm telling people, it's going to be the difference maker of what we as a people did in this generation to where our children be able to compete. Because right now I'm seeing, especially like I'm seeing all these soft men, like the 4 men I just named. I'm sure all 4 of them are big and strong. You know, I'm a small guy. I'm like, you know, I'm like 5'9", 150 pounds. They're probably these 6 foot tall guys with all this big and muscles, you know, which don't put no fear in my heart in anything. Because if you have all that strength and power for me, which I'm not doing anything to you, what are you gonna do? You know, what are you doing? The oppressor, and all these other people are putting all this pressure on you. You have to fight for your own people. But, you know, do you have any fight to do anything? So I'm using these points, family, to let everyone know that, you know, if you're serious about building something, let's do this. I'm going to be cutting back on some of these shows because I got a lot of work to do. So we're not going to be doing all of this stuff. And then when we do it, I'm looking for only just intelligent people who want to share something. Like, you know, there's a guy that's called Dr. K. He comes on sometimes, and I can respect, you know, his communication and things like that. You know, and I'm sure we don't agree on much things. That's like, you know, but, you know, it's like, he's not going to take it to that level. You know, it's not going to take it to that level where, you know, where that's what you have to do, to where you can't humble yourself, because, you know, we're the ones talking and sharing information. You know, it's not necessarily a challenge. You need to challenge us, you know, but do your part and break it down to us, because I'm not understanding where any of these people come. Like, nothing else that make any sense. Only thing I can say is that they just open to this, their demise as soon as possible.
Because the sword is scored. That's it. They're
the nations building military and they building operations, but it's like, how are you going to compete? You know, how are you going to? Yeah, and, you know, it's like, if you don't have enough of what you need, other nations are coming and they're just taking you over. So I'm telling people, the future of us as a people is together and connected, strong as one.
That's it. Unity in the community. That's my word. Unity in the community. When community is the word unity, you cannot have any unity in the community without unity. It's in there. COMMUNITY. That's what we need. Unity, guys. Can we come and unite? That's
Yes, and
community.
he's telling people that, you know, it's like, I don't expect all this little quick stuff. I'm just telling people a simple thing, because people seem to be focused on my business. Yeah, I build business in America and I build business, I expand to Africa, because the goal is I want to do business with my own brothers and sisters, and I want to be able to use some of the money that I make in business with my own brothers and sisters and reinvest it back in Black operations and Black investments. And I feel like we've done that. So it's like I'm trying to find one of these guys to just like, come on, brother, tell me something. Tell me something. You know, tell me something. So
They listen. You're fishing up the wrong creek. They have nothing to offer you. So what you have to
so
do
again, Brandon
is you have to do
is right.
here today. Block that energy. Get with people who are trying to be, who have like-minded people, and then get a strategy, get it in motion, and get it going. I mean, guys, what is it? It's not rock. We're not reinventing the wheel here. What you want to do is talk to people who are like yourself and stop talking to people who are only there to destroy everything you're trying to build. It's a waste of time.
I appreciate the point. The goal was just trying to bring people on. The first guy did it right, and I was having a conversation with him, but then he came in. But
he went left.
And then as you're seeing, I don't like doing things like that, blocking and removing people. But it just had to go, because it's like, if I mute you, leave yourself muted and let me just kind of just organize things. But everybody feel like they just need to just talk and they need to just out talk. And I'm like, you know, I don't need to hear you talking and running your mouth. I need you to tell me what you're building and what you're changing for Black people. So that's the conversation. So no one come on any of these panels with me anymore. If you can't, I don't care. You know, but if you come on and it gets like this, I'm gonna just remove you, because I don't, you know, it's like, I'm done with it. I've had enough. I've watched and stayed back and mute myself and listen to people talk. I've listened to everyone the last few weeks talk and things like that. Now I'm here as Professor Bomani to educate the students, like, okay, enough rowdiness. You guys need to come to a common point, because we got to get this money, we got to build this energy, and we got to make moves. So
all I want to say to you, Brother Bomani, is, when we have our tour business here, we have our restaurant here, and when you bring people to Ghana, please come and stop by us so they can see some actual African Americans who got shit going on. I want, let us be one of the poster childs for you. We got our businesses going on, it's going down, and I would love to hook you up with some, or rather, we hook up other people and show them how we can get money, because that's what it's really about, and how we can bring unity in the community, not just in America, but throughout the world, because that's what I'm about. Yeah.
Well, perfect. Yeah, we definitely can connect and things, and we can just exchange information and reach out. That's perfect. I never know who's really watching, but happy to see you in Ghana, and just happy just to have a different energy of people on and things like that. So literally, just trying to look through. I'm gonna end this soon, but you can stay on. I'm just talking with you, and yeah, just I appreciate it. And just once again, since this honestly apologize how that went left. Unfortunately, I don't think I have a bad attitude or temper. I think it's time that I think I'm willing to deal with it a lot, but I think once you cross a certain level and you keep crossing it, and I think that's what went wrong today, because usually that means he's on and we let him talk and things like that. We don't ever really agree with him, how much he say, but we appreciate the conversation. But this is one of the days where it just literally just it went too cross, because you're going back too much on the same points that we keep on educating and explaining to you on. You know what I'm saying? That yes, I've already even called out that 90% of these people are not really building anything, and they're not even with that life. But then there's the 10% people that's like myself. We're just making certain moves. We just need some more energy from Black America to make it work. But if we have somebody that's opposing us, saying you need to go, no, we don't need to do that. We need to do what we're doing. You need to take your punk ass to New York and go do something and go handle business that needs to be handled there. You know what I'm saying? We're on a
listen. There's Pan-African work to be done all over the world. If you choose to do yours in New York and I choose to do mine in Africa.
But that's the issue. They don't choose to do any work. They choose to watch people like myself and tell me where I need to do work and things like that. So I tell people it's simple. I have business in America and we're doing business in Africa. So I'm here in America, got number love for Black America, but number love for my Black people in America, number love for my Black folks in Africa, and there's number love for my Black people anywhere. I'm just trying to get us to do more business with each other and understand that any cultural and any language or certain differences, those things will work itself out and as time go along. There's no quick fix for any of the situations that we have. We are from the mental situations that we're dealing with to this. All we have been through as a people is very traumatic. You know what I mean? Even today, while someone like myself, just a professional at what I'm doing, instead of guys just muting themselves and letting me talk, they feel like they need to out-talk me and try to school me and things. And it's like a family. I have some respect, family. I built a business to where I put my work in. I didn't just come up here and start talking to people about what I'm talking to you about as an amateur. We'll do more of this because we'll put the work in and we have the expertise. And I see a lot of just ignorant people out there. Out there that's making live videos talking about Pan-Africanism, talking about Black people in America and Black people in Africa. So I'm not saying that I'm just better than them. I'm just saying that I have experience in all of this, and I'm going to share the experience and share how it actually works and what people like ourselves are doing and say, hey, this is what we're doing because the international world, we're trying to get it together. What are you guys doing? It's like, keep on coming back to the same thing. Nothing, it's nothing. So you're trying to give them
just say this.
advice.
I don't think I have a problem with brothers and sisters who always talk about Africa who have never stepped foot on the continent. Stop talking about you an authority.
Some of them
and
go.
They don't even have a passport. I mean, to even get on the damn plane. I mean, excuse me. Oh, I have a problem. I'm going to say it again with brothers and sisters who's always yicking and yakking about Africa, who have never even spent a day in Africa, never even lived in Africa, don't know nothing about Africa. When did you become the authority on Africa? And you have never been to Africa, but yet you showing clips of how Africa is bad. You're showing videos, you're showing reels, and every video you make in your whole talking point is about how bad it is in Africa. And you have never set foot in the continent. How dare you? But see, that's the wrong thing about this internet, which is we know it's the mark of the beast because trolls and the so-called algorithm can put on us twerking, on TikTok and all our women twerking on TikTok. But when they showing their children in China and all these other places, they showing their children doing uplifting things like curing cancer or building a rocket to the moon. This thing here in this platform here, we have to be very careful because this platform is set to show us in stupidity and not doing anything uplifting. And those people who you see who are some of my friends and some of my brethren, they're placed there just to keep contention. They didn't go to see Malcolm to hear what Malcolm had to say. They came to see Malcolm to belittle Malcolm or to kill Malcolm. They didn't come to see Martin Luther King to hear Martin Luther King or to get into the movement of civil rights. They came to bring him down off of his throne or to annihilate him. And those same people are the relatives and the descendants of those same cowards. They are still here, placed in our movement to destroy us. And I see y'all all. Some of y'all even name me who I am. I know who you are. You know who I am. But let us be clear. Africa is where we all come from. The whole world was Africa. I am the mother of civilization. The cock is crowing. I am the mother of civilization. Before me, there was none. And after me, there shall be no more. If you're looking for the black hole, it's right between my legs. I am the mother of creation. That's it. And I make no apologies to whoever you might be. And I don't respect powers, principalities, or people. I respect the truth. That's why my name is Goddess Ma'at. I speak the truth, I live the truth, and there's nothing else I need to know about but the truth. So for all of you who are offended, please be offended, but it's not a respecter of principalities nor powers. So sorry, brothers and sisters.
Yes, teach my sister. We're in a world where we have to, we have to lead the blind and and educate them, and then the ones who don't want any education, they could just disappear somewhere else. But
that's it.
But yeah, this we're consistently showing people that while we're trying to get in a certain directions, we have these oppositions, and you're telling people that if you're gonna get out here and try to do certain things, be prepared because when you're just enjoying your peaceful life and you're doing, you're just not doing certain things, no one is gonna bother you. But
That's
let you
right.
come up here and say, I want to do things for Black people. I want to work with Black people.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seemed like the whole issue of our conversation earlier that got thrown off is like, I'm always, even the last time, I'm always pushing for our folks. And I always do that, and why shouldn't I? I've seen the great opportunities that we can do. And I've seen it. So it's like, I'm living the life and I'm telling people like, hey, if more of us will get involved in this, and it's like, you're not coming over to take over any one country. You're literally coming to connect into where we can do things together, because your people are asking for you. People, wanting, is more people looking to come and do things in the country. People are looking to connect with you because they hear great things about Black people in America. They hear that Black people in America have certain education skills, certain resources. They're open to connecting to Africa, and
what the Ghanaian brother, they said tap into the source. They didn't tell me I'm coming to take over. They told me, sister, come over and tap into the source, meaning I am welcome. Didn't they just have the year return? We didn't just come over here to because we weren't invited. We were invited here, just the year return.
Yeah, that's one thing I do like about Ghana.
They told us to come here. So when people talking about we coming to take over, we didn't come to take over. We were invited to return home. Nana said, America doesn't like y'all, but you are welcome here. That's what his words were. He said, America doesn't want you. This is his words. America doesn't want you, but we do. Come home. So we were invited here. We didn't come to take over. We came to, as the Ghanaian brother said, plug into the source of our existence. That's a big difference.
That's it. And so anybody who wants to force what they believe, you believe. But I hear people putting words in our mouth saying that we're looking to go do this and things. Family, we're in no position to go colonize anyone. We don't have, we're in no position to do any of those things. We don't, even if we bring 500 people to a country to do business with, and we're 500 people in a country of 30, 40 million people. I mean, let's be serious, people, and things like that. So,
it sounds really.
Yeah, so I appreciate those ignorant points from Nakmizi, only to he served his purpose, only to explain and educate with you, family. These things, this is not how Africa is. Okay, the people are telling you Africa. I've been to 10 countries in Africa, and I got business in several countries where we have tour operations going and things like that. And I'm in that world actively. So someone who just went to Africa, one country, and just went to Africa and just saw certain things and coming back. And just because they saw it in that country, not saying that things are not like that in other countries, but
exactly.
You don't have enough skin or have enough time into this being in Africa to understand these things. And yes, you do have people from Africa that comes here and sometimes they don't connect with us. These things are all problems. So we have to figure out a way how do we make ourselves more attractive to connect with our people, and how we let our people understand that, hey, you're coming here in America, so we just so we need to, we all need to participate in some level of energy to where we can connect as a people, So yeah. I tell people, we have explained many different areas where people can work and different things that they can do. But I refuse to let anybody sing that individual and tribalism thing and make it seem like that's gonna get us anywhere. And that's why I use those 4 people that I mentioned.
Yes, brother.
They're necessary evil to explain that, and sometimes I'm like asking them, really, like, do you guys like really honestly believe these things that you believe? Do you honestly really believe that by us doing this, it's going to make a difference? Say, so like I'm saying, like, say we just say the hell with the rest of the world, and we just, everyone that's in America, Black people in America, just focus on this. Where do you really build? And I wish, like I said, but I know I can't have these conversations, and probably just like, and probably, but I'm a positive person. I talk and deal with a lot of different people, and I have the temperament to a point. And what you saw was me after this, listening to it. Sometimes I'm on mute and I'm listening to the homie going off on people, and I'm just listening, and I'm like, okay, well, we all can't talk, so someone has to mute themselves. And you're listening, and you're like, okay, you're a little pissed off, and you like to use language. So as soon as I think I was telling that you sound stupid. I don't think I really call him stupid, but I think eventually I did call him stupid. But it's like,
oh yeah,
you're from me saying, you said something, and I said that to you, like trying to curse me out of my own language, my own Jamaican language.
He called you a pussy clot. Excuse me.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna, it took a lot out of me. I'm not gonna repeat those things, and I'm not gonna switch onto my Jamaican accent. It took me a lot, but because I'm literally here, family, to literally just educate tonight, literally educate on the level of this thing, because this thing it's making us look like a joke. When you look like,
that's
when
why
you compare yourself to the rest of the world.
I'm laughing because the subject is always derailed, and the subject matter what you're talking about is always being derailed. And what you have to do is if the train isn't for them, If they don't want to get off the train, then put them off the train.
Well, it's being derailed, but
you got to be able to do that, brother. If this is not their train and they're not willing to get off this train, then put them off this train. We have to be able to
do that. That's what we do. The bad students, we kick them out of the classroom.
Get out.
So that's
you don't have a permission slip to disrupt. You don't have a permission slip to disrupt the learning of everybody else who wants to learn something. You know, I'm a teacher too. Okay, you don't have a permission slip to disrupt the rest of my students who are here to learn.
Absolutely, that's it. And I'm a person, I do more private training, because even when I was back in the days doing aircraft maintenance training and you're teaching, it's like, you know, it's like all attention, focus. Let's do this. Let's do this. We have an important mission and work to do. So it was interesting. It was interesting. But I'm just happy to have you who have seen, because people may say, you know, even though, like I mentioned to people, after a while you have to raise your voice on some of these guys because they feel like they just King Kong. But I trying to not get into it with the thing, because I have a filthy mouth and I try to not like go there. Yeah, I mean, yes, I can get, it's like you're telling people you got your little 1 or 2 little words. I was like, yo, people like myself, we grew up doing this. We grew up at a young age with that mouth thing. But I'm not here with the mouth talk to curse people out, because we're not. That's
not what we're here for. That's not what we're here for.
We're not children now. But you curse me out, I'm not gonna feel anyway. But I just need you to mute yourself back and let me just educate and then listen, because you don't know everything and you don't know what I know, because now you're talking to somebody. Now the thing of it is, when he talks to these other people on the internet, these are not accomplished people who are doing certain things. So he can run his mouth and say that. I was like, brother, I represent Black Power and Pan-Africanism. I live that life. You can't come at me. You can't cook me. You can't debate me. And you may have a conversation with me, but you more have to be in a student mode and listen so you can learn. And then we can connect on things. Other than that, so family, again, it's all good with all of these situations. We're gonna do what we need to do. And anyone who wants to hate and do whatever, I cheer on. That's why most comments I didn't even post today, because 75% of the comments were just all haters and a lot of people running their mouth and things. So I just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna get no moderator to delete all. Y'all can watch as long as y'all be good students. And only students we're gonna kick out of the classroom is people like Not Neezy, who feel like you need to, it's okay for you to cross that line. I mean, I'm like, brother. Or whatever you want to call him. Don't mention nothing about my mother or homie. Don't mention nothing about my mother, my family, or anything. You already done that to Kala. We both took it. But now what we're doing to people, we're telling people like, hey, and even if you come on, like if you really want to come and talk, we can talk. If you really want to do anything, we can do it. Even if you don't agree with me, family, I'm fine with it. But one thing you're gonna do, you're gonna have respect for what we're doing here. You're gonna be respectful.
That's it.
Just like if any of you guys invite me to what you're doing, I'll be respectful. Go ahead.
You hear me? This is your classroom. This is your classroom. Whether it's YouTube or whatever, it is still your classroom, and you have control of your classroom. You have to have control of your classroom. Other than that, your students are gonna run your classroom amok. It's the same principle. So that's what I like about being a school teacher. You learn how to take control of your medium, your classroom. I'm running this class, you're not. It's just that simple. And I don't want you disrespecting the teacher. And if you need to disrespect the teacher, then you need to leave the room. Because if I let you do that, then everybody else in here is going to do that. I have to set the precedence. I have to control my room. I have to make sure that it's an environment for everyone to learn.
Absolutely. And that's absolutely. So I'm just, so you're putting it out there, like, like family, even though I feel like, whenever things go a certain way, the first few hours we're literally explaining certain things. So I take it all in this one situation. Hopefully that people see the other parts of what we're talking about, because we're on a roll and a streak. But that's the same situation, family. You out there in the known world, building business with Black people. And then here you come with one of the people that used to be a part of your business. And then next thing you know, they're sabotaging your operation.
There.
You know what I'm saying? And sabotaging your operation, you're like, okay, is that what we do? And things. But anyway, we've seen these things before. I'm not telling anybody anything new, but what I'm telling people, family, is that don't let nobody tell you anything about Africa and what we're doing in Africa, especially if they're not doing anything in Africa, and especially if they're not doing anything in America. Roll with the trailblazers, people like myself. You know, I've seen him talk with other people on other panels and things, and you know, I understand, you know, these guys are YouTubers, but now you actually have a businessman in front of you that's about their life and that work. So you're gonna have to step your game up a little bit, and you can't just the cursing and the crazy shit don't happen with me, because I'll just eject you because I don't have time for that. But what I want people to do is bring their A game. So far we can literally say that none of these people have bring their A game to literally offer what they're really serious about building. Let me add this. Right. All right. Greetings, family. Mr. IC.
Greetings. Yeah, I was just going through the different streams, and I came across your stream, and I just caught a little bit of what you were all saying, and I thought, yeah, these people, they seem to be on a passion. They seem to be having a mission here. So I was listening to your conversation, and I like the passion. So I want to present to you the solution, the plan, and I want to hear you analyze this solution. I want to hear you criticize this plan. I want you to question the plan I'm about to present to you. Test it. See how strong it is. Yeah? Find the toughest question, because I'm about to say that the plan that I'm about to present to you, the solution I'm about to present to you, I challenge you to find a question that I will not be able to answer. Okay. Here goes. You ready?
Sure.
Okay. The problem is white supremacy. The global system of white supremacy. It functions as a religion. It has been refined over the centuries to keep people classified as black. Now, the cry is for unity. If we do not unify, we cannot liberate black people or African people or people classified as Negro, whatever. People have a view of us or people that look like me, that either call them African or black or Negro or slaves or whatever. The world has a view on people that look like me, yes, and the whole world perceives that people that look like me are inferior and are of inferior intelligence, and of no power. Okay. So that is a system of white supremacy, which is the problem. What is the solution? The solution is to effectively organize the people globally who are perceived or classified as black. Now we're going to first phase. I'm going to talk about clarity of identification. If you're not able to clarify who exactly you mean by we, our, us, yes, if you can't clarify and identify the group, you cannot organize effectively the group. And you know that as a businessman, as a businesswoman, you got to know your products. You got to clearly identify your products. You got to clearly identify your service. You got to clearly identify the people you're dealing with, and you got to clearly identify your bank account. Clarity. All right. So obviously, if the people classified as black are clearly identified, they'll be able to organize effectively. If the people clearly identified as African are clearly identified, they'll be able to organize effectively. So, I'll cut it short and then you can fire the questions. Black identity and African identity, these two words have been compromised, have been confused. Because these words are confused, they cannot be used to effectively organize. Because if you try to say, I'm going to organize black people, there's confusion. What do you mean by black? Do you mean by politically black? Do you mean this black? Well, black, everybody. And when there's funds and resources to be handed out, everybody's black all of a sudden. The Chinese man's black, the Asian man's black, everybody's black when there's trouble. I mean, when there's goodies to be handed out, everybody wants to be black. We're with you. But when there's trouble, oh, no, we're nothing. We're not black. I'm Chinese. I'm Asian. I'm this. I'm that. No, nobody wants to be black when there's trouble. But everybody wants to identify as black when there's goods coming out. Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you. Solidarity. So the word black is being confused and is stolen. That identity is stolen. Now, how about African? Let's organize under the African. We're You ask an African, ask the African Union actually, what exactly is an African? They can't answer. Nobody can answer exactly what is an African. If I say to you, if I ask you, is a white person born in Africa with citizenship of an African nation or state, is that white person an African?
You know, me personally, I'll say no, but I do have people that.
What did you say? Hold it. What did you just say?
For me personally, they're not African, but
what?
That white person.
What do you say, sister? What do you say?
Hold on,
is that person?
I'm not finished there also though. But at the same time, too, other people will feel that based on the fact that they have a passport from an African country or based on they were born there and things like that. So it really defines how you define these things. But it's a lot of confusion. So
exactly.
So
exactly.
You know, people like ourselves, we're just trying to find people who are actually, you know, black like us and down with this movement.
I understand what you're saying. I understand your position. But I'm clarifying the confusion.
Yes. Well, I say, brother, may I say this? Well, I say, brothers, my grandmother said this to me long years ago. Just because you have kittens in the ovens, don't make them biscuits. Again, just because you have kittens in the oven, don't make them biscuits. And I'll give you that as an analogy. I had a discrepancy with my neighbor. He is Lebanese, but he is a third generation Ghanaian. So when I told him to return back to Lebanon, he told me, but I am born in Ghana. I am more Ghanaian than you. But I said to him, no, you're not. Just because you have kids in the oven, don't make a business. Just because you're born in America, or born in Africa does not make you an African. Your ancestors are Lebanese, and you are Lebanese. And no matter how you're born in Africa, and no matter how you have the green passport, you are still a colonizer. And that's it.
Okay. So to the question, are you saying that a white person born in Africa with an African passport is not an African?
I'm saying that categorically.
He's not an African.
He's not an African. He's a transplant.
Okay, good. All right, so we're together on this. Okay, we're together on this. Good. We're moving forward. Now, all three of us, our position, we cannot talk like that internationally. They'll say that you're losing your mind. You understand? Because the system is in white supremacy. So you cannot make statements like that. I understand exactly what you're saying. See? And so therefore, because the general global system will not accept that language, therefore you cannot organize effectively. You cannot use the term African, because your perception of what an African is not the same as the African Union.
I understand that, brother.
Your perception of what a black person is not the same as the British and the Americans. So, what is the solution? Let's clarify identity. Hold that there. Hold that there. Now, fundamentally, what am I about? What am I presenting? I am here presenting the liberation and reparation for the people who can be clearly identified as the black that we are talking about. Liberation and reparation.
That's it.
It's all in one move. So, clarification of identity. Like Neely Fuller, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Neely Fuller Jr. You've got to clarify, you've got to use codes. And not only have you got to use the correct, tight language, because you know what you like in business, precise language. You know what it's like in law, precise language. So if we can precisely identify who we are, we can effectively organize against white supremacy. Now, get ready for this. Strap yourselves in, because now it's going to get a bit heavy and you might not like what you're about to hear. But I must present it to you anyway. You probably won't like it, but here we go. We have to use the same language that the white supremacists are using to counter white supremacy. The antidote to the poison is in the poison.
Absolutely.
For example, reparations. If you start talking about reparations, they'll say, reparations for who? For what? Who exactly? Who? You see, identity boils back down to identity. So here's the identity solution I'm presenting. We have to use the British government definition, codified definition of what a black person is. Government definition. Have to use it so that when we talk about, when I say we, they know exactly who I am talking about. There's no confusion, because that's why I use the code IC3. IC3. Why IC3? Let me show you. See this here? These are the police racial codes. Government codes. Yes, British government codes. English. And everybody around the world recognizes this. Because it's government. This is not personal view. This is hard coded into the British policing government. So anywhere in the world, if you use the code IC3, black, right? You can't say, an Asian person can't say, well, I'm black as well. No, because your code is different. A Chinese person can't say, oh, well, I empathize, I'm with the black people. No, your code is IC5. The Arab say, well, I'm from Africa. No, you're IC6. A black African is only IC3. No Europeans. You see, hard codes. Use the language that way, because sooner or later, a group of IC3 black people, as representatives of the various departments of the Americas, South Americas, the Caribbean, different states in Africa, representatives will come together in council and wield power. Real black power. Real black power is IC3 black power. It's clear. Nobody else can jump in. You know exactly who the we are. Tight. Because it's their own code system. When they're ready to kill black people, they know precisely where to point the gun. IC3 black. They're not going to shoot Chinese by mistake. They're not going to shoot any Asians by mistake. They're not going to shoot any white people by mistake. They're going to shoot IC3 black. The police know exactly where to target. Precise. But when it comes to giving out funds and resources and help and so on, oh, we're confused about black. Everybody's black. Everybody's black. But when it comes to killing, we're precise. Precise. So, people say, oh, but how are you going to get the money? Do black people have any tanks? Do they have any guns? How are you going to go up against a system of white supremacy? How are you going to go up against that global power? We got ships, we got planes. They don't teach the nature of power. Let's talk about power. Let's talk about what black power is and how to wield it. This is black power. First, you got to clarify identity. Identity is like the vessels, like an engine. Petrol, yes, if you strike a match and put it on petrol, it's whoosh, the power. It explodes, yeah? Fire, yes, that's power. So why do you make an engine? They put an engine made of steel, yes? The petrol flows through the engine. So all that force is controlled and directed, just like a bullet. Bullet is explosion, but the bullet has to go through a system, a barrel, and is targeted so that force is directed. Yes? So you've got to build a system to direct the force. Yes? If you don't have a system, that thing will blow up in your face. Blackness, Africanness, Negro-ness. If it's not defined, it just blows up in your face. But when it's precise, I'm talking about IC3 black. Don't try and confuse me. I am precise. This is the we that we're talking about, that I am talking about, that I am. But what do you mean? We don't understand you. I'm using your own codes that you have for me. So, money. What is money? They don't teach you what money is. They teach you what you can do with money, but we've never taught what money is. Here's the question, and I'll put it out for you. Ask any business person you know, anybody from business school, economics, all these doing this stuff, ask them what exactly, precisely, is the difference between money and currency. You ever heard that question? Listen carefully. What precisely is the difference between money and currency? You see, we need money for this, we need money for that, money, money, money. We haven't got enough money, money. But nobody talks about currency except when they're going on holiday and they need to understand the exchange rate of the currency. Ask the question, simply put, difference between money and currency. Money is the physical, you can visually see it. Yes, it could be in gold, it could be in people, it could be in diamonds, it could be in paper notes. Yes, but the currency is where the value is held. The value, and the value is invisible. Money, visible, currency, invisible. So, what's the point? The point I'm making is, if I can devalue your currency, I can drop the value of your people, of your resources, of your place, of your education, of your intelligence, all in one move. I can destroy you in one move just by dropping the value of your currency. Do you see how smart? This is high level intelligence. They're not going to tell you about that. How is it that the African naira was 1 naira to 1 pound? 1 naira was 1 pound. And now the Nigerian naira is about 700 naira to 1 pound. So if you think of a building, who pushed the Nigerians out the window? 700 stories up. Yeah? 700 stories. And so the naira was on the same level as the pound, the currency value. Yeah? Then all of a sudden, what's going on? The naira, check it out, it's about 700 naira to 1 pound. So who devalued, or how did that happen? How did they devalue the naira? Drop it to 700. How did that happen? I'll leave that there. But I'm going to stop there because I can keep going. But I want to hear some questions now. Come on, test me out now. Come on. What have you got? What have you got? You've been hearing me. What have you got?
Yeah, the only thing after that, as far as IC3, that's absolutely fine. With that, what we have set up here is a simple thing that we're explaining to people. Do we continue to operate individualistic or tribalistic, or just any way like that, or do we find some way how we put some of our energy together to build something? I don't think we can ever just get all of our Black folks, because like most of them don't want to even consider themselves Black or even IC3. There's people that we have, whether it's Jamaica, Dominican Republic, and and they'll tell you their narrative. Just like we had a disgruntled man on here a little while ago, because he feels they mention all the different parts of where they're from and things like that. So it's confusing. So at some point, when we talk, it sounds like I'm talking to one of my brothers. That's my brother, like any of my regular brothers. But at some point we talk, it's like, okay, you're some kind of multiracial person and things like that. So yeah, identity is those issues and things like that. But it's like, I'm telling people this, it's like.
So what's the question?
No, there's no question. I'm saying to you that we may never figure all of this out. So Pan-Africanism is a vehicle to get some of us to open our minds about connecting and enterprising together. So as far as a complete solution, I don't know if anyone have a complete solution and things like that. Will people ever get on code to to push a certain title? I never know. But what I'm saying to people is, instead of us focusing on all these great dynamics, how we're gonna figure all this out, let's at least can you and I can some of us do some business together, where especially the ones of us that know that we're Black and know that we're the same same code, because that's not even happening, and things
Okay.
like that. So, I don't have, and honestly have any questions for you. I just really appreciate the presentation, and I really appreciate this. Anyone just coming and sharing something positive or sharing something where it's presented properly and respectfully with a we can talk in our differences and things like that. And that's why I'm explaining to everyone that that some people feel like they have to bully you with aggression and are they talking, but I appreciate you just being gentle with your flow, because these are the things that we have issues with. And yes, global white supremacy literally divided and conquered us as a people. So now we're scrambling and things like that. So so sometimes as I ask people, where do we go from here? That's what I tell folks is like, I live in America. We need some of our people to try to build some level of institutions here versus harassing me. For me, this, I love my beautiful Jamaica. So they're like, well, you go back to Jamaica. I was like, hey, I got people who may not necessarily want to go back to Jamaica, but they're open to going to Ghana and expanding an operation there. And it's I love the global energy. I love it, and just happy to be born in a world where it's where you see different parts of life. Because some people literally, like, I grew up with guys that live in New York City, and and even went to other places like Virginia. And when I talk to them, it's like, yeah, man, what is a passport? I never went anywhere before. And same thing. I came to Georgia, and it was the same thing. But then I realized, a lot of our folks are saying they're not trying to go nowhere. They're not trying to expand on anything. They just like, I'm gonna try to just stay here and do whatever. But brother, you put some good information out there. I don't really know where we ultimately go from here, other than trying to put some level of pan energy together and just do business, and
Okay.
then teachers like yourself can help us figure it out.
Okay.
Let me let Sister Vegan share in on our meet, Sister Vegan. Maybe you have something you can share with the brother, because he wants somebody to give him some hard questions, which I don't.
Exactly. Come on, test me out. Come on.
It was presented in such a manner that I don't have any questions. I'm fully up on what he's saying, and the difference between money and currency is so invaluable information. At the end of the day, money is set by the World Bank, the value of currency, and currency is controlled by, more than likely, no other than our friends at International Monetary Fund. So at the end of the day, we even like in Jamaica, when I first started going to Jamaica, like in the 80s, it was like 20 to 1. $1 was 20 to 1, and now it's like 150 to 1. So as you said, who had the right to throw Jamaica out that elevator to that the Nigerian lira is on? Because Jamaica know that their money way valued more like in 1983 when I first started going there to where it is now. So, and then even here in Ghana, our money has went down a whole lot in just 2 years. So the whole thing of it is how do you keep a nation suppressed? By exactly what you said, by devaluing their money, devaluing their workforce, devaluing their raw materials, devaluing their efforts, undermining everything they can do to keep them in poverty. So is it a universal struggle? Yes, it is for Black people, but it's a universal plan for others.
Yes, that's right. 100%. How about anti-globalists? 777.
Yeah, Bomani, thanks for having me once again.
Oh yes, brother, appreciate it. I see too, before you get into that, greetings, brother. I remember you being on a few times. How long have you been listening? Hopefully not all night.
No, I had a lot of homework earlier, Mandarin homework, so I've been listening in and out. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. You've been on a few times. Just want to ask you one question. Is Not Neezy a troll, or is this somebody that's misunderstood? Because I'm trying to get different opinions. Maybe I'm the bad guy at times. I could.
No, I like Not Neezy. It's just that if I think if you look from his perspective, if he feels as though like you're insulting him, he'll attack you back. I think that's just what it is.
Yeah, saying one thing to someone don't lead to you like cussing their mother out and you saying all kind of Jamaican bad words to them. So that's the part that I was like, that's like weird. But I was like, I'm not gonna get into this little thing where next, I'm speaking pots when I'm mad as hell. But I did have to raise my voice because it's like, yo, brother, let me just talk. But I noticed that, but it's like but also I have to evaluate when I deal with people. I evaluate based on a history of things, and when I see the same behaviors, I'm like, okay, well, this is the behavior of this situation. So, like I tell people, we don't always have to agree on everything. We can be cool and have our disagreements and things, which most of the people who have friends have. But there's have to be a level of respect. Like one thing is, I'm not gonna like call you any key holes and things like that. You know, and take the profanity that way. So that's the part that went away. And I was like, okay, but I won't let him on anymore because like, okay, I've been cool with you to let you talk your differences, but then we're proving our point that you're really just a troll because I need people. Just like my brother's asking for questions, we need you to answer questions or share something, and we need to get to the point where every time after a while, it's like, okay, we're gonna have to move forward. So I don't know if you've seen that part, but add to this, kick them off and just kind of educate people on people like this and just label them like what I label people who do these things, trolls and haters, and people who literally are jealous of a young brother from somewhere else getting money and things like that. You know what I'm saying? But, I'm always telling people I'm not here to take anybody opportunity in Africa, America, anywhere. I feel like I'm a person that want to contribute to us doing something bigger than where we're from and where we are right now, and which is something in Africa that can compete with, some basic stuff. We can compete for engineering contracts. How, something simple like that. Not as simple, but it's simple if we put our energy together and focus on it. So that's what I'm trying to get at. But it seems like people don't really have a lot of experience in Africa, which is fine. So as my sister right here and ourselves build more experience, we want people to open their minds up. And I'm not going to let anybody come here and talk down completely without giving me a proper analysis that what they're doing in America. But anyway, brother, share what you have to share with myself or with IC3, and then we can just continue.
Yeah, no problem. As far as the stream title, which one is more beneficial, individualism or Pan-Africanism? I think sometimes we overly focus on the isms. You know what I mean? Wait, is there background noise?
Let me mute somebody. Let me just someone that's muted. Everyone is muted. Go ahead, brother, and
yeah, I think we overly focus on the isms. One point that stands is if you look anywhere in the world, whether it's Black people, if you look at the Caribbean, the Black Americans, Africans, any movement that was created, right, without help, without a consciousness from other people to help them, was destroyed. You look at Gaddafi, he was killed, no one helped him. You look at Maurice Bishop in the Caribbean, he was killed, no one helped him. You look at the Black Panthers in the US, when they're doing good for their community, no one helped them. You look at Malcolm X, you see what I mean? But I think we overly focus on the isms too much. I think part of the problem is there's such a disconnect socially between the three types of Black people from these different regions. But I think we should just focus more on like the economics and the politics of these kind of things. What do I mean by that? Like if you look at the Uhuru Socialist Party, they have people from all kinds of walks of life, whether it's Black Americans, Caribbeans, Africans. They combine together and they do a lot of good for the community and in Florida. And they also registered as a political party in South Africa, I believe. I believe they don't have much popularity, so they only have like a minority vote. But yeah, they're registered as a party, and the same thing with them. Like their house was raided by the FBI on some false charges that they were getting, I think, sponsored by Russia or whatever. But the difference between them is what they did is they have bases in spanning multiple continents, right? So if the government messes with them in the US, in Florida, when they go to South Africa, and if they get like a province where they run things, if they get organized and are able to figure out how to institutionally like run a province of a country, they'll do the same thing back to them. That's what we should be focused on, really. I think being overly focused on the isms, whether it's Garveyism or Pan-Africanism or individualism, I think is just irrelevant. Like I think we should just focus on, okay, like for example, right? Like I know, like you mentioned China a lot. Like you want Africa to be like China in the sense that you could build their own infrastructure. The currency is like stable, and like everyone they could like be able to collaborate. Am I right?
So, yes, in a point, but not directly, because we can't be like China in certain things. But what you're doing is analyzing that individualism and tribalism is not getting us there. Just like what I mentioned to Natnizi before, he started pushing to saying that, Black America feel, it's the same situation in America. It's like we'd have been made this move already. Especially when all these other nations and race of people weren't as prominent as they are now. Now we have actually real competition in our schools and all kind of stuff. And so
whether someone wants to help domestically in their country or go or move to a different country or continent and be with those type of people, I think is relevant. Like either way, I think as far as isms, I think they're relevant. I think we still need to figure it out. Like I think it's perfect opportunity, because if you look at
could you please
go ahead,
the we? Yeah, when you said we, who are you referring to exactly?
Anyone that wants to like help like build something, whether Black people from different continents that want to build something and like be able to create like high income economies, like and to create like a system where
anybody, a Chinese man could come in, he wants to help. An Indian man could come in, he wants to help. When you say anyone, what do you mean?
No, I mean Black people, not other races of people. I'm just saying Black people in particular.
All right. So when you say Black people in particular, do you include mixed race people, mixed Black people?
Yeah, that's one thing that I was getting to. I don't know, because it's kind of difficult. Because
oh, you see, that's what I mean. you see.
Because the thing with
multi-generational. Let's slow this down.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, I was just listening to you, and you have good, positive, lofty goals. But you see, if you don't clarify this we, you cannot organize effectively. That's why all the projects crash. Even if you get money, even if I was to send 5 million to your account or 20 million to your account, right? You'll be off thinking, all right, we've got some money, and you'll be doing your projects, and all of a sudden, in a year or two, it's going to crash because the identity is going to come up. Because you think money is the solution. It won't work. If you don't have clarity on identity, on who exactly you're working with, you're going to crash. So this mixed race issue is a very serious issue, and people are afraid, running from it.
But we never addressed the issue, because even me, right? I'm 85% Black, but I'm also 15% Carib because of my on my maternal lineage, right?
There you go.
I do identify as Black, but if you look at multi-generational mixed people that are like 40, 50, 60% European or indigenous, I don't know, that's difficult. I think one way that you can address that, just to expand on your point, is it doesn't have to be on the state level, but if you do find like benevolent people that are from these type of tribes that have rank per se, and you want to build in their communities, or necessarily you want them to help in your communities in a different country or different continent that are Black, you can have them do the same ceremonies that they did in Ghana and do that way. It doesn't always have to be a state coming to you and saying, oh, we apologize as a state for what happened to these multi-generationally mixed people, because I think that's a little bit entitled in a way, but it would take someone that's helping in that community already, like that tribe or nation or whatever, that's already there. Say, all right, you did this and this for our community. What do you want from us? And you could say, okay, there's some multi-generation mixed people that are my people from X country, and they're really struggling with this and some whatever, and we would like to reintegrate them or whatever. But I don't know.
Right. Okay. See. This identity thing. We've got to talk like statesmen or stateswomen. We got to talk governmental. Government. When government talks, there's no ifs, buts, maybe, I don't know. No, precise, tight. So any of these questions, there can be no ifs, buts, hesitation, nothing. You got to be tight. One time. This is who we're talking about. This is who we are, and so on. No hesitation. So this is how this plan deals with the mixed race question. Right. Listen to this. An entity has to be constructed. We're in the process of constructing it now. When I say we, whenever I say we, I'm talking about IC3 we. And you know what that is, yes? Whenever I say we, I'm talking about IC3 we. Okay?
Makes sense.
Right. There's no confusion, see? Precise. So, an IC3 black entity, we are constructing that entity. That entity could be described as a black nation, a black state. It's an IC3 black global entity with different departments. Different departments of that global entity. We have the North American department. Black North Americans are a department of the global black entity. Black South Americans are another department of the IC3 global black entity. Black Caribbeans are another department of the IC3 black global entity. Black people in Europe are another department of the IC3 black global entity. Black people in Africa are another department of the IC3 black global entity, state, nation. Right. Now, think about this. Here's another angle, strange angle. I am black. You're not black. Listen carefully. Black people, I don't know if you can use the word people, blacks were considered stock. Let's talk business now. We're going to switch into business mode. Let's talk cold, hard, banking business. Those enslaved people from the continent of Africa were considered as black stock, correct? Stock, black stock.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking business. But as the time has gone on, people, that black stock, yeah, have fought to be recognized as human. I'm still stock. I operate as stock. I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm human. So they've been fighting and fighting and fighting. Please recognize me. I'm not black stock. I'm not an animal anymore. I'm not a Negro. Help me. Recognize me as human. Make me part of your world. Okay. You're 3/5 of a human. 60%. You're not fully human. You're only 60%. Why were the people classified as black stock? Why were they fighting so hard to be recognized as human? Why were they fighting so hard to become part of the system? You know why? Because they were hoping this black stock was hoping if they get recognized as human, I'm a man, I'm a woman, that they will be able to receive some kind of justice. You can't have a sheep asking for justice. You can't have a horse asking for justice. You can't have a cow or a dog or a cat asking for justice. You can't have stock asking for justice. That stock has to come into the world of the humans and to speak in the courts. You don't have dogs testifying in court. So black stock, me. You said, not me, you said I'm 60% human. Okay. So you want to call me black stock? I'm part human. Okay. In your system, I'm part human. Fine. So I'm part stock. So I'm in the matrix and out the matrix, aren't I? I can operate as stock, black stock, yet I can also operate as part human. So I can then go into your system, into your courts, and demand some kind of justice, or 60% of justice, because I'm only part human. Okay. So in the construction of this black asset, this black nation, this black entity, global IC3 black entity, this entity is a sovereign entity. It's a sovereign entity whether you recognize it or not. It's not part of your white world. It is a world in its own. It's sovereign. It has its own power, its own identity. So here's the dual mix. Don't forget, I'm dealing with the mixed race question. But first of all, I'm constructing in your minds the concept of a global black entity, a black state, a black nation that is, you could say, feral. It is part of this white world, yet it is an asset class in itself. So black identity and black people become and are an asset class. Well, you always heard the term in business, oh, are you in the black or in the red? Yes, the black. So blackness itself, in this project, what we're on, blackness itself becomes an asset class. Yes, that identity, IC3 black identity, is an asset class. So, going back to the mixed race question, in this project, the IC3 black project, anybody who is mixed black, so if your parent is white, one of your parents is white and the other half is black, you are 50% black. Only 50%. Because that blackness itself is a value. It's a value, it's an asset class. So when it comes to liberation and reparations, all of a sudden, those people who are part black, some people are 75% black, some people are 50% black, some people are 16% black, you know, different percentage of black. Is that 16% right? I think I've got it wrong there. 50%, 75%, 12.5%, 66 and a quarter. Yeah, you've got it. Yes, percent black. So blackness, black people, and blackness. So there's black people and there's blackness. Blackness is the value. Black people is the identity. I see 3. I'm black. I'm a black man or black male. Black stock, actually. Let's go right the way down. I'm just stock. Yeah, I'm talking stock. Yeah, I'm a talking dog. I'm a talking cow. Yeah, stock. Black stock with blackness. Blackness is a value. So, if you're 50% black, you have 50% of that asset value. So, what does this mean at the end of the day? As you know, historically, everybody has been trying to be as white as possible. Yes? The whiter you are, the more valuable you are in a white supremacist, racist world. Makes sense? So everybody's been trying to breed up. Yes? Because whiteness is the value. Yes? The value is in whiteness. So therefore, you're trying to breed in. Try and get as white as you can. Try and get the skin cream. Yes, the women are getting the skin cream and trying to get as white as possible. Why? Because they're trying to get, because the value is in whiteness. But what happens if you realize that there's value in blackness? Therefore, if you're 50% white, or are you 50% black? You see? So the two worlds between blackness and whiteness, they now start to separate. Because I'm saying it's okay. If you don't want to accept me as fully human, that's fine. You only accept me as 60% human, that's fine. I'm going to take it there. You got it on record. I'm 60% human, 3/5 of a human. That's fine. But I'm 40% black stock. So I'm going to capitalize on my own black assets. Here. I'm walking assets. Does that answer the question about mixed race? Any questions?
Oh, man, no questions.
No, appreciate you, brother.
Interesting chart, though. Sorry, Bomani, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm just trying to wrap things up, trying to just make sure that.
No, I was just saying that's an interesting chart, though.
Yeah. Maybe in the future we can go through. Maybe questions will come to you after the show, and then maybe we can have another show where you can fire all these questions and test out the plan.
Yeah, you caught us towards the end, and I did appreciate you just being able to share what you need to share. But I don't know if you have my information, and if you can send me a message, that way I can communicate with you, because I am looking for people who are open to coming and talking, and a certain point of view, is important. So I want to just create more time for us to really dialogue and for other people to give you better feedback, because before you came in, we were looking to wrap it up, and so we can't really go off into what we really want to talk about. But I mean, it was some great analysis. So let me.
I put my email in the back there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I forgot about.
Yeah. So you can fire questions. Test how strong the plan is. Do your best. Okay.
Yes, and while I'm just here, I am gonna just make sure. I'm just gonna put a quick email together, real quick. All right, perfect. I got your email in.
I see black. Mr. I see black. Which country are you from?
Yeah, I was born in the UK, in London, but my parents are from Jamaica.
Oh,
And
okay,
then
cool.
my father says that his grandmother said that we're originally from the Ekiti state in Nigeria.
Okay.
So the slaves were you know were well, the enslaved were my great grandparents were from Nigeria. How about yourself?
On my dad's side, well, from my island, most people are originally from Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, and Cameroon, right? But at least me, I'm black, but I don't have any Bantu features, right? So obviously that narrows it down to my ancestors. I'd say maybe about 350 to 400 years ago were from the south of Nigeria.
Okay. And how about you, Bomani?
Yes, originally from Kingston, Jamaica.
Okay.
And, we grew up here in Brooklyn, New York.
Right.
In the teenage years. But that's my connection right there. Kingston, Jamaica, Brooklyn, New York. That's my 18 years of life. And
Right.
now I'm down here in the South, running all kind of business here in the South. It's just amazing. A whole bunch of black folks from all over the place here in the South. So it makes it ideal to do certain things.
Right.
So that's my idea to people in Africa is put more of us in an environment where we can be, we figure it out and do business with each other.
Yeah.
So not saying that here in Georgia or any of the states that you have a high percentage of black people that we're really building in institutions to be a game changer, which is what I could never get anyone to tell me what institutions and what operations are we really building to be a game changer here, or are we gonna literally stay in America and not expand anything and this and it's just like it's like a childish mindset, or a mindset of the stupid blonde who just have one thing going for themselves, just looking good and just being
Right.
the object and things like that. So I'm trying to get us on a level where especially when it comes to business and enterprise opportunities, like family, like I'm telling even the young brothers that I have around, tell them that don't look past some of these things and go build your career and get your money and then do business with your own people, and we'll figure it out from there on. And I know people may say like, hey, that's not a whole bunch of this. The fact that some of us are just so stuck into a position of doing nothing, like
Yeah.
like even the people I like to talk about, the people that I looked through all the comments, I was like, it's like 80% of the comments is just all those trolling comments, and it is. And unfortunately, and I can't just block everybody and remove everybody, but it's like, is this the best we're gonna do as a people? And to where you're talking to real people that's doing business in Africa, and you make jokes. Now, I'm cool with joking, being cool and everything, but the majority of what I always tell people have to do is be about business. So if we're doing something, okay, we can joke and play around, and we can also have disagreements and everything. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to find out is where's our common ground so as to keep on moving forward. Because we understand that we were literally put in a position in the world and divided and conquered, to where we have, some of us have no identity at all. When you talk about identity, some of us, I don't want to repeat some of the things that people say, like when some of the things people say is, I'm not black, I'm Panamanian, but I'm not black. I don't mean to throw at anybody country like that, family. I'm just trying to pick a country because I could say the same thing about Jamaica. That's a lot of times I just use countries like Jamaica or Ghana and countries that, we have, because, people are very sensitive about their country, and they talk. And I have to also be sensitive about when we talk about America, because that's what the last situation was. I'm like, yo, family, I'm here. I'm dedicated to my people, no matter where I'm at.
But Bomani, as far as the superstructures of the world, like if you want Africa to be this world power, I think I think the problem is everyone is really scattered. I don't think it's a lack of, a lot of people say it's a lack of, I don't know, intelligence or whatever. But if you look at, for example, if you look at Black Americans, I believe if you look at one of the, I think it's one of the generals, like highly ranked generals, he's a Black American. If you look at Nigerians, there's multiple Nigerians in the US, right, that are doing well in STEM areas. There are a lot of Caribbeans in the US that are also doing good in tourism. But the problem is that we haven't really came up with a system where, regardless of isms, where we could help each other, so that if one person gets attacked, the other groups of people will also help out to make sure that they won't be like, their movement won't be destroyed.
You talking about like NATO? You talking about like NATO? No, but you know, you do have unions of Black folks. You know, whether it's CARICOM or whether it's the A African Union. Are they effective? You know, I don't really know. I'm just a.
They're not unions.
Yeah, it's not like you're comparing it to something that's effective. The European Union, you're talking about 20 plus countries, and at least 20 of them are weak countries. But when you put them together, there's a strong force to reckon with. You know, and you pick on one, you're picking on all of them. So and that's what I'm saying to people. Like, our situation is not simple. It's honestly not. It's a tricky one. It's difficult, and you know, and I don't know how and when we're gonna be, or if we can figure it out. I mean, when you've been divided, like how we've been divided and conquered and put together, you know, even when, you know, we prove this in these long streams that we have, you know, we get to the point where we do have conversations and we're talking, and like my brother pointed, the code, we're not on code, and that's one of the things that people are saying, and that's one of the things I was saying also, you know, in America we're not on code, and in Africa we're not on code, you know, and I'm one person.
Don't worry.
I'm not here to talk.
We'll get on code.
Whatever I'm here to say about America, I'm here to say about Africa and anywhere else, because I'm putting also in a serious line. If we were really a serious people, we would literally make these moves happen. But but we're stuck based on what my brother talk about, from identity to a whole bunch of other crises. But even in some other situations with other people, you know, I don't think all of them really get along, and all of them really just for this one nation, but they make it work. You know, like, you know, that's why when Kala was on today and we're talking about we're talking about the different Asian countries that we like to talk about based on the Bangdong conference, and explain their conditions. And even though their conditions were different from our conditions, they still had conditions of colonizers, controlling their countries and things like that. And they work out certain things, and we're the people still scrambling and still trying to figure it out. But only thing I ask of people, because you know, we're going to connect with our brother, and we're going to get into more on another call. But only thing I'm asking our Black folks, the ones that's already automatically on code, like I have people that, you know, we live in America, we live in the Caribbean, is like, and we're the same people with the same connections. So I'm telling them that, you know, we're supposed to be on code, but even us are not on code, and we're all supposed to be connected in a similar world. So, brother, it is it's good analysis, and I really would love to connect with you to where you can just start out at the beginning and go to your presentation, and then we just have some nice conversations and educate our people.
Test it. We want strong. We want things that last. We want a right, strong organization. Yeah, global Black power, real Black power. Yeah, don't worry, we'll sort it out.
Yeah, appreciate you, serious man. And in that email I sent, I did have my US number, so when you reply back, just reply back with yours, and we're gonna talk, man. Because what I want to do is and I want to use at least 1 or 2 days out of the week to where I just get some people in. And even some of these streams are long. We do have shorter versions of some of these things, but the goal is to literally just get into conversation where we're literally educating a new and also a current generation of people by having people that are critical thinkers. And what you're bringing to the table is critical thinking.
That's right.
I tell people, like, when we started, like, I mainly, what I'd like to do is I travel to different parts of Africa, and I show all of our video highlights, and then we do presentations as far as just conference calls and preparation traveling to Africa and preparation doing business investment conference calls. So the live stream thing, it's I'm still never this really with too much of it because it's just a long conversation that goes on. But I do feel just talking out there, we may have some people in the chat, maybe one or two people that may be actually open. So trying to find different ways how we meet people and connect with people. Unfortunately, some of the people that I thought that were maybe about certain things, they end up falling to that 90% trap of just not really being because when we do start talking about things, it's hard work, it's difficult, it's sacrifice, it's you literally just being focused on what you're supposed to be focused on, organize yourself, mobilizing, and things like that. And sometimes I feel like how we get that far, we can't even just do the one or two basic stuff. Like you ask somebody, when the last time you spent some money with a black-owned business, especially somebody who's black, and it's not, we're not talking about like the off-code people that, they confuse. 1 minute they this, and next minute they something else. 1 minute they're Native American, next minute they're Black American of African ancestry, or their family came from somewhere else. So greetings are crazy. Just give me a few seconds and I'll add you in. So we was actually looking to close, but I'll add my brother in. But Mr. IC3 Black, you're down with what I'm talking about? That's the main thing.
Yeah, of course.
You're down? We're talking.
Yeah,
Like you look like you're a teacher, always ready to teach. Because I feel like wise people need to teach, because the ignorant people, they're doing too much trolling and too much hating,
Yeah.
And it's fine. I'll always tell people, like, I'm for the balance. I'm just not for the nonsense every day and all the time.
Yeah.
I'm for the balance because since I've joined this journey, people have told me, they basically told me that I shouldn't waste my time building my career, and I shouldn't waste my time building what we're building now as far as independent business and dealing with Africa. I should focus on my career, and I should just focus on here and things like that. So the person I was talking earlier today, I've heard this before, and I'm appreciating to the ancestors that I didn't listen to any of these people, because as painful as it is and rough, doing all this business in Africa and making all these moves, I'm telling people it's rough. It's serious work. You have to pack up, and then you're gone in this country, you're moving, you're here, you got business here, you have family, and you're making it work. So yes, it would be easier to do that, but at the same time too, my greatest hero of today, Marcus Garvey, and even then they add this Kwame Nkrumah in there, and just make his point. Kwame Nkrumah had independence for his country on lockdown, but he didn't stop there. He wanted to do more. Marcus Garvey was, doing his thing in Jamaica, young brother doing business, making his money and doing certain things. He didn't stop there. He wanted to make changes for Black folks, not only in Jamaica and the Caribbean. He wanted to connect with the where things are happening in America and make a difference. So I just telling people that I don't look at myself as a sacrifice. I look at myself as a wise business person that see that this is where we're going to have to take our energy. And I have people in Georgia here, they've been watching, and they're like, we like what you're doing and things, and they're not on at all, but it's like, it's interesting, and the next thing you know, it goes from interesting to next thing you know, they're doing business with you. But it's like sometimes people are saying that you guys got to stay long enough in the game to where you're literally, Quasi, let me mute you for a second. They say you have to stay long enough in the game to do certain things to where you attract the other people that want to come. And that's why I'm expanding my communication and the things that we're doing, to just trying to find wise minds, and even in some ignorant minds, because I feel like we can position our people in different places and put them to work, because some people have situations where they may need to just be focused on their community project on their block, in the street that they live in, and things like that. Like, I live here, but do I participate with a lot of things locally? Probably not. I'm away. I'm moving and living different life. But what I'm saying to people is that there's enough people here in this county, this state, in this city that are not doing the things that international business people like myself are doing. So then you tell people, well, why don't you focus on those things? So the guy that came in is like, these are analysis I'm trying to like make, but when you have people that don't want to learn because they feel like they're educated and they know better than you, and you're like, okay, well, if you know better than me, where is the difference maker? What has been built? none of us should feel that confident, because we, wherever you go, whether it's Jamaica, Black America, or wherever, we as a people are failing to compete. Yes, we're people that's literally failing to compete, to where we ask ourselves sometimes, look at these other nations of people coming into our neighborhoods. We all see it. We call it gentrification, and we call it what we want. If you and I are living in a block and you have abandoned houses and you have empty lots, which is where in some parts of Brooklyn that I know, and if you and I, who are working a job, we have our careers, and if we don't put our money together to invest in that, and someone else comes in and then they change the game, I mean, I don't like it either, just like the next person don't like it, but it's like, who do we blame for that? We literally let these areas just go, and we just like, and did the other people who came in had access to, global white supremacist or racism aspect of things, to where they have resources and where they can try to do the same thing as you're doing, and they'll have different outlets to offer them certain things. Yeah, I understand the challenges and the struggle. That's what the situation is that we're in. So you're telling people like family, like I've been, it's like, where do we really go from here? It's like, are we gonna do this? Are we gonna play games? Mass Quasi, let me try to add you back in. We were looking to really close as like, go ahead if you want to say something, brother, or share anything with me.
Hold on. I'm feeling strong connection.
The connection's not good. Quasi, go ahead.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you. I want you to go ahead. I'm trying to close, but go ahead.
Trying to close.
Yeah, for like an hour, 2 hours, and 4 hours.
Okay, hey brother, I saw you up there. I said, let me jump on right quick and and greet my brothers and sisters in the diaspora who are returning. I'm actually here in Sierra Leone, beautiful Sierra Leone, my first time.
All right.
And there's much opportunity to be have. However, how you doing? We have to build institutions, and what I mean by that is that, in us coming, we have to have associations, and they have to, if we don't have one association, we must have ties. We must have ties within the organizations here that's receiving people back on the continent. I mean, because a lot of resources, our most valuable resources are ourself, of course, but then the money. And we want to be able to save that. Like when I came into the airport here, they do the conversion. They got us, because they were rushing us through the airport or whatever. But that's going to happen, and it's not a big thing, you know what I mean? But in any case, we want to be able to make sure that we're helping our other ones that are coming behind us and make a smooth transition. And I saw the title, and it was speaking about individuality, and that's not a part of African culture. However, it is a part of Western society, Western culture, and our mindset overall. There are things that we implement and put in place that bring us together. Like I'm working on some things behind the scene in terms of technology that can and will bring us together. Now, as far as the overall community, most of us are consumers, and we'll have that type of experience. But those who are the real Pan-Africanists that are coming back, we're focused on building within these communities, in a way that's sustainable and long range. So I just wanted to hop on. I said this live was 7 hours, brother.
Yeah, unfortunately, we got a little situation earlier where we just had to use it as a way to educate people and talk about certain things related to trolls, haters, people who focus more on tribalism and individualism, and letting people know that Pan-Africanism is not a perfect situation, but what it is a situation that helped our ancestors gain some level of independence. They didn't individually figure it out to get independence for the different countries. It was more of a collective energy across the board. So I see people also post a lot of things about Pan-Africanism. It's just the comments is crazy, and I'm not going to sit around and just block and delete them. But when people cross the line, we do just block them. But it's like most people are favoring the fact that they just, and I mean, I understand, you're divided and you're conquered. So, you feel like, I'm about my little island, I'm about my little country. That's why I don't come here and push, push where I'm from and just push it like that. I push the level of just, hey, let's build these operations to where, we can expand business. It's like, why is it okay for, the Koreans to go around the world and distribute their cars, and they go from building some basic cars to now they just doing innovation to another level. Why is it okay for them to do that? But it's like when it comes to us enterprising, like I earlier talked about the white guy that built the Marriott, built Marriott in America, and then he just built them across the next 5 livable continents and created a 6-continent enterprise. Like I tell people, when you're here and you're studying business and things, people, one thing about when you're studying these business courses, they're gonna always put their best white folks out there and talk about how great they are. And then people like myself always like, all right, you're not like debating that they're great or not. You're debating like, yo, they was able to do this. It's like, okay, it's like, okay, then we build civilization. So I should be able to compete and do this. So me personally is just trying to get our people to build a level of confidence to understand that even when the situation relationship, you see relationship videos, and then you see people going to different countries and things, and it's like everyone is making a big deal out of people going to different countries. So I've been here as a person that's been doing it before it got popular and created a business out of it. Over the last few months, I've been living this on with my brother Kala Genesis, educating people about these things. And it's not something that that they really just understand. But I'm telling family, like, yo, family, we're the last set of people to do this. Everybody else in the entire world is doing this. They got a global game going. They operate. You got the Indians doing business with China, and then this nation, and then even nations people talk about that never liked each other, don't like each other. I don't know the situation with the British and the French. I'm sure they still have their issues, but that goes
business
beyond some of these folks. But at the same time, too, my brother, as a matter of fact, didn't they come on some kind of common ground to where they can actually operate to where, I mean, I can't remember last time the French or the British launched war at each other or attack each other, military vessels or a naval operation.
Brother, we're seeing a changing of the time. The Caucasians that have been in power as of recently, that was for a season. When you go back and you look at our history, when you go back to Kemet and you go back to Nubia and you go back to Egypt, and the history and the science and the technology and everything, we had advanced civilizations.
I understand that, brother. And honestly, what I don't want us to dwell on ancient Egypt, because
That's
what I'm trying to compare Asia. Earlier we started in 1953.
Today,
the Bangan Conference. We're just saying a few decades ago, all these other nations, including Africa, the Caribbean islands, it was they were in their situations, and I'm saying that we have seen progress from many other nations. Not trying to, our situation would still always be different because the level of division and conquest that we have just been through, it's incredible. The fact that we don't blow each other brains out or just go crazy and things like that. But as far as historically, we let people know that we can't continue to live off our historical greatness. We do have to modern day time figure out something else that we're doing.
That's right.
And that exactly. I never did a DNA because I wasn't interested in the history, but we have to know our history in order for us to move forward. And one of the things I read, the African destruction of African civilization, and a constitution. You speak of nations. We are not a nation. However, we can be a nation.
Right.
When you speak about the Koreans and the Chinese and stuff, however, we are moving into that time. So when what goes up must come down, and there's a changing of the guard. So the time favors us. However, we have to have institutions associations and constitutions, those type of models that, you know, like I said, could be built in the software.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Hey, brother, I wanted to jump on right quick, but I'm about to begin my day, man. Peace, family. Thanks for having me.
Till next time.
Till next time.
Absolutely crazy. Appreciate you. Mr. IC3, would you like to share anything before we close? It's the top of the morning, and we're gonna.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you for allowing me onto your stream. Thank you for being so strong and keep going for so many hours, because you're determined, to come to a solution. And so that's why you are on, and that's why I happened to find out of your existence. So it's good. Thank you, Bomani, and let's have more meetings for the future as we construct the IC3 Black Nation State entity.
Well, perfect. Anything about like tactics and solutions and things? These are things they're trying to push at people. You're telling people that, okay, if we're sharing a bunch of things, is like, this may not be for you, but there's something for you. Even if nothing else, even if you can support some Black-owned business, even if that's all you did, that'd have been a lot more than other people are doing and things like that. So I want to let people know that.
One second, Bomani. See, Black business, right? You could maybe for the future, if those who are really interested in Black business, is to create an entity that certifies whether a business is Black or not. Just imagine if you have people that investigate and test out. Well, you can put our logo on your shop window to say that this is a certified Black business. It's been investigated by us, by our Black organization, and we can say this is not a fake Black business with Black people at the front of the shop, but going into a white supremacist racist bank or something else in the background. We can say this is a certified, qualified. Yeah. So for real Black business to really take off, you've got to say, well, it's got to be certified. And then therefore, anybody who wants to say this is a real Black business, you've got to come and talk to us and get the stamp, get the certification. There's too much fake Black business.
I love it. Fake Black business.
Huh?
I love it. Fake Black business. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then that discourages people. And how can you have Black business? We are going to meet again. You can't have Black business without a Black bank, and there are no Black banks.
Now that's another problem. That's another problem we have to talk about.
Exactly. We'll meet again because we're going to talk about Black banking.
Even a lot of things that we talked about, in the last hour. We can reiterate it on our first stream and everything. But it's the time is now. And
we're on it.
And I know people are scared, and I understand. I do understand that scared, and that's why we're trying to make it simple for you. We're giving you a count from 0 to 100. 1 is just doing basic business with Black-owned folks and things like that. And 100, you really just enterprise, and where we're putting our money together. We're building factories, we're building towns. We're building our own international banking. We're just taking it to that level. So I'm telling people it's a scale of, and it's like, so when I've listened to all of these people talk, I'm like, I'm gonna make it to where we can all work this out, because I was like, if you're really about what you're about, because I'm telling people that 90% of these people, they are literally, like I explained to people even a few times when I talk about Pan-Africanism, because it's just an overused terminology where it's beautiful, but people just abuse it. People abuse it, just like I'm thinking of other common words, but you just explain to the people, like, based on just, you're you're looking past a governmental definition. It's more of, you're trying to get people to understand that if you believe in this world, you're literally open to connecting, doing business, and connecting with your people. You're not limiting yourself across different countries and borders. Just like you're my Jamaican brother, and you live in the UK. Your family, your parents and your family. We may have the same connections in Jamaica. As a matter of fact, a lot of us do, because some of us made the move and went to Europe, and then some of us end up in Canada, and some of us end up in America, and which is more division and things like that. But it's like this situation that brought us where it brought us. It did what it did, but at the same time too, I ask people, am I not your brother, just because we haven't seen each other in a long time? And just because you live now, because I tell people, I tell people that what I talk about, I live the word. Like, I have family members of mine, childhood cousins, and they're in England, and from having a career I've had, I've been able to travel. So I just tell them, I'll come see you, whether they're in Canada, England, and things like that. I'm telling them I don't have money like that. Don't get it like. But I tell them that I just I'm in a world where I prioritize. Especially since when you have your family and they all over the world, you're in a different situation. Like when we moved to New York, then now your family's in Jamaica, now the other ones like I was moving there in this country and that country and so on. So that's why I feel good about this whole international world. And even the land that we have in Africa, I told my family, this is one place where we can build our family energy, and the people in this town are incredible people. And they have welcomed people like myself. And just gave me an opportunity to be a part of their town, and to and it feels good to just be a part and be welcome and things like that. So I do understand some of the things that hurt, brother, that some people go to Africa and they don't feel welcome, and some people go and feel like they just a walking dollar bill. Do I feel that way sometimes and things like that? But at the same time too, do I feel welcome here amongst my own people, amongst the oppressors? Is my point to people, you have that mixed feeling situation going on. You never quite have worked it out yet. So it's like, where's the people? I know it hurts, because it's like sometimes you don't really know where's your home.
Don't worry, we'll construct it.
We'll construct it. There you go. And that's what my brother Kala Genesis always talk about, Afghanistan. And these are things I tell people, like, don't take what we're saying like too to heart. Look at us as educated brothers that's talking to you about, hey, thinking about options of how you can expand the kingdom, how we can do things, how we can make things work. There's a generation of Black people in Africa that may not leave, and we may have a connection by making a connection. And there's a generation of people that were born first, second generation, and they're from different countries in Africa, and they live here. And then you have those of us that were, whether we were here before or whether we were just stolen or sold into slavery and brought here. And we have all of this situation, and you're telling people, hey, we still have those one thing in common, like what you say, brother, with the chart. Some people may not fall into the IC3, but majority of us will fall in there and put us on code.
No, everybody will fall in. As long as if everybody doesn't fall in, then the code is not correct.
Well, some people fall in other groups, because some people, like example, like some people literally call themselves Black, and based on certain things, they may be considered a different code and things like that. Like you have some people, maybe they Chinese and mix with something else.
No, that's called mixed Black. Yeah, they're not full Black, but they're mixed Black. So the Black part of them is a Black asset class. So they're part Black. So don't worry, everybody. So they're entitled to their share of reparations, Black reparations, because reparations is coming from Blackness. Blackness becomes a value, becomes an asset class. Just like whiteness, everybody's aspiring to be white, skin cream. But when in what we're building, everyone's gonna wish they were Black.
This person, and one of the last comment, appreciate your brother navigate fully. It's and then what I tell people is that be happy that you have people out here that are putting their own resources up, because I'm telling people these movements that we have are not funded. You know what I'm saying? So so I tell people, I was like, people like myself, we're not here begging for any online donations. You're out there actually working a career in a business, and you're actually putting your own money along with your own business partners and investors and you're getting things done. It's tricky, and people like how you. I was like, yo, we got to figure it out. Last I remember, we're the most innovative people on the planet. You know, we're put in the worst conditions, and we've worked it out. You know, we fought, we built civilization, and now, you know, as my brother was talking about Egypt, I didn't really want to cut him off too much, but it's like I get tired of getting beat upside the head about how great we were in the past.
Right, that's right.
And I love it. I mean, Egypt was my second country to Africa. I love it, and I'm sure I'll go back one day. And Ethiopia is another great country. All great.
Ethiopia, yes,
yeah, that's a great country. I went there and went to Egypt in 2004, and then I went to Ethiopia in 2017, and
Right.
it's two of my best experience. But is Egypt a modern day country? Absolutely, it's one of the best countries in Africa. And when they finish building the new capital, when they finish building all of these different cities, it's going to be another metropolis, and then it'll be, you'll be able to also talk about ancient Egypt, and then you'll be able to talk about modern Egypt, which is the people a little bit different. The time has changed. You went from dark-skinned Black African people to now you have more of an Arab nation of mixed people and things like that, which you're telling people through evolution things change and so on. But it's like, if we don't focus on consolidating what we need to consolidate, we're gonna be those people in history that people used to talk about that don't exist anymore. It's kind of like they're gonna be saying, I think Black people created jazz, but it's been about a good 100 years now, so I think this is our creation. And you move into that world where your history, your culture, everything just wipe away. So I tell people that the business that we do in the countries that we travel, don't tell them to close down the dungeons and places like that. It may be an emotional connection and things like that, but it's a connection point to where you can say, hey, if I'm open to Africa, what got me into Africa is learning about what happened during our ancestors being stolen and finding our countries who have places, because we're all searching for something.
You muted yourself.
No.
I think he's muted himself.
No, I'm not muted.
All right. Oh, was it me then?
Oh no, you weren't muted. I can hear you.
Okay.
Yours is open.
Okay.
But yeah, brother, you and I have talked about a lot, and whoever been listening, be prepared for we're gonna connect with our brothers so we can have some good conversation. And all of this is not for nothing, family. As I mentioned to you, family, we're in Africa doing tours, we're doing business, we're here doing certain things. These conversations are to inspire and energize us to just get on the path and get more active and
get constructive.
And I think that's why I use Asia as I always use the different Asian countries, because I really honestly feel like even when I went to the different countries, I feel like they were really trying to figure it out and trying to put the right elements in place and trial and error. Even when you remember them old vehicles, the Honda Accord and like the Toyota Camrys and things like that back in like the 70s. I'm not saying that I'm that old, but I was born in the 70s, so when I was young, I did see them. But I saw them more so when I was in the 80s in Jamaica. And that was back then.
Right.
These people build, look what they're building. Look at the craft, from China, Japan, and Korea. Look at the brands they building in machines. I remember at one point, like, people used to talk about all these people from the different countries that they went to New York and then they just there with their cameras and taking pictures and everything. Yeah, those are some of the Asians there that went back and say, you know what, they're doing this in America. Next, they building skyscrapers and they just literally, they're literally industrializing. And I'm not saying that America or any other nation didn't have anything to do with, like, they figured out. And I'm not saying that, but they did make it to where they created an energy where their countries, were set to where, they created an opportunity to where those who wanted to invest and do business in what they were looking to build, can come reach out to them, and created it to where America gave up on some of their manufacturing, and and the people that was running that sold themselves out, and next thing you know, the Asian countries are growing.
That's right.
I realized that Africa didn't get any of those investment like that on that level, because it was these things are done on purpose. but at the same
That's
time,
right, on purpose. Yeah,
on
we'll
purpose.
we'll discuss why. We'll discuss those points you just raised there. Are very important points.
Yeah.
We got a lot to talk about. We've got a lot to talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, and you see, you and I have these points because these are the things that we're trying to break the confusion from. Because it's like, all right, I know we have a lot of wealth in Black America, but we're also saying to people that, okay, just because you have a certain percentage of people have a certain amount of wealth, don't mean that it's gonna just work out to where the whole race of people are thriving off it and things like that. So we do have a lot of analysis to get into as far as these things, and but I'm letting people know that, family, you have to compete. You can't just be sitting ducks, whether you're competing on a global level or competing locally, because right now I don't really see us really competing. I see us existing, even when those of us are doing business in Africa, I see us existing, but we're not really competing, and we're not really, but the good thing I say about that is we can build and grow from there. But it's like the division that's going on, that these people are pushing, pushing, and the groups that I mentioned, family, that most of them are internet trolls. The serious people that call themselves Pan-Africanists, FBA and ADOS, those people are down with Black people in general, and they have some level of respect because they're serious, respectful people. And so, again, family, these people don't represent the bulk of our people. We have two different worlds we live in. We live in the real world, as far as the world you're out there working on, and we live in an internet world. The internet world is made up of a lot of people who put masks over their face, who don't show their face. Me and my brother, we're live. This is us. We're real Black people and things. Some of them we have never seen them show who they are, and some stay on the chat, and this is what they do. They play their little games and everything, and it's showing you that if we weren't making a move to where we're getting there, or to where people see us progressing, because people see us in Africa, is only after a while where you're gonna see you see a whole community build up. We've gotten this far, and we've figured out to get land and go through all this process that everybody complained about, and we made it work. So it's like, let's not be self-defeated, because this is the reason why all of the countries that we have are dominated. And and family, as a matter of fact, brother, I've talked more than enough. If you want to close us out, man, close us out.
Yeah,
and then we'll continue.
I've said what I have to say. That's it.
Over.
Until next time, then. It's been great.
Take care. And family, I'm gonna switch over to our website, and I'm just gonna play one tune, or maybe more or less play something. And
many were slain by the sword, just for freedom.
Africa had great kings and queens, you should know. Search your history, it will show. If you know not from whence you came, you are doomed to live in shame.
Great kings of Africa, rulers all around, they were mighty, brave and strong.
Why should the Black man in America concern himself, since we've been away from the African continent for 400 years, 300 or 400 years? Why should we concern ourselves? What impact does what happened to them have upon us? Number one, first you have to realize that up until 1959, Africa was dominated by the colonial powers, and by the colonial powers of Europe having complete control over Africa, they projected the image of Africa negatively.
And so, family, I'm closing us out with some tunes, but this Malcolm X one came up, and I always like this explanation Malcolm give. He said, you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. So what he's talking about is this self-hate from Black people against Black people in the same country that we live in, and also in other countries. And I'm one of them people. I'm cool with listening to hearing people say those things, but after a while, I'm gonna shut you down, because we're gonna push what we're pushing, and what we're pushing is for us to build together and connect together. And anyone else that's outside that, we're just gonna use you as a pawn or a troll and things like that, and nothing else. When I'm actively out there in Africa and we're doing business and making moves, it's just us that are serious and things like that. That's like the pictures you're watching. These are our serious brothers and sisters that say, you know what, I'm gonna make a move. I'm gonna connect to Africa, and we're gonna talk about, things. And for those who, are gonna overextend themselves, I would say to stay where you are. There's nothing wrong with being here in America and things. If you don't want to go to Africa, you don't go to Africa. If you don't want to push anything in Africa, don't push anything in Africa. You can focus on here. That's when you take some of these other people advice. Do what you need to do, but at the same time too, I have to educate our people, about this whole international world of business enterprising. When I was in my early 20s, I was in the Navy and I traveled to all different parts of the world, and then I started working for the airlines, and you get access to moving around and you see different countries. It opens your mind up. You become on a higher level of elevation of consciousness to weird, and then next you're in Africa, and then you can do business and things like that. And these are my brothers that have traveled me. I've been able to build incredible connection, and we feel the move that we're making is going to change the scope of the future of our children. Now this current generation is actually in Africa, living, doing business, connecting, and things like that. We had a previous generation that it was more so like tours and more so historical and cultural tours. And so now we have this generation more of like, okay, we're trying to figure it out to move. And then now you put enough things in place, you have a generation that's ready to build. So again, family, even if it's up to 10%, that which would be ideal, but it's not, it's closer to less than 1% that it's even open to doing anything in Africa. So my question will always be, and next time we talk, we're going to just make sure people answer these questions. That 90% energy that's so impactful, what is it really getting done to change the dynamics of the future? Yeah. All right, so let me continue with Brother Malcolm.
Concern himself, since we've been away from the African continent for 400 years, 300 or 400 years. Why should we concern ourselves? What impact does what happened to them have upon us? Number one, first you have to realize that up until 1959, Africa was dominated by the colonial powers, and by the colonial powers of Europe having complete control over Africa, they projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself. And you show me one of these people over here who have been thoroughly brainwashed, who has a negative attitude toward Africa, and I'll show you one that has a negative attitude toward himself. You can't have a negative attitude toward yourself, a positive attitude toward yourself, and a negative attitude toward Africa at the same time. To the same degree that your attitude, that your understanding of an attitude toward Africa becomes positive, you'll find that your understanding of and your attitude toward yourself will also become positive. And this is what the white man knows. So they very skillfully made you and me hate our African identity, our African characteristics. And you know yourself that we have been a people who hated our African characteristics. We hated our hair. We hated the shape of our nose. We wanted one of those long dog-like noses, Yeah. We hated the color of our skin. Hated the blood of Africa that was in our veins. And in hating our features and our skin and our blood, why we had to end up hating ourselves. And we hated ourselves. Our color became to us a chain. We felt that it was holding us back. Our color became to us like a prison, which we felt was keeping us confined, not letting us go this way or that way. And we felt that all of these restrictions were based solely upon our color, and the psychological reaction to that would have to be that as long as we felt imprisoned or chained or trapped by black skin, black features, and black blood, that skin and those features and that blood that was holding us back automatically had to become hateful to us. And it became hateful to us. It made us feel inferior. It made us feel inadequate. It made us feel helpless. And when we fell victim to this feeling of inadequacy or inferiority or helplessness, we turned to somebody else to show us the way.
Though we struggle, Jah is the rule and protect of I and I life. Roman and bride. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for our nation to move forward. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. But if we can all unite, put each man difference aside. Why can't we just come together, see some tribal wars and fight? Who knows better must do better? A source of collective insight may not be exposed to education, but surely knows far from right. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. Say we need a motivation, teach I to be self-sufficient. No one to depend on no one for attainment of my bread. Oh, these words are my calling. Children crying white squad tears. Hunger rampant harvest plenty. Ooh, Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for any nation to move forward. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. Free Africa, free Africa, a free Indian Africa, free Africa, to all entire Africa, free Africa, whoa, yeah, Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. We can all unite, put each man difference aside. Why can't we just come together, seize this tribal war and fight? Who know better must do better? A force of collective insight may not be exposed to education, but surely knows far from right. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. One no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. One no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. One no more shedding of blood.